Let me quickly bring you up to snuff on the characters and story points of the first 2 seasons. Wizards is an episodic, situational comedy that is just beginning to dip its toes into serialized elements and recurring storylines. Wizards are real and blend into society. Our titular wizards are the Russo family. By day, they run a subway train-themed Subway sandwich restaurant on Waverly Place called the Waverly Substation. Get it? The story follows middle child Alex, who's as mischievous as she is lazy, as she is hilarious in every way.
Alex, did you make those brownies?
Oh, gosh. Yep.
Her older brother Justin is the nerd emoji IRL, a stickler for using magic responsibly, and most episodes feature him bailing Alex out of the messes she finds herself in. Their dynamic is the heart and soul of the series.
Justin, what are you doing here?
What's it look like I'm doing? I'm saving the day.
My hero.
Their younger brother Max is just in his own world most of the time and is, quite arguably, rather unintelligent.
This is an emergency, and I can fix it with my emergency burger.
Alex's best friend Harper is a quirky, strange girl. She has an obsessive crush on Justin, and she knows about magic and wizardry as of early season 2.
Well, it's Scare People Wednesday! Boo!
Jerry and Teresa are stern but caring parents who are tired of magic mayhem running amok in their household.
You can see where I filled it in with black nail polish.
There's a lot of great memories wrapped up in this one.
And a lot of stories I'm tired of hearing.
Jerry is a former wizard. Every wizard family must compete in a family wizard competition in which only one kid can ultimately keep their magical powers.
I'm the one that's gonna win the family wizard contest and keep my powers.
That's not for a long while, Justin.
Jerry won his contest, but gave his powers to his brother Kilbo so he could marry Teresa, due to the Wizard Council forbidding romance between wizards and mortals. The season 2 finale just explained that this severed Jerry's relationship with his sister Megan and tore the family apart. It raised the question, will this happen to Alex, Justin, and Max as well when their competition inevitably comes? The overarching Wizard Council is sus as hell, which the show never acknowledges. Wizards can't marry mortals, as we mentioned. Any species can be a wizard in theory, but only humans are seen in attendance at the premier wizarding school, WizTech. Instead, pretty much every magic species is enslaved or overtly discriminated against by wizard kind.
That's a stereotype.
Here we go again with the stereotypes.
This is going to snowball and go off the rails as the show carries on. Magic is also hilariously inconsistent, often directly contradictory. Sometimes you have to use a specific magic object to teleport 6 feet away, other times you can casually teleport to Mars. Some episodes say you need a wand for magic, sometimes it's a casual hand wave. Sometimes incantations have to rhyme, sometimes they don't. Sometimes there doesn't have to be an incantation whatsoever. There are spells as overpowered and broad as freezing and reversing time, or as oddly specific as making someone a great waitress or turning yourself into a lion. Spells can be freely improvised to do anything, yet wizards also have to train their whole lives learning and mastering spells. Incredibly overpowered abilities like wiping a crowd's memory are usually never seen again, despite the fact that they'd be very helpful in most episodes. Other notable characters include Zeke Beakerman, Justin's nerdy best friend.
Oh, you got me! Good nerd burn.
Principal Lara Tate, a firm disciplinarian who has a soft side for Alex and yearns in his soul to be a cowboy.
Really ties the room together.
You're in here way too often.
Juliet Van Housen, Justin's vampire girlfriend who was recently introduced during a story arc at the end of season 2. She is thousands of years old. Justin's 16.
This is the best night ever.
And Professor Crumbs, the Grand Master of WizTech.
I'm an 850-year-old wizard. I think I know how to fit in.
It makes you look skinny.
Where's the dressing room?
With that out of the way, let's dive into the greatest cinematic event of 2009, Wizards of Waverly Place, the movie.
This is gonna be the best vacation ever.
It was supposed to be the family trip they'd always remember.
Say paradise.
Paradise!
But one accidental spell
I wish you and Dad had never even met!
take them
What did you just do?
on their biggest
This is a very bad thing.
adventure.
Mom and Dad don't know each other, and they don't know us.
What's your plan?
Find the Stone of Dreams. Can do anything.
reverse any spell.
There's not a lot of time.
Justin! You don't know me!
Wizards of Waverly Place.
I hear the more you struggle, the faster you sink.
The movie premieres in August on Disney Channel.
From the very first frame, this movie has such a different vibe than the rest of the series. First off, it's 16:9 and shot in HD. We slowly pan in on a full overview of the outside set of the Waverly substation, which I'm assuming was digitally extended upwards here to be multiple stories. But here's the thing, the transition from the sky to the ground really is completely seamless. And we see the exterior of the subway car part too, not just this main part we always see. Right off the bat, this movie is using actual music and it's filmed like a real movie. We see all of these forbidden camera shots, like Justin and Max walking up the stairs. Why couldn't we have just mounted the camera here during the filming of episodes? Is that too hard? Why are the characters getting close-ups too complicated to do in these standard multicam sitcoms? The feeling of claustrophobia you get from these sound stages is completely gone, mere minutes into the film, and never comes back for its entire duration. In the aforementioned opening scene, Alex decides to look in Justin's bag, unfortunately falling victim to a defense charm he put on it. Also, they clearly didn't build a fourth wall of this sandwich car for Alex to look through. We cut back to her, done looking at the window, and she's over here, which is directly across from where she should be geographically if she were looking out through the exterior window. The window she's looking through faces the entrance of the sub shop. Look at Alex looking through the window. Those advertisements up on the top bar are behind her, which means in reality they filmed her looking through this window or this window. They thought they could hide that from us? No. No, they can't. The main cast comes in to get reintroduced one by one in full cinematic glory. And this time, the conversations have to flow and sustain themselves without a forced laugh track every 20 seconds. Television movies have a weird habit of introducing new powerful MacGuffins and pretending like they were there the entire time, and this one's no different because Justin has the family wand and the book of forbidden spells in his bag. Can you guys believe that? Do you know how powerful these items are?
It's just they're extremely powerful.
They're extremely powerful, guys.
The family wand and the book of forbidden spells. Justin took it out of the layer without permission. My respect for you is increasing.
I didn't take it. Dad gave it to me.
And it's shrinking again. Dad, you said that we weren't allowed to touch it. You said that we weren't ready.
I think by we he meant you.
Alex, if one day, possibly you pass and or show up to an exam, you can use the spell book and the family wand too.
Harper arrives because she and Alex are going to a party, but Teresa firmly says no. She forbids them from leaving the house as her and Jerry leave, so Alex decides to simply bring the house with them, converting the subway and the restaurant to an actual subway car. However, Alex doesn't have control of it, and after like 7 near-death experiences,
who designed this subway?
Justin manages to save them with the power of the family wand. Jerry and Teresa return, see the mess, and make Alex come on their upcoming vacation due to this whole situation, rather than letting her stay home like she originally wanted. Harper permanently disappears from the movie 9 minutes in as Alex packs. Also, remember Max's bedroom from one episode in season 1? They reconstruct that for like 3 shots, 10 seconds in this movie, and then we don't see it again. Teresa declares the vacation magic-free and forces the kids to leave their wands at home, which is purely a symbolic gesture because you can do magic without wands. And then the family leaves for their vacation to the Caribbean, where Jerry and Teresa first met. I'm bummed we don't get to see the wizard lair shot cinematically like this. It's a great set, and I would have loved to see what it looked like outside of the one singular camera angle we witnessed in the series. They get to the Caribbean. Alex falls in love with the very first guy she sees, who's barely even an afterthought and didn't need to be in this movie. Also, commenter AD240p Charlie pointed out that I forgot to put the love interest counter on that episode where Alex falls in love with herself because of a love potion. That absolutely counts, good call. We get a montage of actual things happening. Production value, they're on vacation. Here we learn that Justin smuggled the family wand, Alex smuggled the forbidden spellbook, and Max is just doing whatever this is, which is a really great summation of their personalities. This is like the wizard equivalent of secretly playing your DS in bed. The film has decided that Selena Gomez falling over is the most humorous thing in the whole world. It's here that we're introduced to Archie the Magician at a street fair, who recognizes the Russo family's abilities and reveals himself as a former wizard who lost his family wizard competition. He explains that his lover Giselle was turned into a parrot long ago by his evil brother, and for some reason, the movie says that the only thing capable of turning her back into a human is the Stone of Dreams, a powerful wizard artifact which can grant its user one wish of any kind. Although Archie has a map to its location, Jerry denies the quest due to its extreme danger. Alex wants to spend time with this random boy, but her mom gives her some really good advice and says no.
No, you don't need to be spending any more time with that boy.
But you don't even know him.
I know that he's too old for you, that he probably hits on every girl that comes to this resort, and at best, he's just trying to hustle you into taking more windsurfing lessons.
What I love about Wizards compared to every other show I've talked about is the conversations and dialogue feel grounded. It isn't exaggeratedly overprotective, it isn't grossly over-explained, it feels like genuine advice a mother would give to a daughter. Alex decides to use a forbidden spell to make her mom do whatever she wants. The difference between a forbidden spell and a regular spell is that the movie says they are different. She's not powerful enough on her own, but convinces Justin to let her use the family wand. Unfortunately, Mom immediately comes onto her and confronts her, leading to the scene that everyone remembers from the trailer.
When we get home, you are grounded for 2 months. That's right. No dating, no parties, no magic.
Mom!
Not another word. I've had it. Now put that stuff away.
I hate you! I wish you and Dad had never even met!
The forbidden spells we see are really just specific rhyming phrases like normal spells.
Misguided directions we shouldn't have taken. Hurry up and get us to Bergen Street Station.
A party I must attend, on that we can't agree, but for a refreshing change today you'll side with me.
So it's a really unfortunate coincidence that the oddly specific outburst, "I wish you and Dad had never met," just happened to be a forbidden spell, because now Jerry and Teresa have no memory of each other or their kids. And it takes all kinds of cringe to properly demonstrate that to the audience.
What? Don't you recognize me? Oh, should I?
Yeah, you should. It's me. Maximilian? You know, the coolest little guy in the whole world. Or is that just a bunch of words to you? Please! Mom, no!
I'm sorry.
No, sorry, he has, abandonment issues.
Let go of me right now, Mom!
It's basically just the season 1 Genie episode again, but this time all 3 kids are forgotten and not just Justin. Jerry still has his powers due to never giving them away, and he's using them frivolously and for fun, the exact opposite of what he preaches to his kids. And I guess a stickler could come in and say, hey, that seems a bit contradictory to some of his depictions in various episodes and how his siblings described him. But as you all know, I'm not a stickler for Wizards of Waverly Place continuity. Whenever there are statements or events that contradict previous episodes, I don't think anything of it. I don't even mention it. It doesn't faze me at all, of course. So, I honestly think is a development that makes sense. He was probably a very different person before Teresa. I like this.
Nobody touches the book. I totally got you. Your eyes were like, oh.
The kids ask Jerry a hypothetical question about what would happen in their current situation. He explains that they would completely disappear from the plane of existence in 48 hours, which is a generous time window considering the rest of the spell occurred immediately. Jerry mentions that the Stone of Dreams is the only thing that could reverse this. There is no other solution, he insists. There is no other solution, he says. So Alex and Justin team up with Archie to find the Stone of Dreams, while Max stays behind with his parents to keep them from meeting other people, giving the movie a proper A and B story structure. Everything here felt so grand in scope. Although without the goggles of childlike wonder, the next 45 minutes is just a series of disconnected set pieces with no cause and effect, separated by chunks of Max shepherding his former parents. First set piece, a magical gargoyle head that has to be opened by someone with a pure heart, which ironically doesn't work for Justin, but does work for Alex, simply peeling back some plants, which apparently couldn't have been dealt with in any other way than a pure-hearted wizard removing a gargoyle head from a wall. The next pitfall is the most anxiety-inducing thing my 8-year-old self ever saw. Justin stuck in quicksand.
Alex, help me, please! Help me! Get me out of here! Help me, please! Send me here!
Okay.
Not funny!
Now maybe we can get someplace, huh? Okay, so we're here and we need to get there.
You're holding it upside down! Grab onto something!
Oh, well, that makes it better. Not really. Needs one of those little X thingies like at the mall, you know?
I absolutely do not forgive Disney Channel for convincing millions of children that quicksand is the scariest thing in the entire world.
You know, I hear the more you struggle, the faster you sink. It's amazing what I retain, huh?
Up next is the Stone Bridge. Alex proves to have incredible instincts. She doesn't trust this bridge, and after throwing a pebble on it, it immediately collapses, forcing her and Justin to make their own path, charming boulders with levitation to glide across the chasm. This CG is not bad at all, and the advertising made a big deal about this.
We get to see special effects that you would never be able to see in a TV show.
There's some crazy visual effects.
It's a runaway subway car.
Walls of fire and bottomless pits.
I think it's going to look different from the series, which I'm excited about.
A lot of times it will be an actor against green screen. We had green screen out on the set. We were actually shooting on a golf course. It feels like a big feature film.
I'm really excited to see it all put together.
I also want to praise this movie genuinely for the dialogue between Alex and Justin. I can't play this entire scene across the boulders, but I want to read their dialogue to you. Why do you always get so mad every time I do something right? Because it's like you don't even try. You don't even think about it. Not thinking works for me. Exactly, and it's not fair. I know everything there is to know about magic, and you just come along and do it, which is why I have to study all the time. Usually I'm all family wizard, how could it not be me? Then you come along and do something like this. Trust me, you're not going to lose. You'll be the family wizard. Do you even want it? I don't know. I don't think I do. Why? I know why I do. I'd be nothing if I wasn't a wizard. Magic is the one thing that I'm really, really good at. Please, you're good at everything. Justin's so perfect. Why can't you be more like Justin? Who says that? Besides you? Everyone? Mom and Dad? Well, they wouldn't say that if I wasn't so perfect. You know that's not true. They'd love you regardless. You know that goes both ways. Like, that's so good. That's actual character dialogue in a movie. It's exploring these characters' emotions in more subtle ways than just telling the audience what they feel like they do in the actual episodes. I have so much praise for this. The show is so scared to have any serious conversation about the Family Wizard competition and how this upcoming battle is affecting them emotionally, knowing that they're gonna have to face off against each other and only one of them's gonna stay a wizard. This movie has them have this conversation in this really precarious action set piece where rocks are crumbling underneath them as they talk. Archie's temporarily left behind, so he scales down the rock wall in preparation to climb up. The next scene is also incredible. There's no crazy action, it's just Alex and Justin sitting by the campfire and talking at night, bonding.
You warm enough?
Justin, what if we don't get the stone in time and we can't save everyone?
Don't worry about it. We will. You know, I think this is the longest you've ever gone. Wait.
This is the longest you've ever gone without making fun of me.
They talk about the whole pure of heart thing from earlier. Justin wasn't able to clear the leaves by touching the gargoyle like Alex was. How come you could open up the gate today and I couldn't? I don't know. All I kept thinking about was saving our family. I was thinking about that too, and how great it would be if I was the one to do it. There's my answer. Justin's actually reflecting on his vanity, his desire to be the hero. Chase from could never. This movie is taking the emotions of its leads so seriously. No jokes to undercut the moment, no distractions, just a beautiful moment between the heart and soul of the series, which is Alex and Justin together. David Henry was robbed in terms of award nominations for Wizards. Across the series run, Selena Gomez got 24 nominations, Jake T. Austin got 7, David Henry got 2, and one of those was just a group nomination with the others. No disrespect to Jake T. Austin at all, but does it make sense for him to have gotten 3 times more award nominations than David? Outside of the main cast, only 3 other actors got award nominations for this series. The first is Bridget Mendler for Juliet, and I'll cover the other 2 as we get to them. Archie catches up to them the next morning, having apparently scaled 2 cliff faces all night. At this point, they're looking for the cave that contains the Stone of Dreams. Alex makes a fool of herself while speaking to locals until a little girl shows them the way. On the Max side of things, nothing's really happened despite multiple cuts back to them. The parents start to talk to other people, they briefly meet but don't think the other is interested, until finally a desperate Max explains that his siblings didn't come back last night and begs Jerry to come with them to the Stone of Dreams. Teresa demands to come as well.
This gargoyle thingy on it.
Well, that could be anywhere.
Oh, I know where that is. I saw that on my artifact tour yesterday. It's right, ooh, wait. Do I get to come with? Yes.
No.
Though Jerry insists she can't, and in trying to hide wizard magic from her, is randomly kind of mean to her. This being the same dude who publicly made drums play themselves 25 minutes earlier in the film. They swiftly make the same trek that Alex and Justin made, finally falling for each other in the process.
Are you kidding me? What kind of woman doesn't want a little magic in her life? Let's go.
You know, for a mortal woman, she is...
Yeah, I got it. She's a keeper. Come on.
Alex and Justin finally reach the cave. Look how hard these shots go. They didn't have to do cinematography this well, but they did.
I'm sorry for everything.
What?
I'm sorry. This is all my fault.
I heard you the first time. I just wanted to hear you say it again.
They finally reach the Stone of Dreams. In yet another really tense sequence, Justin navigates crumbling pillars to reach it. I don't remember the events of this scene specifically, but I do remember the stress of watching it.
Careful. Hold on to the torch thing, but not the hot part.
Why would I grab the hot part?
Every time a stone crumbled, I had a flashback to my first reaction of seeing that stone crumble, if that makes sense. While the visuals themselves didn't seem familiar.
I got you. I won't let you fall.
Now we get the least set up, yet least surprising betrayal of all time, as Giselle the parrot rips the stone out of their hands and flies away. And here's the thing, there's no reason. It's not like the stone can only grant one wish. The movie says that each person can make one wish. So Alex could have made a wish, then Justin could have made a wish, then Archie could have made a wish, and then human Giselle could have made a wish if she wanted. But nah, Alex and Justin get betrayed here, and they don't even react. There's no conversation like, man, I can't believe Archie did that. They just never talk about it and never mention him again for the rest of the movie. Jerry, Teresa, and Max enter the cave as Giselle leaves, which makes me wonder, how'd they get here so fast? Alex and Justin couldn't have been in the cave for more than 10 minutes, and yet now they've fully covered the ground to catch them. The kids after an emotional reunion with their parents, reveal the truth. I don't know why they didn't just tell Jerry earlier, hey, we're your kids, we need help. He didn't have any trouble believing them when they did tell him. After making the entire trip back, Jerry reveals information that would have been really helpful earlier.
But it says here that maybe one of you can reverse the spell. You have to be a full wizard.
What? That's the most oddly specific rule of all time. Anyone can do the spell and you don't have to be a full wizard for it, but you do have to be a full wizard to undo the spell. And it specifically has to be one of the people disappearing from existence who reversed the spell. But it's not specific to the person who casted the spell in the first place. Now, the only solution is for the Russo kids to finally have their family wizard competition once and for all. As a kid, this was the most hype thing in the world, but as an adult, it is the most contrived setup that comes out of absolutely nowhere, because apparently they didn't need the stone to reverse the spell at all the entire time. If they just told Jerry the situation up front, he could have done the wizard competition 48 hours ago. Suddenly, Max forgets who Alex and Justin are.
Max, don't you remember who that is?
Should I?
We've got to do this now. Everybody grab the wand.
I do remember you.
My character gets swallowed up into this huge vortex.
I'm extra convinced that Jake T. Austin had some sort of contractual obligation to appear in fewer scenes than the rest of the cast, because from a narrative perspective, he so could have gone on the big adventure with his siblings, but he just didn't. He easily could have participated in this wizard competition, but he didn't. It's like they were forced to consistently write him out of the story.
A full wizard, there can be but one. All power to a daughter or son.
Dude, it'd suck to be a non-binary wizard. You just wouldn't be allowed to win, apparently.
To an ancient battle, transport us three, where one will emerge in victory!
Justin? Dad?
Alex and Justin are teleported to an amazing arena to compete, with Max not given the opportunity at all, despite the most recent episode saying that no one gets wizard powers unless every sibling competes in the competition. But I guess Max technically doesn't exist anymore, so it checks out. We watch Alex watch a bunch of really phallic imagery. This is disturbing for the Disney Channel. I'm gonna write a mean letter.
Alex! What the?
Here are the rules for the Family Wizard competition. Whoever touches this glowing orb wins. That's it. The kids have to use only spells rooted in earth, wind, water, and fire because Avatar: The Last Airbender was really taking off with this demographic, and the movie wanted to capitalize on that.
The best wizards can do the most with the least.
Good, because that's pretty much all I got.
Justin uses a wide variety of spells against Alex. Alex just keeps using the same spell over and over because it's the only one she remembers, which is very on brand for her.
Seriously?
Sorry, don't know a lot of spells.
The orb's moving all over the place, but Alex finally remembers a new spell and beats Justin by mere seconds.
I did it! I won! I'm a full wizard! Wow!
Suddenly, Justin forgets who Alex is, and we get a scene that proves how genuinely phenomenal of an actress Selena Gomez is, even more than the rest of the show has already proven.
Please, please, you can't leave me here. Please remember. I'm Alex. I'm your little sister. I taunt you and I tease you and I make your life miserable, but you love me anyway. You're everything that I've ever wanted to be. I'm I'm jealous of how smart you are and how kind and how nice. Please don't leave me here. No! Justin! Justin! No! You have to help me! Justin should have won this, not me!
I don't care what you think. Fiction peaked right here. I feel like everyone thinks back at this show as some goofy thing Selena Gomez did as a teenager, but it's so much more than that, man. Kaz from Mighty Med could never. Selena Gomez doesn't get enough credit for this. And I know I'm saying this about an extremely famous and prominent celebrity who's probably received 100,000 times more praise and recognition than 99% of people could ever dream of getting in their entire lifetime. I guess that's the end of the sentence, actually. Alex attempts to cast the spell, but it doesn't work because her powers are disappearing.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I think it's too late.
No, it can't be too late.
But it's alright, because while this fight has been happening, Teresa went back to the hotel, saw a colorfully dressed woman, and somehow immediately knew she was the parrot, despite not seeing the parrot. Giselle's now dumping Archie. This woman, appearing in a singular scene here, is the main antagonist of the film. She refuses to give Teresa the stone, but Archie steps in to save the day and uses the stone to turn Giselle back into a parrot. Absolutely not for selfish reasons.
Turns out I like you better as a bird.
So this was his one wish, which means Giselle wished herself back into a human. So why did they need the stone so badly? She can't even use it again. She's literally just keeping it from Teresa to be a dick. Teresa gets the stone, and the parrot returns to Archie's shoulder, dependent on him once again. This is the most fucked relationship I've ever seen on screen. She was completely using him as a bird, dependent on him in every way. The moment she's a human, she casts him aside. She's a dick to everyone. He then turns her back into a bird because he liked her better when she was dependent on him, and he controlled her. She completely takes him back because she wants to use and take advantage of him again. It's so toxic and parasitic. I'm super happy for them. I hope they get married. Teresa gives Alex the stone. I don't know how she found this battlefield, where this battlefield is. In real life, it's in Puerto Rico. She wishes everything back to normal, and she's incredibly appreciative of her family now and has learned a lesson about using magic responsibly.
So sorry. I could never hate you. I love you. You know that, right? And I'm not just saying that, I mean that.
Well, yeah, of course I know that, honey. But you're still grounded.
I'm sure Alex will never use magic irresponsibly again. And she's now a full wizard, with her siblings no longer possessing their powers. And the show never acknowledges anything that happened in the movie. It completely ignores this ending. It's basically non-canon. I didn't notice that as a kid. I don't think it ever clicked with me for whatever reason that Justin and Max don't have their powers anymore at the end of the movie. I just assumed the characters weren't mentioning the movie, but it still happened. But no, it absolutely logically cannot coexist with the duration of the series. The movie's only good if you're emotionally attached to these characters going in. But if you are in love with these characters, then this movie's probably the peak of the franchise to you. If it didn't have the Russo family as the leads, if it wasn't a part of this pre-existing franchise, it'd be a forgettable piece of nothing. But David Henry and Selena Gomez carry this movie on their backs like they do with the series. They have incredible on-screen chemistry and a very, very well-written sibling dynamic that's integral to this movie. The plot is mumbo-jumbo nonsense that makes no logical sense, even slightly, but the movie makes really good use of these characters and gives them extra layers on top of the above-average dimensionality they already had. And that's Wizards of Waverly Place, the movie. It's safe to say that the highest highs of the Wizards franchise come from this movie, while as a whole, the first 2 seasons are the most consistent stretch of quality, which means it's all downhill from here.
I'll never stop loving you!
Oh my
gosh! Now I want to take a moment to thank my Patreon supporters. Thank you, Patreon supporters. Airing from October 9th, 2009 to October 15th, 2010, the third season once again consisted of 30 episodes. The series proper finally makes the transition to HD in 16 shifts in direction that make it distinct. The main difference is heavier continuity between episodes. For example, Justin becomes a monster hunter in episode 3, the next two follow his continued hunts. Several episodes from the rest of the show then reference him being a monster hunter. There's also quite an uptick in multi-week events, and episodes titled Wizard vs. Blank. The network was finally realizing that kids like serialized stories, and were capitalizing on it like never before. The show doesn't spend as much time explaining the specifics and semantics of whatever magical concept gets used in the episode anymore. I think another subtle difference is that this is the season where Flanderization starts to creep in exponentially, as the show finally starts to lose track of its characters a little bit. Max has never been the brightest, but this season takes it to extremes.
Are you ready for your word, Max?
Max. M-A-C-K-S.
That isn't your word, that's your name. And you misspelled it.
Jerry has multiple jokes per episode about how fat and dumb he is, and he really wasn't dumb at all back in season 1.
Hey, check it out. There's some guy trying to eat popcorn off the floor.
Look how they spelled station.
That is how you spell station, Dad.
And even Teresa is now just vain and self-centered, yet again something that wasn't an aspect of her character in the beginning.
Mom, if you're gonna do that in every piece, this is gonna take forever.
What's funny is that all of them act as the comedic straight man to each other, depending on the scene and who's the butt of the joke. Harper is once again far more relevant than Jerry and Teresa, and they are slowly fading into the woodwork as the kids become fully self-dependent to lead their own storylines. Jerry and Teresa don't really parent their kids anymore. The parents have stopped treating the kids as kids and treat them with a lot more respect and support than they did back in season 1 as they grow older. Season 3 opens with Frankengirl, which I would like to confidently declare is the worst episode of the series. Alex and Max steal a 3D monster movie from Justin's room, something he isn't happy about when he catches them.
Hey, Alex, check it out. Justin's in 3D too.
He decides to Alex-proof his bedroom, creating a Frankenstein's monster-style monster to keep her away. We briefly saw Justin's bedroom during one shot of the movie, and this is most certainly a completely different bedroom than that, which was itself a different bedroom than what we briefly saw in the carpet episode. Now, Justin brings his creation to life.
We need electricity, and a lot. Give me 1.21 gigawatts. She's alive. She's alive! She's alive!
Alex sneaks into his room to steal a medal and trick her parents into thinking she passed an extracurricular.
You're all on my back about my extracurriculars.
Frankengirl attacks, but Alex outsmarts her by making her say Control-Alt-Delete out loud and shut down, the logic being her brain is a circuit board. Justin commences Plan B and casts a spell to make Alex Frankengirl's best friend. Alex can't reverse this because he put a spell lock on it.
Hey, nanny, nanny. You know the hey, nanny, nanny, ha-cha-cha part was a spell lock.
At school, Alex comes to like Frankengirl and her destructive tendencies. She and Lara Tate share secrets.
I don't have a college degree.
Justin, thwarted again, casts a spell to make Frankengirl want to be a cheerleader. She then drags Alex to cheer auditions, where she discovers Harper's been a cheerleader the entire time, which Alex never noticed due to never showing up to any games or assemblies. At first my eyebrow raised, but you know what, that makes sense. Alex winds up on the cheer team. When her parents come to watch a cheer meet, Frankengirl throws Alex into the ceiling. And then the episode ends. Like, they forgot to write the ending here. It's an incomplete episode. Frankengirl is the sole reason that I opened part 2 with the movie instead of ending part 1 with it, because I couldn't start the video like this. I was initially like, oh God, is season 3 gonna have a drop in quality this pronounced and immediately noticeable? Luckily, it doesn't. This episode's definitely an outlier. Thank God. One final hella exciting thing about this episode, you guys are gonna piss your pants and shit your pants when you hear this. There's a new locker area in the school. You can see the stairwell through the door. It connects right here on the floor plan. Larry Tate's office now has the window moved to the left wall and has a door on the back wall that leads into this hallway, as well as a tiled floor to boot. So that was pretty clearly a Halloween episode. There are 4 more. Season 3 of Wizards of Waverly Place opened with 5 consecutive Halloween-themed episodes, which leaked into November.
Join in the Wiztober Screamfest at DisneyChannel.com/Wiztober. Explore the Waverly Haunted Substation and call in your own haunt.
Everything's not what it seems all Wiztober long on Disney Channel.
Wiztober, all month long on Disney Channel.
This one is called Halloween. Mr. Evans of the Waverly Place Merchants Association arrives to inform the family that their haunted houses have been lame and terrible every year, and if it flops again, they will lose the right to host a haunted house on Waverly Place. Despite Teresa's strict warnings against using magic, Alex suggests they spice up the establishment with magic. Alex and Harper head to the ghost world to recruit some ghosts to join their haunted house. Although Alex turns down the spooky man-tooth, who is way too scary, and incidentally, the source of all of Justin's nightmares.
Crybaby Russo? I put that kid on my resume!
With the ghosts in place, it's Teresa, of all people, who suggests, these ghosts just aren't doing it.
You know, I normally wouldn't condone this, but you might need to use a little magic to come up with some scarier ghosts.
No, save your breath, Mom. I've been telling them this the whole time.
Alex confesses that these are magical ghosts and returns to the ghost world to collect Mantooth. Mr. Evans arrives to inspect the Russo haunted house, which is so lame and pathetic that he decides to shut them down. But that's until Alex and Mantooth arrive to change his mind. Mantooth makes the scariest face ever.
Boogly, 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 boogly!
You're sick people! This haunted house is closed forever!
Mr. Evans deems this haunted house way too scary and shuts it down, robbing them of their haunted house license after all. Alex suggests that she never get asked to do anything ever again, and the family agrees. In Monster Hunter, Fred Willard returns for one last scene to inform Justin that upon the completion of his 100th spell, he has formally completed his wizard lessons. He's done. Now, it's time to move on to independent studies. Justin chooses to be a monster hunter. Alex realizes he's considerably favored to win the family wizard competition and begins hardcore studying in order to have a chance.
Hey, what you doing?
Studying.
Okay, right.
Max, meanwhile, wants to sabotage Justin. Alex is tempted, but ultimately tells Max to let his conscience be his guide. Max takes that advice to heart and accidentally physically brings his conscience to life. It's Rico from Hannah Montana. In the Wizards on Deck with Hannah Montana crossover from season 2, we learned that these universes coexist, and Rico even featured in that crossover, which means that Max's conscience in-universe randomly looks like one of Miley Stewart's friends. And here we get some of the funniest insight as to how Max's dumbass brain works.
Well, I wouldn't even be here if you would have read the instructions. Instructions are for cheaters. I'm gonna call you Roy. Don't call me Roy. I'm not Roy. I'm your conscience. Listen, Roy, if you want to be my servant, you gotta do what I say. I'm not your servant. I'm your conscience. I help you decide right from wrong. I know what the difference is, I just like to choose wrong.
This episode is definitely the meanest Max ever becomes, and it's an outlier in that regard. And I feel like I'm gonna get a bunch of comments saying, it's because his conscience just came out of him. 2 episodes from now, you'll see that once conscience physically leaves Max, then Max will go on an unhinged streak. But conscience being physically next to Max is functionally the same as conscience being inside him. Max still has the choice whether to listen or not. Max winds up releasing all of the monsters in Justin's book of spells. This coinciding with Justin's first hunt at Grand Central Station. He catches a goofy horse thing, puts it in jail, and then monsters monsters begin popping up everywhere. Justin finds himself surrounded on all fronts by some of the worst designed creatures in any fiction. Alex and Max come to the rescue, and Alex uses the new spell she's memorized to thrust the monsters onto a train, saving the day.
Train and van go to space!
You did it!
So unless that was a completely empty passenger train pulling into Grand Central Station, Alex just launched 10 monsters into an isolated, fast-moving vehicle full of people. But she saved Justin. In 3 Monsters, Alex and Justin hang out with Juliet, and they're glad she's around. It'd be a shame if something bad happened to her. Justin's out monster hunting, and he detects 3 level 6 monsters on Waverly Place. He rushes to the lair and calls the head of the Wizard Education Department, Chancellor Rudy Tooty Tooty.
Now, when your monster detector went off, what was the code that came up?
I believe it was the letters R-U-N. What does that stand for?
Nothing. It spells run.
He tells Justin he's in way over his head and orders him to stand this one down.
We'll send our 2 best guys to capture the monsters. What? Really? They were swallowed whole? Yeesh. We'll send our 2nd best guys.
I have absolutely zero tangible memory of this character, which is odd because he's in a lot of episodes throughout the rest of the show. He's played by a He's played by a guy named Andy Kindler, who I can only assume is some sort of bargain version of Patton Oswalt.
How do I hang this thing up?
Do I sign out? Because he's still... If I'm seeing him, does he see me?
With elite monster hunters on the way, Justin tells Alex what happened. And she immediately points out that her brother's not very intelligent.
Hey, you know who you should tell that to? Your vampire girlfriend and her 2 vampire parents that live on Waverly Place.
You're right. Because the 3 monsters could catch them too.
Just tell him. You turned in your girlfriend to the Monster Hunter Council.
What? No, I didn't.
Oh no! Now the group has to hide Juliet from the professional monster hunters. Harper has learned to mostly tolerate the love of her life dating someone else.
And there's no future for us.
Alex switches Harper and Juliet's outfits so that the hunters will pursue Harper's scent.
Juliet, where'd you get that dress? You know, actually, it looks really good on you.
Aww. You know what? I was going to be a lady about this, but let's go. I want my dress back. Strip it down, sister.
Okay.
When they arrive, they immediately begin chasing her.
Come on, Luxor, let's get her.
Alex, meanwhile, finds 3 alternate monsters for the hunters to apprehend when they return.
These 3 real monsters!
It was dark in there.
I'm upset because there's only 2 things here. This is Frankengirl, a monster I created.
Hi, Daddy.
A robot, which I also created. And the 3rd monster is, oh look, nothing!
Juliet heads out since she sees this is going south. Harper and the monster hunters return, and Alex convinces them to take the new monsters.
Yep, see? 1, 2, 3. Okay, you can leave. No, take them, bye.
And then tries to convince them that various other random objects in the lair are the 3rd monster. Max's conscience convinces Max to work on spells and do his chores, which Max is not a huge fan of.
That's why you practice them on a spell dummy. You call me a dummy? No, I said spell dummy. Fine. D.
When Teresa comes to prefer his conscience over him, Max decides to become a monster and spend the rest of his days in monster jail.
I decided to live in a monster jail for the rest of my life. As you can see, I've pretty much lost control. Take me away. There's your monster! Get him!
Get him!
There have been 0 cuts to other scenes since Alex unveiled the monster, so it doesn't even make sense for Max to already know what's happening when he walks in, but at this point, I'm so done asking questions. The monster hunters take Justin aside and say they know what's going on. He only caught 2 on his own and tried to pass a random object off as the 3rd. Regardless, they're impressed with his performance and teleport away, casually sending Frankengirl to live in monster jail for the entire rest of her life. They never attempt to find the 3rd monster. I guess they forget about it, that's all. Juliet's like objectively a really good person if you ignore the fact she's a pedophile. But if those monster hunters had captured her, they would have sent her to jail forever. They have detectors, monsters minding their own business, such as being in their own restaurant, could be apprehended by monster hunters, fully sentient creatures given no trial. And it never clicks with Justin or any other character, hey, are the wizards the bad guys? Earlier in the episode, Frankengirl's arm falls off. After she's been taken against her will to rot away in prison for the rest of her life, Alex uses her disembodied limb to grab Juliet's ass on Disney Channel.
Hey, Justin, your hand's a little low on the hug there.
Oh.
No, that's just me.
Juliet's safe, and there's a happy ending. Surely nothing bad will happen to her anytime soon. In Night at the Laserama, something bad happens to her very soon. Justin gets expedited to an official monster hunter, and he's tasked by Rudy Giuliani with hunting a dangerous mummy.
There's a mummy loose in the area. Mummy? Sir, shouldn't you bring in some monster hunters with more experience for that?
Can't. They've all been destroyed.
Him and Juliet go to investigate as a museum closes. They step inside an exhibit, and the plastic partition slides down, trapping them. Then, Juliet sees the mummy. Everyone who looks in his eyes is converted into a mindless slave. They try to escape, but can't.
I'm gonna try and break us out of here. No, I wouldn't step over here if I were you. That second hit knocked the guano out of me.
Magic. Plastic, the natural enemy of magic.
Hey, they remembered the lore. A sunroof is positioned right above Justin and Juliet. Despite the fact that she's been shown outside during the day fairly regularly, this time the show says the sun will kill her and disintegrate her to dust. Justin realizes the only way for her to survive is to look into the mummy's eyes and become his slave. Sadly and somberly, she does so. The mummy then somehow glides her through the partition. I'm not gonna question his power set. Juliet takes 12 seconds to say goodbye to Justin before meeting her inevitable fate. Hey, remember 8 episodes ago? Remember when she had super speed? You know how that's just one of the powers that she has? What if I have an idea. Tap into the speed force and get out of there, Bridget! But she's not as smart as me. She walks away with her new master.
How fast do those things go?
45 in the country, 25 in the city.
Meanwhile, Max's conscience has been helping him study non-stop.
Is Alex awake yet?
Alex realizes her best shot at remaining in the running is to separate Max from his conscience.
I've been thinking.
Oh, thanks for the heads up. See ya. No.
Harper takes Conscience to the museum. Max begins acting chaotically, and Jerry realizes what Alex did. It turns out there are dire consequences.
What did you do?
Nothing. I just encourage Conscience to take a well-deserved break from Max.
Did you know that if Max and Conscience are separated too long, that Conscience will become a person of his own and never go back to Max?
And one of the reasons why I don't know that is because people keep interrupting me when I'm trying to study. I bet you that kind of stuff's on the next page of this. Yep, there it is. Okay, I'll fix it.
At the museum, Conscience starts to grow his own conscience. Alex brings him back to a rambunctious Max and turns Max into a washing machine.
Scrubby-dubby into the tubby.
She turns Conscience into a pair of socks and throws the socks into the machine. Max is finally restored to his proper self and is once again a mild-mannered young boy. Later in the night, Alex finds her heartbroken brother in the museum and gives him a pep talk.
I love her.
Well,
You know what they say? If you love somebody, set them free. And if they really love you, they'll come back.
Not if they're a mind slave to a mummy.
Okay, so clearly I'm not as good as you are at making people feel better.
What you're gonna notice is that every time the show has a big event episode, it will always end with Justin and Alex talking somberly like that scene in the movie, trying to recapture that energy, but there will be diminishing returns every time.
And the Emmy goes to... And the crowd's all... Wizards of Waverly Place. Winner for Outstanding Children's Program.
I'm living the dream!
Watch the award-winning Wizards of Waverly Place every day on Disney Channel.
Dollhouse is the first episode of season 3 that isn't monster-themed, unless you count Alex as a monster.
Look at her!
Everyone's skeptical when Alex cleans out the basement, and it turns out she's trying to convert the space into her art studio. When Harper says her family is moving to Pittsburgh, the Russos welcome her to live with them.
Mom, you were right. They did ask. Okay, bye. She said yes, group hug.
You and your mom manipulated us. Looks like you are part of this family.
She winds up moving into the basement. Alex isn't initially eager to share.
You can sleep in the corner behind the water heater, warm and cozy.
When she sees a childhood dollhouse, she has an idea. She shrinks herself inside of it and deems she'll use that space as an art studio. Unfortunately, Jerry and Teresa decide to grab this and sell it with Alex inside. Her wand rolls out, and the episode basically claims Alex is completely incapable of doing magic without her wand, which actually remains consistent for the duration of the season until it doesn't. It's sold to a little girl, and Alex desperately cries to Harper that she needs help, but doesn't want Justin involved because she wants to solve her own problems without him. Justin, meanwhile, is selling a Captain Jim Bob Sherwood Command Module toy. A comic book hero he's been mentioning his obsession with off and on throughout the show.
That's a first edition Captain Jim Bob Sherwood! One crime that Captain Jim Bob Sherwood can't solve.
Kid would just hold up his action figure and say, Captain Jim Bob, protect me! Captain Jim Bob, protect me!
Captain Jim Bob, protect me!
When Max has a bidding war against himself to win some garbage from under his bed, Justin has the idea to use Max as a fake bidder to artificially drive up the price of the one person willing to buy this command module. He gets $400, but when Harper tells him the situation, he has to spend that $400 to buy the dollhouse.
Thank you, Justin. I will pay you back the money.
No, you won't.
I know, but the thank you was real.
Justin's actually a little bit more mad than usual today.
Where are you going? This is the part where we fight it out until I win.
I lost $400. You already won.
But they still hug, and they're still besties, and they're still siblings, and they still know each other. In the end, the little girl buys Max's pile of garbage for $400, ruining Justin's day and probably entire life. In Marathoner Harper, or Marathoner Helper, it has two titles, there's a little fancy one like that. Harper's training for a marathon. So Harper lives in the basement for the rest of the show, but we never see that basement again past Dollhouse. So Harper just alludes to her room on a semi-regular basis, but we only see her up in the common areas of the house from here on out. Alex is tired of Harper's loud, constant training in the living room.
When you moved in here, you promised me that you would never, ever, ever run a marathon.
Dear, I never said that.
So she looks for some sort of finish a marathon spell.
Oh look, a finish a marathon spell.
Now, she makes Harper an expert athlete. Justin, meanwhile, summons Zeke to help him train.
Justin, I just got your text. Quack it out, love that, love that. Let's cool it down. Let's just cool it down with some leapfrogs. You ready? Love it. Good extension. Really release. That's good.
Is that your son?
No.
No.
But it's all for naught. Harper wins the marathon and makes the family proud. The Russos basically decide that Harper's their daughter and Alex isn't. Jerry finds it odd that Harper won a marathon with no previous training and finds the spell Alex used. His daughter confesses that she used magic to help Harper win this and every single competition Harper's ever competed in her entire life. To make it up for her, Alex restages those events one by one, but Harper tragically loses every single one, mere seconds in.
All right, I just gotta beat 2,227.
One. Thanks for coming out. My pleasure. Although I wish you would have let her go first. Would have saved me about 3 hours of jumping rope.
Harper's bummed, but the episode has to end somehow, so Harper decides she's okay with it, and is very happy Alex did all those spells to help her. Although I'm not sure if she did. She very clearly made Harper an expert marathoner because she hated the sound of her training. So I feel like Alex probably just told Harper she was doing it to help because she's a pathological liar, and Harper genuinely believes anything. Also, Alex is just really funny in this episode. A lot of all-time iconic lines stem from here.
Why would you ever want to run 26 miles?
The same reason you stayed on the couch for the entire month of July.
I get it. A sense of accomplishment. Check it out. If you put cereal on hot dogs, it counts as breakfast. I've never used magic before my alarm clock went off. I don't have an alarm clock.
She says she has no alarm clock? What's this in the theme song then, Checkmate, libs.
The true test of talent in the Russo family is how well you wave a wine. A new episode of Wizards of Waverly Place is next on Disney Channel.
The next episode, Alex Charms a Boy, introduces the Alex Russo love interest that everyone actually remembers from the show. The cute British boy, Mason Greyback.
Sorry, I think you dropped this.
No, that's not mine.
Yeah, I know. I needed an excuse to come and talk to you.
This is the very first line of the episode. They're not wasting any time here. Alex is immediately smitten by this individual.
Mason Greyback. That sounds like the name of a game show host. Like, Mason Greyback, I'll take bridges for 1,000, please.
Oh, your question is, I think you're cute. What do you think of me?
We're out of time.
And for those paying attention, Mason had already been referenced in Future Harper from season 2.
You're upset. Did Mason break up with you already?
Who's Mason?
Oh, take a look. Take a look.
The two of them bond over their mutual love of art. They throw water balloons at random people off the balcony together. They have a romantic montage.
We should have a romantic montage. That should get our relationship started.
Now, back in season 1, Alex was very clearly racist against British people.
I can't take you seriously. Use big words like transparent. What are you, British?
Now she's completely over that and finds Mason's accent cute. So that's clear character regression from Alex there, but whatever, it is what it is. Alex sees a terrible painting of dogs in the Revolutionary War and decides to bring it to school so she and Mason can make fun of how terrible it is. When Mason shows her the painting he's been working on, it is also of a dog during the Revolutionary War. Alex thinks he also picked an intentionally terrible painting and laughs at it, only for Mason to sadly reveal that this was his own painting he worked hard on. Alex now has to desperately talk her way out of it.
You see, in America, laughter is how we show our appreciation. Like, Mr. Laritate is a great teacher. or Harper, that's a great outfit.
Also, it seems that Laritate's still teaching the art class after the events of Art Teacher from season 2. He never found a replacement like he said he would, which now makes him the history teacher, the marriage and family teacher, and the art teacher, on top of the principal of the school. Mason somehow believes Alex and decides he's gonna paint her as a dog next. Alex is hesitant. She just wants a regular painting of her, so she steals her dad's muse shell and blows it, causing Mason to become overwhelmed with inspiration. It's kind of almost a retread of the love potion and Cupid, but this time it's specific to painting, so it's different enough. He paints countless portraits of Alex, unable to stop like a meth addict, and Harper and her dad call her out on what she did.
Use magic to make your relationship okay. I don't think that's right.
Harper, doing what's right has never really been my goal.
As a great poet once said, don't go changing to try to please me.
Mr. Russo, are you quoting Billy Joel?
I've never heard of that person.
Mason's now drawing Alex with chalk on the ground. For this episode only, there's a window up here. Is this a separate window somewhere else on set with a digital extension or digital patch between the actual set exterior? Or did they just extend the wall upwards, build steps up here, but then take it down after this one episode? As it begins pouring rain, Alex blows the conch shell again and snaps Mason out of his charm. It turns out he still loves her. Alex tells him to kiss her, and he does. This caused millions of girls to think of Rain as romantic, and Jerry stares down proudly at his daughter. And now, Mason has entered the series. To quickly go over the B story, Justin's desperately searching for Juliet and the mummy, but isn't having any luck. Jerry decides to help him train by having Max randomly attack him at various intervals throughout the day. Justin puts on a pair of backwards-facing goggles to give him a tactical edge, and then, yeah, that's kind of it. In the end, Max casually reveals that the mummy was unleashed by him when he let the monsters out of the book earlier in the season, and just casually says,
I mean, I guess technically you can be mad at me.
You know, that reminds me of something.
Yeah.
Something I have to do.
Okay.
And I need your help.
Yes! Great, because I'm here for you. Whatever you need.
Good.
Yeah.
And this never comes up again. Pretty soon, the show is gonna start milking character drama out of anything that slightly looks like an udder. If Max had said this like 10 episodes later, there would have been a multi-episode storyline where Justin's mad at Max. So let's go back to Mason. He was hugely popular during this show's airing. He got his own wand ID in season 4, despite not being a main character. Jerry and Teresa didn't even get wand IDs. It was just the 4 kids and Mason, because he was the charming dream boy that every girl loved. And they loved him because the network told them point blank they had to.
Disney Channel takes you behind the scenes of the all-new Wizards of Waverly Place, Alex Charms a Boy.
Hi, I'm Selena Gomez, and you're on the set of Wizards of Waverly Place.
Hi, I'm Greg Sulkin. I play Mason, Alex's dreamy new beau.
With special guest star Greg Sulkin.
I was told to say the dreamy bit.
Oh, Greg, he's a cutie.
Nice guy.
He's sort of watching me, so I can't. Greg's
very handsome.
His accent's pretty cool.
Yeah, in America, everybody asks for me to speak in my British accent. For some reason, especially the girls, they love it. Obviously, I'm not going to complain. I just kind of say whatever they want me to say.
On top of that, they were also trying to convince the young, impressionable child audience to ship Selena Gomez and Greg Sulkin in real life.
Working with Greg has been really awesome. He does play my boyfriend. I can't complain on that. He's cute, too.
It was a kind of love at first sight. It's a very sweet, unusual romance. I think you dropped this.
No, that's not mine.
Yeah, I know. I needed an excuse to come and talk to you.
Very dreamy.
On screen, the relationship between Alex and Mason is a little complicated.
Alex is my muse.
Yep, it's like he's under her spell.
But there was nothing complicated about this off-screen friendship.
He's handsome. You're blushing. I made him blush.
It has been amazing.
Aww.
So,
we're a good team.
Alex Charms a Boy special event, Friday at 8, 7 Central, part of Night of Premieres.
Which is like so weird to me. They knew what they were doing here. They prompted Selena and Greg to say that about each other.
On Disney Channel next Friday, it's a full moon. The premiere of the 1-hour Wizards of Waverly Place event, Wizards vs. Werewolves. Alex and Mason grow closer.
We're so lucky that we found each other, aren't we?
I prefer to call it destiny.
Justin continues his search for Juliet.
What makes you think I'm gonna find her?
I've never seen you give up on anything.
And the Russo Wizards face their biggest challenges ever. Loyalties will be questioned.
The mummy! The young fool is finally come. Get away from her!
Relationships will be tested.
Alex, I'm sorry. Something just came over me.
I never want to see you again.
The Wizards vs. Werewolves 1-hour event premieres next Friday at 8, 7 Central.
The Wizards vs. Werewolves 2-part event was the most dramatic, intense storyline of all time as a kid. I'm sorry, it does not hold up, no. Max and Justin are continuing to have no luck with their search for Juliet and the mummy.
Are you sure that wasn't Juliet? Because it looked a lot like her.
No, it didn't. It was a giant squid.
Alex and Mason, meanwhile, are happier than ever, as he gives her a glowing red necklace as a gift. However, Mason keeps mysteriously rushing away in an overdramatic fashion at a certain point every night, which leads Alex to suspect he's seeing another woman. When she and Harper track him down, the unthinkable happens.
Go away, please!
So this is a painful question for you.
Get out of here!
Alex in turn reveals she's a wizard and learns that the heart locket glows when its wearer is in love with the person who gave it to them, which is a very weird thing for him to give her, but I guess he really wanted to know. The family is completely fine with Mason, who offers to use his tracking abilities to find Juliet and the mummy based on a piece of dental floss Justin saved. This leads them to Transylvania. If you remember back to season 2's Bewerewolf, Isabella says,
"When you kiss a werewolf, you turn into a werewolf."
Now, this is one of the most logically inconsistent shows ever. Mason's kissed Alex, but 100 things contradict other things with no explanation given. But here, we get one.
Oh. Hey, I've been meaning to ask you something. I thought when a werewolf kisses a non-werewolf, they turn into a werewolf.
That's only with mutts. I'm a purebred.
Oh. Did you hear that, Justin? My boyfriend's a purebred.
It's almost as if when logic gaps encroach on the character's love lives, then action must be taken and clarification is paramount. The mummy reveals itself and reveals Juliet has been turned into a hieroglyph, which can only be revived via this stone. Max casually defeats the mummy by just unwrapping his wrap. They didn't even need to use magic to defeat him, that's all it took. This is the guy the top monster hunters couldn't take down. Juliet returns to life, and she and Mason immediately reconnect happily, revealing they used to be lovers hundreds of years ago.
Yeah, go get the Oh, good job.
What's going on?
Do you guys know each other?
Yeah, we used to go out.
Juliet was my girlfriend.
This is the entire cliffhanger. Part 2. Alex and Justin are extremely jealous and all sorts of emotional hijinks ensue.
I didn't know we were looking for you.
I'll never stop loving you!
Oh my gosh, what are you doing?
I don't know.
Can't you see how I feel about you?
Alex, I'm sorry. Something just came over me.
I never want to see you again.
We have something special, and if you can't feel it, then I'll never be able to convince you.
No, Justin. It's you. You're the one I'm in love with. I'm sorry, Mason. I loved you once, but that was a long time ago. Like, before the United States of America, a long time ago. My true love is Justin.
You even know how to let a guy down sweetly. But please don't ever do that to me.
I have missed you and your cute little insecurity. I'm so insecure.
She cries at home as her mom comforts her.
And on the bright side, we're all really happy to see you have feelings.
Mason keeps trying to come back and prove his love to Alex, though she constantly denies him until he suggests she put the locket on him. That way, she can see he's really in love with her. And like, does that solve the problem? I mean, he just yelled,
"I'll never stop loving you!"
to his ex in front of his current girlfriend. Whether he loves her or not, that is undeniably an event that just transpired. This is just a hot mess for them. They head to Transylvania, then Justin, Max, and Juliet show up to stop them.
Now back away from my sister.
Mason insists he doesn't want to be stopped, and he starts violently fighting everyone. Like, girl, I'm so in love with you that I'm gonna physically beat up your brother to prove it. Alex is randomly a hot mess here. Like, this is the most overdramatic she's ever been. All kinds of chaos ensues. The fight's not good. Look at this.
Get away from her!
The fight ultimately ends with Juliet biting Mason to keep him from hurting Justin. And then, with 3 minutes left in the episode, we get this bombshell.
When a vampire bites a werewolf, they turn into a wolf.
You mean a werewolf?
No, a wolf. Forever.
Yeah, and when a werewolf scratches a vampire,
What?
I lose my vampire powers.
Huh? That wasn't set up before. As a kid, I didn't question this at all. But as an adult, I can't stop laughing at how contrived this is. Hey, remember the do-over spell? Remember the time stop spell? Remember the hundreds of improv spells that can do anything? Why aren't you using any of them? Mason turns into a wolf and runs into the distance. Juliet becomes an old lady and says goodbye to Justin.
I'm not so shallow that I would let something like an age difference come in between us.
I'm 2,193 years old.
That's a lot of years.
The issue is that now she's too old for him, so they can't be together, but she was still that old in the first place. Bridget Mendler, nothing actually changed here except for your skin, but she walks away into the distance as well. She goes off to star in Good Luck Charlie, leaving Alex and Justin to sadly reflect on their weird lives.
Promise me we'll find normal people.
We're not normal people.
Besides that final sweet moment, I've just gotta say, that was bad. The episode was the worst thing I've ever seen. This was like Lab Rat's Elite Force levels of stupid, pointless, overdramatic, contrived, and dumb. I was so disappointed because most of this show really held up until this point, and I remember this event from my childhood. This show is at its weakest when it's dealing with the teen love lives of these characters. I love this show with all my heart and soul, but every time Mason shows up, I'm laughing at it and not with it. What happened to Juliet's parents? We saw the Midnight Bite restaurant in this two-parter. They never show up again. They never react to their daughter getting kidnapped by a mummy because her boyfriend let her go. They never react to her becoming elderly and running off into the woods. They never see her again, and apparently never question what happened to her. 10 out of 10 though, I would recommend this. I think it's really good.
We'll be back with Emmy Award-winning Wizards of Waverly Place on Disney Channel.
And after all of that trauma, all of that drama, Positive Alex opens with Alex immediately having an obsessive crush on another man. This time is the pep band leader, George, and she wants to take him to homecoming. That's Austin Butler from the Elvis biopic. Alex and Harper are still cheerleaders together. Frankie Stein's no longer on the team because she's in prison for the rest of her life despite not doing anything wrong. And Justin, wanting to get the most out of his senior year, has joined the basketball team. Knowing Justin's a senior, we then know Alex is a junior. Alex, of course, is being sarcastic and negative about everything.
He is the first member of the Alien Language League to ever make an organized sports team. Try and make fun of that.
You just did. Give me an R. R. Give me a U.
You! Oh, she's gonna spell Russo.
Give me a kidding me.
Kidding me!
Hey!
This behavior, it turns out, is something George despises. He sees Alex as a leech on society with a net negative impact on the school, and he basically tells her this to her face. She thinks he's playing games with her, playing hard to get.
He is like an elf to my flame.
Don't you mean like a moth to your flame?
Nope, I don't like moths. They fly like they're broken.
At school, he finally makes it very clear that he is not interested because of her personality. And Alex decides her best course of action is to use a magic marker and write "Be positive" on her arm. This makes her a steadfastly positive person. This is just why do these exist? There are infinite spells that can already do anything. Why would it be more convenient for a wizard to write out a demand in marker than just perform a spell? Right now, I'm imagining this scenario where some sort of chaotic evil wizard takes a bunch of wizard magic markers and dumps them in a mortal elementary school, mixing them in with the regular markers, and just lets carnage ensue. That's what I would do if I were a wizard. Now, Alex is an obsessively nice person who cheers her team on. George is impressed and agrees to go to homecoming with her. Justin, who's been benched the whole episode, is allowed to play when his team's far ahead. And Alex's cheers are so motivating and powerful that he winds up scoring 3 3-pointers back to back.
Justin's so funny. Justin's so cute. Who could have guessed he could even shoot? Whoa! Good Justin! Good Justin!
Oh my gosh, that was so awesome.
Yay!
Way to go, Justin! Way to go!
Way to go, Justin! Way to go!
But then she becomes too positive and starts relentlessly cheering on the opposing team. This, in turn, motivates them so well to overcome their disadvantage and win, despite George's best attempts to inspire the home team with the pep band. In the end, he tells Alex she's weird, and he leaves.
I'm not going to the dance with you.
Well, I totally respect your decision, and even if we don't go together, it'll be so much fun. I can hardly wait.
Harper, having had enough of this, washes the positivity message off of Alex's arm.
This is really hard to get off.
But look, you're trying so hard. Ow! Harper, what are you doing? That's freezing!
Max, who was tasked with filming Justin's crowning moment, managed only to film random various other things and missed Justin's game entirely.
You know what's interesting? 4 3-pointers in a row.
Yeah, but when is that ever gonna happen?
It happened!
What? It happened when? Someone should have videotaped that.
I don't know why, but I think season 3 definitely started rough. To me, Detention Election is where the show finally gets its groove back and reaches the heights of the first 2 seasons. It's the first part of a 4-part storyline. A storyline that I have zero memory of whatsoever, despite remembering major events and gags from each of the 4 episodes. It just didn't get the same marketing or promotion of wizards versus vampires or wizards versus werewolves, so it got swept under the rug in my memory. Justin and Zeke are both running for student president.
And remember, Justin's just in time.
Just in time. Justin, listen, please just take the—
Alex is running for Speaker of the Assembly, a position that appeals to her because she gets to introduce the Assembly and then has no other responsibilities, freeing her to pull pranks around the school while the Assembly's running. Harper loudly mentions Alex's previous prank, which was dodgeballs filled with jelly. Unfortunately, she said this right where Lara Tate could hear it.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Good enough to land you in Saturday detention. You know, just because you're frozen, it doesn't mean you're not here.
With Alex in detention, the family joyfully decides to have an Alex-free day and visit all the places where she's banned.
Where's she not allowed to go?
Coney Island, Ellis Island, and Roosevelt Island. Alex thinks if you're on an island, then there are no rules.
But she lives on Manhattan Island.
Doesn't that explain a lot?
Suddenly, Lara Tate himself shows up at the Russo residence.
I'm here to take Mr. Russo to detention.
All right.
No!
Justin is brought to detention alongside his sister, and we soon find out why. The entire office has been vandalized, draped floor to ceiling with Justin's campaign posters. Alex stands up for her brother and says he didn't do this, he's too lame. But since there's no evidence to prove he didn't do it, he still has to attend detention. Guilty until proven innocent. After detention begins, a bad, mean girl walks in, and she puts the bullies in their place because she's the alpha bully. Alex is intrigued.
Who are you?
I'm Stevie. Last name? No, I don't want to know yours, so why do you want to know mine?
She makes you look like him.
I'm 90% sure Alex is questioning her sexuality right here.
At this time, I wasn't openly queer. And so when I was on Wizards, I think anytime I was doing a show, I felt very insecure or exposing myself as a flaming lesbian. But obviously, the fans that have watched the show, Stevie is a part of their gay awakening, and I wasn't able to mask my lesbian energy very much in the character.
I'm choosing to believe that somehow, canonically, Stevie and Stella from Lemonade Mouth are the same character in the same universe, because that would indirectly tie Lemonade Mouth to That's So Raven. On Coney Island, The Ferris wheel has broken down. Max takes his wand out to flash them out, but accidentally drops it. For the time being, the show is running with the no magic, no wand logic of Dollhouse. Detention gets cleared out, but Alex very much so wants to know who was behind this prank. Unfortunately, she gets kicked out before she can investigate.
All right, everybody, detention's over. Get out! Yes! Ah! Miss Russo, even though you're frozen, I can see you.
What about now?
Yeah!
At home, the jocks from detention approach Justin and accept him as one of their own.
I think you're ready. Yeah. To throw a rock at that nerd right there.
Giant dog on water skis. Hilarious!
Now I'm going to pretend to throw a rock at you.
Okay. Okay.
And I want you to pretend that it hits you.
Okay. All right. Oh, my spine! Oh, that's so painful! Oh.
As the Coney Island Ferris wheel becomes a dire survival situation, Jerry takes great relief in learning Harper's clothing is partially made of food. Alex then flashes Harper away and brings her to the school to snoop with her.
Where have you been? Oh, I was stuck on top of the Coney Island Ferris wheel with your dad and Max.
Coney Island? We're banned from there.
They manage to dodge Laritate.
No, my darling, no, my darling Clementine.
And sneak into his office. Harper has lots of generic Harper lines about how dreamy Justin is and how she would love to decorate her bedroom like this. Alex uses her wand to make the posters speak and asks them who's responsible. They retort that she told them not to say anything. 2 clues in there. Alex only gets 1. She's a girl, sure, but she also somehow told the magic posters not to talk. Alex, figuring it's a girl with nimble fingers, is somehow unable to think of a suspect. This is such a dumb mystery episode. There's literally only one possible person it could be. Back at school, Justin has now fully transformed into a jock, and he didn't even vote in the election at all. However, the jocks did vote for him, and with their extra votes, he won the election.
You didn't vote? What kind of citizen are you?
And Justin Russo wins by a total of 6 votes.
You know, Mr. Laritate, I'd like to withdraw my vote.
Okay. Justin wins by 5 votes.
However, Laritate promptly disqualifies him due to his vandalism. Alex, not wanting to see Justin lose the position he's wanted so badly, openly claims responsibility for the posters.
How did you do it?
It wasn't me. I know this is important to you.
Every time they do something nice for each other, I just want to hug them! Justin's reinstated as the student body president, and Alex gets disqualified from the assembly speaker position. Suddenly, out of the woodwork, Stevie also confesses to the crime and reveals a locker stuffed full of Justin's posters. Alex presses her on her true intentions, and she reveals that by sending Justin to detention, she knew he'd get the jock vote and ultimately win. The jocks, learning Justin didn't do the prank at all, kick him out of their ranks.
Wait!
All right, so what's the real reason you did it?
The second biggest troublemaker of the school is the sister of the president. There's a lot of ways to go with that.
Another masterful plan. All they gotta do is work on your evil laugh, and we can be good friends.
Back on Coney Island, Jerry finally gets food handed to him from the cart below, only to drop it when Alex teleports Harper back onto the Ferris wheel. Can we talk about the timeline here? They leave Saturday morning for Coney Island. We know this because Laritate says he needs Justin for Saturday morning detention. Then there's a full day at school when the election results are determined. There isn't school on Saturday. There isn't school on Sunday. It has to be Monday at the earliest, which means that at the minimum, Jerry and Max spent 48 hours stranded on a Ferris wheel. Legend says they're still there to this day. And next up, the best celebrity guest star integration into a TV show of all time, ever.
Shakira? Yeah?
Friday on Wizards.
We're huge fans.
Really?
Everything is not what it seems.
Oh gosh, Uncle Kelbo?
Uncle Kelbo!
Sister, brother, let's dance!
Dude looks like Shakira.
Shakira!
No, Justin.
Shakira!
And apparently he's only capable of saying...
Shakira! Shakira!
See?
International pop star Shakira
I love my fans, especially those who say my name over and over.
visits Waverly Place. Well, sort of.
What happened to Shakira?
Yeah, what happened to Shakira?
Things are shaking up.
Oh!
On the new Wizards of Waverly Place, Dude Looks Like Shakira. Friday at 8:30, 7:30 Central, part of Night of Premieres.
Dude Looks Like Shakira is a brief hiatus from the 4-part storyline that just started, kinda just randomly shoved here in the middle for no reason. Mom and Dad leave for a vacation, Kelbo's due to arrive any moment as the babysitter, and Justin announces that he's planning to throw a mixer while they're away, to continue getting the most out of his senior year. All of a sudden, international pop star Shakira walks into the room, and somehow her applause as effects isn't even as big as Misty May Trainor's.
Hello, thank you for coming to Waverly Substation.
Hello?
International pop star Shakira says that her bus is broken down and she needs a fan to sing a duet with her in order to fix it. Alex and international pop star Shakira sing together, and Max comments on how this makes absolutely no sense.
If I don't sing a duet, I'm never gonna get that bus fixed.
Random!
Possibly the writers using him as their vessel, because Disney forcing Selena Gomez to have musical numbers within Wizards Waverly Place was apparently a massive pet peeve of series creator Todd J. Greenwald. Then, suddenly, international pop star Shakira morphs into Uncle Kelbo? That is not how Alex normally laughs. That was 100% an outtake of Selena Gomez authentically laughing, and they just included that in the final edit.
There is no Shakira! I made her up years ago!
Kelbo reveals that international pop star Shakira never existed at all. He has been international pop star Shakira the entire time. But lately, he's been shapeshifting back and forth uncontrollably. Now he enlists the help of rule breaker Alex Russo, due to the fact that him being international pop star Shakira isn't allowed.
Look, if I get busted, I'm in big trouble. There's a strict law about using magic for fame and fortune, okay? It's one of the main 11 wizard rules.
It's essential that Justin not find out, as he'd report Kelbo to the Wizard Council right away. Justin will casually change the weather or teleport a concrete wall of a subway tunnel into the wall of a school. But the episodes whip out the stickler card whenever they need to, and honestly, I buy into it every time because Justin still acts like such a nerd even when he is breaking the rules.
I'll just have to face my magical punishment.
And what's that?
Well, they remove your ability to hold a wand by breaking both of your hands.
Well, what's magical about that?
A dragon does it.
Justin tells the coolest kid around, Magruder, about his mixer. We've never seen this kid, this knockoff Mitchell Musso before, but Justin holds his opinion in high regard. Magruder's not interested in a lame nerd party until he sees international pop star Shakira in the Waverly substation. Due to Kelbo creating a reputation of international pop star Shakira caring deeply for her fans, international pop star Shakira agrees to attend Justin's party. Justin runs off to tell everyone that she'll be in attendance. Alex, Max, and Kelbo continue searching for solutions.
See page 685. See page 532. Okay, stop flipping and call a doctor. What?
The tallest mountain in the wizard world contains the world's largest dwarf mine.
Great, we just solved this problem.
What? That's a wizard trivia book. We didn't solve anything.
We didn't?
Are those dwarves mining willingly? Suddenly, Max begins uncontrollably changing too.
What are you guys staring at?
Max, you're a trash can.
And you're a terrible older sister.
Alex discovers that you can catch a wizard sickness if you cast a spell that's been contaminated. We don't learn how the spell got contaminated or how a spell gets contaminated at all. I'm sure if we did, it would raise a lot of questions and I'd spend at least 5 minutes exploring all of the implications. Justin returns home after telling people about international pop star Shakira all day, only to discover the truth when Kelbo shapeshifts again. Alex begs him not to contact the Wizard Council, and he Stevie reluctantly agrees. He also mentions that his future wife will be named Stephanie.
I promise I will not move in with you and your cute but irritating wife.
Good. Because Stephanie and I both agree that it's high time that you stop bouncing between our guest bedroom and jail. And yes, that's right. Her name will be Stephanie.
Man, fuck Juliet, I guess. There's an episode coming up about how Justin still hasn't gotten over her at all, so my headcanon is that he's mentally trying to cope and move on by coming up with his Stephanie idea. At school, Alex tells everyone that international pop star Shakira won't be coming, but Magruder's just not buying it due to Alex's history of lying. A mob comes to see international pop star Shakira, who eagerly interacts with her fans.
I love New York City. That's where we live, Shakira.
Mom and Dad arrive, only to see international pop star Shakira dancing in the middle of their restaurant.
With Shakira?
Let's dance.
Unfortunately, she then shapeshifts back into Kelbo in front of a crowd. Alex magically redresses her family and then tries to pass this off by saying,
You all thought that Shakira was coming to the party, but actually, it's a come as Shakira to the party.
Yeah.
You can hardly tell the difference, huh?
Magruder and crowd out.
Great. Magruder just left. What are we doing?
Despite literally seeing international pop star Shakira shapeshift into a middle-aged man with multiple misconduct allegations, the crowd somehow buys Alex's story that international pop star Shakira was never here at all and doesn't question a single thing they saw.
Hey guys. Is it family picture day already?
Okay, I have no idea what's going on here.
Sadly, this is Kelbo's final appearance. My memories of this character were really vivid, and I could have sworn he was in more than 3. But I guess he wasn't. Either way, he was a highlight of this series, and he will be missed for the duration of this rewatch. Bye, Uncle Kelbo. Eat to the Beat continues the Stevie storyline. Alex and Stevie are tired of Harper's daily Shakespeare performances at lunch, which she apparently does, as is the entire student body. They decide that they want their favorite rock band, to play instead, and Stevie pressures Justin to make it happen, as she's the one who got him elected. The next day, he's arranged for a gentle, smooth jazz band to play in the cafeteria instead. Look at the drummer who is not touching his drums at all. In these shows, you need to have no background noise so that the actor's dialogue can be picked up without interference. As such, instruments are just pantomimed and not actually played, which is really clear and distracting when the instruments are two objects that need to be physically slammed together to make noise. The same thing happened with a cymbal player in Mighty Med. Alex and Stevie predictably despise the jazz band.
Maybe you don't understand how politics works. I got you elected. You do what I say. Sure, it's in that giant book you're carrying.
What were you doing? This is not a high school musical. Alex told me people would take me more serious if I wore a suit and carried around this bad boy.
Alex told you that?
Mm-hmm.
You guys don't like each other, but you still do what she says.
It's a very complicated relationship.
The girls watch perform right here outside their house because this is the only outside set the show has regularly. Harper starts listening to their music and goes aggressively insane for the rest of the episode as her inner demons get unlocked. Alex and Stevie decide to take matters into their own hands and arrange for to play at their school by lying that it's a paid gig.
It's a gig.
A gig?
Oh, it's a gig. So we're gonna get paid.
Do you get paid for gigs?
Yeah.
There you go.
Guys, did you hear that? We're gonna make rent! Making the rent! Yeah!
The band has no further questions or comments, they're just playing at school. Alex calls Bert Parks the jazz musician and says that a family of beavers ate the school and he cannot play. Alex calls Stevie to tell her the progress of the plan. Stevie calls Justin, posing as the manager, and says Bert Parks ruptured his uvula. Then Bert Parks, who's remained on screen the entire time, gets in contact with Justin. Justin's completely bought into Stevie's performance and tells the real Bert off, accusing him of being a prank set up by Alex. This was very creatively shot and composed. I wish there was more of this in the show. Justin is bummed that his jazz band can't perform, and mere moments after suspecting Alex was messing with him, takes her advice when she suggests her own favorite jazz band, the Smoother Brothers.
I know a smooth jazz band. I saw them play at a local smooth jazz place.
Which one?
The Smoothery.
Oh, cool. They opened that place back up.
There's a place called the Smoothery?
Yeah, you were there.
Yeah, no, I know, that's right. Yeah, no, because I like smooth jazz now.
Alex then calls Stevie and forces her to act as the manager of the Smoother Brothers on the spot. Their plot goes over perfectly. At school the next day, Justin realizes Alex duped him. This time, their fight strikes a little bit more personal than usual.
Not everything's always about you, Alex.
Yes, it is. I'm the one who got you to wear a suit and carry a cookbook around. It was a joke. And so are you.
Whoa, you guys. Alex, I thought this was just about getting banned.
No, forget that. Now it's about him always messing me up.
Stevie, her intentions not clear yet, pulls out a wand and casts a spell to turn into a smooth jazz band. Justin loves it, Alex is deeply confused, and Harper calls Stevie out on being a wizard, having witnessed the whole thing. Stevie swiftly and promptly casts a memory erase spell, different than the one we saw in The Supernatural, making Harper completely forget what she saw. There are 2 instances in the series where a memory erase spell gets used, and Jerry also mentioned it another time. It's very well established that wizards can wipe anyone's memory at any time. Keep that in mind during the end of the season, okay? Okay? Stevie talks to Alex and says she gave some different material to work with due to not wanting to see Alex and Justin keep fighting.
Yeah, he's my brother. We fight all the time. Sometimes I push it too far, sometimes he pushes it too far. That's how we show we care about each other.
But if you keep pushing each other like that, the caring will go away.
No, we'll always, kinda care.
Look, I have a brother and we used to fight like that. I didn't think about it too much, and then one day we just stopped talking. I don't even know where he is anymore. I don't want to see that happen with you guys.
I guess I wouldn't want that either.
The show is planting seeds and building towards larger revelations about Stevie, all of which will come to pass quite shortly. Also, Stevie's actor did not commit to saying ugh. Selena Gomez always went ugh. But Stevie's actor was like ugh, ugh, ugh. It was pathetic.
There's more Wizards of Waverly Place coming up on Disney Channel Saturday night.
That episode was a really good exploration of Justin and Alex's relationship, and this next one, Third Wheel, explores how Alex and Harper treat each other really well, except it completely drops his ball with the ending. It's also a complete goldmine for quotable lines.
Daddy, stop trying to take advantage of her.
Hey, she lives here now. I can exploit her just like I exploit the rest of you people.
It all starts with Harper vaguely recalling some sort of interaction with Stevie. When Alex performs a jog your memory spell, her friend suddenly remembers everything. At school, they confront Stevie about the fact she's a wizard.
Do you find the idea of brain erasing ridiculous or unridiculous?
I find it ridiculous that you would think that I would find it unridiculous.
Stevie confesses, and she kills an innocent man to prove it.
Oh my gosh, now I'm excited. Harper, she's a wizard!
Wait a minute. Where did that hole lead to?
I have no idea.
Oh my gosh, I love irresponsible magic.
He was about to ask me out.
Now, Alex finally has a cool wizard friend to hang out with.
Oh, hey look, I'm a wizard.
Harper, that's offensive.
Harper explains the situation to Justin as well.
That explains the hat.
What about the beard?
Harper, that's offensive.
Justin expresses his concerns that Harper's going to become a third wheel, something Harper begins to worry about as well when Alex and Stevie teleport away to lunch plans that Harper was originally a part of, and continue hanging out without her all day. When Justin enrolls them to help them build the school float for the upcoming parade, Alex and Stevie suggest a cynical idea about time ticking away. But then, as they're starting to build, they ditch Harper again to go hang out.
Alex is really taking advantage of you.
Harper, it's gonna be cold on Sled Mountain. Can I borrow your sweater?
Oh, okay.
Great, see ya.
I know what that looks like, but that was a one-time thing.
Harper, can I borrow $10?
All I have is a $20 bill.
Perfect, thanks.
Harper is a sad little girl, she can't build the float, and Jerry decides to consult her, but he doesn't help at all because now he's too dumb to properly give advice.
A table can't even stand without a third wheel.
Tables don't have wheels.
You know, if you weren't so critical, maybe people would want to hang out with you more. There's nothing worse than being a third wheel, and the worst part is, you never get over it. You're scarred for life.
Justin realizes Harper's too sad to help him make the float right now without Alex, so he has to use magic to become Alex to convince Harper to make the float with him. Not just use magic to make the float. Apparently that's a bridge too far for him. He'll use magic to become Alex and convince Harper to work on the float. Justin, as Alex, tells Harper she means the world to him and puts on an excellent Alex impression that Harper fully believes.
Why are you wearing Justin's clothes?
Oh, because I stole them from Justin. Because I'm a dirty, lying thief.
I know you are.
They build the whole float together, but when the actual Alex arrives, Justin's forced to panic and tells Harper they should pretend they never built the float together and that she'll be wearing a different outfit in approximately 5 seconds. Harper doesn't get the memo and becomes increasingly confused when Alex doesn't know what she's talking about. The tip-off for Harper somehow is that Alex changed clothes faster than humanly possible.
You know what doesn't make sense? Is how you change clothes faster than humanly possible.
Despite the fact that Alex is a wizard who can effortlessly change clothes faster than humanly possible and Harper knows this, Harper finds that suspicious. Justin finally confesses, and this prompts Alex and Harper's biggest fight of the series.
Wait, are you saying that I can't hang out with other friends?
Well, I guess you can do whatever you want, Alex, just like you always do. And I'll keep on forgiving you, just like I always do.
Is that the way you think our relationship works?
Pretty much, yeah.
Wow. Well, now I'm getting upset with you.
Oh, well, don't worry. I won't hold it against you. I never do.
Will you stop it? You're not acting like a very good friend right now.
Excuse me?
Uh-oh.
Did you just say I'm not acting like a very good friend? Because you can call me a lot of things, Alex, and you have, but a bad friend is not okay. Would a bad friend be working so hard on something she hates? That's right, I hate this float idea. I think it's tacky and cynical. But I'm working on it because it's the one my best friend wanted to do. That's the kind of friend I am.
Fine. If you hate this float so much, then why don't I just get rid of it for you?
They start destroying the float. Harper is literally correct here. Alex uses Harper, then abandons her when she finds someone better to hang out with. Harper sacrifices everything for Alex. Alex sacrifices nothing in return. She's a leech, but then she gets pissed when she's called out. Lara Tate arrives to see Harper and Alex destroying the school float, and Harper takes the fall for it, earning detention. Once she's in there, Alex sneaks up to the window.
Alex? What are you doing here?
I feel bad about what happened and I'm worried that you're still mad at me.
Alex doesn't say, I'm sorry. Alex doesn't say, you're right. Alex just says, are you still mad at me? And Harper isn't.
If I was still mad at you, would I have taken the blame for ruining the homecoming float?
Yeah, why did you do that?
Because I saw how much trouble you're going to get into. And even though Stevie's your new best friend, I guess I wanted to keep being your friend too.
Well, you're not my friend, Harper.
What?
Stevie's my friend. You're my sister.
I love you. I love you too.
Then Alex, having not learned anything, pulls Harper back into the abusive cycle she's been trapped in their entire lives. It's actually kind of insane to me that the episode does such an excellent breakdown of their dynamic, shows such clear understanding of its characters, and then treats them making up as a wholesome moment despite the fact this exact same behavior is just going to happen again. And the next episode is probably even more frustrating in terms of completely abandoning its poignant realizations about this universe.
New on Disney Channel Friday.
There will be no more wizards
wizard competition.
Evil! It's in the eyes! Look at it!
Stevie's plan to keep her wizard powers.
You're never gonna convince Alex to join your stupid revolution. Right, Alex? Alex!
It does sound kind of interesting.
What?
Lures Alex to the dark side.
Alex! Alex, let us in!
With my plan, your powers are guaranteed.
The good, the bad, and the Alex.
Are you in?
It's an all-new Wizards, next on Disney Channel.
This whole thing was produced wildly out of order, so this next episode is the final one that I'm writing and recording. The grand finale to the Stevie storyline. The good, the bad, and the Alex finally answers the lingering question. Who is Stevie's brother? When Stevie offhandedly mentions her sadness from not seeing him in years, Alex decides to reunite them at last. Her, Harper, and Justin use a magic jack-in-the-box to find its location. Justin says,
Being older than you, I remember a time before the WizNet, back when we had to use things like this.
He's literally the same age as her. You start remembering things when you're 3, so what, was he grinding on Wiz RuneScape for a year when he was 3 and Alex was still 2.5? They track her brother Warren to the Wizard City Hall, one giant confusing hallway. Despite the fact that Harper knowing about the wizard world is supposed to be a secret, she casually comes with them to the City Hall. Warren reveals that after he beat Stevie in the Family Wizard competition, she ran away before the power transfer ceremony could begin, preventing him from becoming a full wizard. It's wild that Stevie is Alex's age, but her Family Wizard competition already supposedly happened a long time ago. They don't even wait until you're 18, but we still don't know what the specific criteria are. The episode comes to the conclusion that this makes her evil.
She's evil! I knew it!
This seems to indicate that all the siblings' powers are combined into the eventual winner, which definitely contradicts the movie where Alex casually gets powers from a random orb and Max no longer exists. That probably wasn't canon though. So Alex and Justin debate whether or not Stevie's evil. Not whether Stevie objecting to the Family Wizard competition is evil, but whether she really did that or not. Because of course, objecting to the Family Wizard competition is evil, no questions there. Then, they finally get home, and Stevie's leading a fucking revolution in their lair.
The hour of victory is near, my followers. Very soon, we'll have enough wizards signed up to start the revolution!
We finally see the outside of the wizard portal is just a white void out here that apparently connects to the larger wizard world. I distinctly remember this void outside the portal, but I thought this was a recurring location in multiple episodes. It's literally just this one, it turns out. Stevie's locked the door, and apparently there is absolutely no way for them to get inside now. They can't use magic to beam inside, despite the fact that they regularly use their wands to flash to and from the wizard world, such as, I don't know, the previous episode.
Want an explanation? Here it is. Warren won. But I don't want to give up my powers, okay? It's not fair that only one person gets to keep their powers.
Evil! It's in the eyes! Look at her! It's evil!
Hey! If my plan works, there'll be no more wizard competition. I just need a few more wizards who have no chance of winning their Family Wizard competition to join me. So we can keep our powers forever.
Okay, Stevie is right here.
Why are you boring me? I'm right!
We spoke about this in the last video, but it feels completely arbitrary that only one kid gets to keep their powers. It makes no sense, but apparently the mere act of objecting to the system is unabashedly evil with no moral ambiguity. Stevie has thousands of wizards who are behind in their competition and on her side, ready to take action. Alex decides that this appeals to her. Stevie then casually teleports her into the lair, and they cast a dual spell to place plastic building blocks in front of the portal.
Ugh, bricks made of plastic, the natural enemy of magic.
Stevie explains her evil plan.
I knew when we met that you would want to keep your powers like me.
And I knew there was something I liked about you. But this is genius. You are my new role model.
Alex is in love.
We just need to find one more wizard. And we'll have enough power to overload the distributor.
If all of Stevie's wizards cast a spell at once, they'll, quote, overload the distributor, unquote, ensuring no wizard will ever have to surrender their powers ever again. They just need one more. Max casually walks in and Alex swiftly manipulates him to her side, telling him he'll be the king of all wizards if he joins. He's in. Justin here has completely lost faith in Alex and absolutely thinks she is evil now, which, like, okay. I guess she's never proven herself to you. Harper disagrees with him.
You're gonna see that Alex sometimes goes down the wrong path, but she always does the right thing in the end.
Justin orders wizard fortune cookies. Wizard fortune cookies can clearly show the future to anyone who opens them, and we never see these again.
You can't stand up against 5,000 wizards who want to be wizards forever.
You're not really gonna do this, are you, Alex?
Yes, Harper, I am. I hope that when this is over, we can still be friends.
There. Do you need any more proof?
I don't believe in fortune cookies. Except for this one that I got that said people are talking behind your back. And then when I turned around, they were.
I guess the episode implies the future is locked because neither Justin or Harper discussed trying to change the timeline or prevent this outcome. Harper still maintains hope that this isn't the full picture. And she also shoots her shot with Justin, per usual.
You want to kiss a little bit?
They rush to the Hall of Transfers to work with Warren and try to prevent Stevie's attack. The girls show up and defeat their best efforts to stop them. Alex tells Stevie they should take a victory photo together and put their hands on the power swords as if they're gonna give up their powers. And then she strikes. She turns Stevie to stone and properly transfers her powers into her brother, revealing that she's been working against her the entire time in secret. There are still thousands of wizard rebels out there somewhere. They're 3 people short of being able to cast this spell, but they're never acknowledged again. Max accidentally knocks Stevie over and shatters her into a million pieces. Everyone chuckles as buddies because Max literally killed a woman trying to take action against magical eugenics. This brings his kill count to 2. Unless the monsters he unleashed earlier killed people, in which case, it could be a lot more than 2. According to Stevie's Wikia page, Todd J. Greenwald stated, Stevie was fused back together and set off to an island for 6 months of soul rehab. She now lives a happy, fulfilling life back in the Wiz world with her dogs, Mark and Susan. I cannot find any evidence anywhere of him saying this. Apparently this quote is from when the show was airing, so it's probably on a defunct website now lost to time. I don't remember this storyline or Stevie at all, but I remember locations from all 4 of these episodes. Visuals and jokes have never left my brain.
What can you two do? Text each other from opposite sides of the couch?
Hey, it goes from my phone to outer space back to her phone. That's pretty magical.
Okay.
It really shows just how effective Disney Channel marketing was, because that's what determined the memorability of these arcs. If this had trailers that proclaimed Wizards versus Stevie or Wizards versus Rebels, I would have remembered this existing. Okay, pause. The Survivor 43 finale just finished? What the fuck was that? What the fuck just happened? That was one of the most brutally dissatisfying seasons of the show. I love being surprised, but I don't even understand what he won. Cassidy was running that game. People talked about how big of a threat she is in literally every other episode. Earlier in this episode, then she only gets 1 vote? Make it make sense, please. She deserved to win. I'm gonna kill myself. Season 44 looks really good, though. I'm looking forward to that. After an episode called The Good, the Bad, and the Alex wasn't an homage to Westerns, the episode Western Show is here to overcompensate. Superintendent Clanton comes to investigate Tribeca Prep. The Russo kids in particular are so rambunctious and terrible that he fires Principal Larry Tate on the spot.
Oh, hey.
Out of my way, people! Coming through!
Alex, what is going on? Alex, come back here.
Nope.
This is not a good time for this.
Now it's a classic sitcom instance of, oh no, the new guy is worse! The kids have had enough of Superintendent Chalmers' dress code. He's fundamentally changed Max into a productive member of society after only 1 day.
With my new appreciation of law and order, I'd much rather stay home and conform to the rules of society.
Okay.
Alex and Justin find Larry Tate at his new job and beg him to come back, but unfortunately, he is living his best life he can under the circumstances.
Unfortunately, I was born at the wrong time in history. Working here at Wild Bill's is as close as I'll ever get to living my dream.
The siblings decide they need to make him see the Old West wasn't as good as he's always thought, so they decide to use time travel to bring him back there. I'm honestly surprised the show hasn't gone to the time travel well more often, given that they can canonically do it with little effort.
Hey everybody, congratulate me, I just won the Indianapolis 500 in the year 2092.
In the actual Old West, it turns out that Sheriff Larry Tate loves the filth and grime after all. Still desperate to make him change his mind, Alex uses a spell to create an outlaw.
Bad Leroy Brown, run Larry Tate out of town.
What did that spell create Leroy Brown's entire posse? Was there already an outlaw named Leroy Brown who resembled Superintendent Chalmers that Alex happened to know about? I really have a lot of questions here, and the episode really has no answers. Larry Tate decides to exercise his authority as sheriff, and a showdown commences. There are no guns, so they're just circling each other. I guess to a fist fight. They battle, and this leads to a full-scale bar fight.
Oh my goodness, that's total lawlessness! Excuse me? Total lawlessness!
Larry Tate comes out on top as Leroy Brown flees. The kids haven't made Larry Tate lose his love of the Old West, but they've given him the confidence to stand up for himself that he lacked before. They time travel back to the present, and Larry Tate mistakes the whole encounter for a dream. He returns to the school and tells Superintendent Chalmers to stop what he's doing and that he's the principal again. And of course, naturally, this works, as I'm sure it would in real life.
You're all meanies. You can have this job.
At the end, Justin tells his horse about his centaur ex-girlfriend and suggests that the horse should date her. A human and an actual animal potentially sharing a partner is a completely ordinary part of this universe. Also, there's a rack with 4 horses walking around, but pay close attention, they only had 3 horses on set, I swear. They keep moving the characters around on the different horses to make it seem like there's 4, and they never show all of them at the same time. You can't hide this from me, Disney! In Alex's logo, Alex sells her own custom t-shirts on school grounds, which are immensely popular. I'm assuming Gigi must have transferred or something because everyone thinks Alex is the coolest woman alive right now. Justin insists she pay a fee to the student council after illegally profiting on school property. She reluctantly agrees to get out of trouble. But uh-oh, now she wins a citizenship award due to her contributions to the school. Justin's angry because this nerd wishes he had a citizenship award, and he thinks she used magic to get it just to spite him.
I didn't use magic. Apparently, I participate in school now. Okay, the school mural, cheerleading, happy helpers, and, you know, the unofficial activities that nobody knows about.
He puts a truth spell on her to learn if she's lying. This is literally the stupidest incantation for a spell in the whole show.
Don't let Alex be a liar. The truth is on fire.
Alex isn't lying. Justin's not happy about this, so he decides to leave the truth spell on her so she'll humiliate herself while accepting the award. He's really playing with fire right here. She literally could have revealed magic. She doesn't, but she so could have. She roasts everyone, she proclaims how much she dislikes her every peer, and she's relegated to being the least popular girl in the entire school now.
There she is! Get her!
She's so shunned from society, Mr. Larry Tate becomes Alex's only friend.
I'm sorry, Mr. Larry Tate.
Herschel.
Alex teaches him what texting is, and this episode claims he's never heard of it before, but the art teacher literally texted her resignation to him in season 2.
Miss Major Healy texted in her resignation. Which is strange, because I didn't know my phone got texts.
Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
In the end, Larry Tate sees how lonely Alex is, so he decides to humiliate himself in front of the student body and then give everyone detention. He's now the punching bag of the school, and Alex is spared.
Thank you.
Their relationship's so sweet, man. Like, she's the worst student in his whole school, but she's also like a daughter to him. Good stuff. Overall, I found this a really meh episode, derivative of a lot of previous ones, and I was heartbroken to discover that this was David Henry's writing debut. I'm not even willing to entertain the notion that David Henry's mid, so we're just gonna move on. I cannot dwell on this. He was only 23 though, okay? In his defense, not his fault. Dad's bugging out is a really interesting test of human memory. I specifically recalled that Justin's crepe chef quits and the family has to cook crepes in time for his party that's happening downstairs. What I didn't remember about this episode is that the dad turns into a fucking insect.
Very late!
The Spanish-speaking chocolate elf and Flutter the improv actor fairy fly into the lair because Alex irresponsibly left the portal open, which implies they're all roaming free out there in that white void. A wizard bug flies in and bites Jerry, causing a well to appear on his back as he slowly transforms into an insect.
I'm sure it'll be fine. He'll be back to normal in no time.
Meanwhile, Justin is eagerly hosting an Alien Language League banquet at the substation, with a crepe dinner cooked by Joey the Crepe Kid. And this is the actor for Frankie from season 1.
Good day.
He's not referred to as Frankie, nor is there any acknowledgement of his previous characterization. But if you look back at the credits of his first 2 appearances, he's credited as Joey. Something really prompted the show's casting department to say, hey, let's bring back the child mob boss from 2 season 1 episodes as a world-renowned crepe chef with 3 lines in season 3. We love that. And after Jerry transforms in front of him and scares him away, we never see him again.
This place is disgusting. It's the biggest bug I ever seen. Oh. Get the car going!
Justin's hope of getting a Lifetime Achievement Award are crushed. I'm not sure who'd be giving him that award, seeing as he created the Alien Language League, but nonetheless, he was hoping to get that tonight, and now he won't. Jerry and the rest of the family aren't willing to accept that. They agree to make the crepes themselves. Also, this is such an amazing prosthetic costume, I haven't mentioned that yet. I hope this is still intact in a storage unit somewhere in LA. I'd be very sad if this were dismantled. As Justin pacifies a crowd hungry for crepes, the family is hard at work cooking. None of them have the idea to use magic, not a single one. They don't slow down time, they don't reverse time so Jerry never got bitten or never scared Frankie, and they don't make Frankie forget about this encounter. Nothing. They really just forget they're wizards in this episode. When Jerry accidentally spits acid on the crepes and destroys them, Alex has an alternate idea. She parades Jerry downstairs and tells everyone that Justin managed to capture a real alien. The crowd's amazed, they have no further questions at all, and Justin gets his Lifetime Achievement Award. Not sure from who. The one singular trophy prop that this show has.
I'm just happy that I got my trophy.
Uh-oh.
Dad! You melted my trophy!
I was just trying to read the engraving.
New on Disney Channel Fridays.
Is Max talking to a girl? Oh, Tom.
Max tries to hide his new crush.
Guess what, Tom? You've been caught in some kind of lie.
Nancy is my girlfriend.
But when he reveals his true self to her,
If you're gonna have a girlfriend, you have to show her who you really are.
it's truly a disaster.
I'm so relieved I told her I'm a wizard.
You what?
New Wizards of Waverly Place, next Friday at 8:30, 7:30 Central. The Disney Channel. It's on.
In Max's secret girlfriend, Max reveals he's been in a relationship with Alvin and the Chipmunks, the Road Chip star Bella Thorne all along. He's made up a false identity and has not mentioned any relation to the Russo family due to how utterly embarrassing they are on an intrinsic level. Alex pins the embarrassment blame on the parents and suggests that she and Justin use magic to age themselves up and pretend to be Max's parents, so Bella Thorne can see that Max's parents are cool. Alex and Justin argue, they embarrass Max, of course, an embarrassment that's compounded when Jerry and Teresa enter the substation dressed in cosplay. Bella Thorne leaves, confused. She's a very normal individual, she wants nothing to do with this. The parents learn the truth and Teresa scolds Max for lying to his girlfriend. So Max finally comes clean.
You what?
What?
Now the family needs Max to stop telling the truth and lie again, which is difficult because Max took her on a magic carpet ride. So he invites her over, and the family has to convince her that they're special effects experts, instead of just time traveling or wiping her memory, which they can do easily, as established by previous episodes. They place a scrolling projector in front of her, blow a giant fan on her, and put the magic carpet on an articulated rig, which is literally what they used to film the actual magic carpet scenes according to the behind the scenes tag in the original magic carpet episode. Now, Bella Thorne is mad at Max for lying to her about being a wizard and has had enough. She breaks ties with him and dumps him on the spot in front of his whole family.
I'm keeping the dead lizard. It deserves better than you.
If I had a nickel for every time a Russo brother's girlfriend dumped them on the terrace in front of the whole family, I'd have two. Bella Bella Thorne was nominated for a Youth Artist Award based on her, 15 lines in this episode. She got half as many nominations for a minor role in one episode as David Henry got for a major role in 110 episodes. The Disney machine back then just picked random teen actors that it was determined to prop up at all costs. And that was that. And Bella Thorne's so famous now that she's never left the national spotlight at all. Wait, no, sorry, I was thinking of Zendaya.
Is there anything you didn't tell her?
Yeah, I didn't tell her about the dragon dog because I still have no idea what happened to that.
Hey, yo, remember the dragon from season 1? The show just referenced that. Alex Russo, matchmaker, sees the characters preparing for a science fair. For no reason, the school has teachers who aren't Mr. Laritate all of a sudden. Alex is using magic to read Harper's thoughts, an ability which we're only seeing now, and discovers that Harper has feelings for Zeke.
Alex, stay out of this. Please don't meddle.
Fine, I won't. See you later. After all these years, she still thinks I'm gonna do what she asks.
She then reads Zeke's thoughts, but he's only thinking about dust.
And another? And another?
This is gonna take a lot of meddling.
Hello? Who's there?
Alex becomes determined to pair Zeke and Harper romantically, but Harper wants the relationship to develop at its own pace. Alex is not a patient individual, and she convinces Zeke to partner with Harper behind her back. They do, and the two of them get to work on a sewing robot. Sobato Roboto. They don't immediately fall for each other and actually just focus their efforts on the project, which Alex won't stand for. Alex tells Harper she needs to work harder for her relationship with Zeke, and Harper says that Zeke partnering with her is proof that her slow-pace approach is working. But Alex angrily snaps that she's the reason he partnered with her at all. Then they have a dramatic fight as they both awkwardly walk in the same direction due to living in the same home. Meanwhile, Justin creates a fully functioning water-powered engine while Max takes random objects from under his bed and puts them on the barbecue grill to see if they'll come to life. We actually see Jerry teach a wizard lesson. This is the first one since season 3 episode 3 when Fred Willard came in, and believe it or not, this is the final time we see Jerry teaching in the entire series, with 40 episodes left to go.
Now, the most important thing to remember is you can never use this spell on people.
Alex comes into the lesson late. Justin no longer attends these lessons, as we learned in episode 3. Teresa gives Alex some advice.
And I think you may be trying to relive your relationships with your old boyfriends through Harper and Zeke.
What? Mom, my old boyfriends have nothing to do with this. I don't even think about them. I don't even remember their names.
Riley, Dean, and Mason?
Mom, I asked you never to say their names again.
Alex, quite predictably, will not stop pushing her luck until it snaps back in her face. She steals the Sparks Fly spell and uses it on Harper and Zeke, making them fall for each other immediately. This is now a third way to make people fall in love in this universe, outside of love potions and Cupid's arrows.
Hey, Max. Hey. Thanks for letting me use your notes in the Sparks Fly spell. I really put them to good use.
Yeah. Oh, wait, there was some warning Dad said. I forgot to write it down.
Well, Max, what was it?
Oh, I remember. He said never leave any cake frosting around because it might attract ants.
Ugh.
Could have been disastrous.
Yeah.
Harper and Zeke are generating sparks every time they touch and they're overloading. One of these sparks brings Max's barbecue objects to life and he wins the science fair, sniping Justin. Alex realizes the only way to fix this is to counteract them with a negative charge. Her simply touching them works, because she's negative enough to override the spell. They never finish their robot, and it's all Alex's fault. She apologizes to her friend for using magic when she didn't have to, and Harper really has no choice but to forgive her, I guess, because she's living in her house, so she does. This episode's weird because the whole magic going awry aspect didn't kick into effect until there was like 4 minutes left. It feels like the writers were thinking, oh no, we need to incorporate magic somehow, and they just threw it in at the last minute. But Teresa's talk with Alex was deep, man. Like, I know it's not actually that deep or groundbreaking, but there is more psychological complexity to Alex in this one episode than any character across 162 episodes of the franchise.
Cool off with the cool Wizards of Waverly Place. Alex Russo and the gang are next. Disney Channel, it's on.
We suddenly learn in Delinquent Justin that Justin is about to graduate high school.
You're the only one of our kids that we know for sure is gonna make it through high school. We're excited!
As he looks forward to college, Alex is excited to inform her brother that he's already graduated college.
What?
Because 4 years ago, she created a clone of him and sent him off to college so he could get his degree simultaneous with Justin getting his high school diploma.
What?
Now, as a graduation present, she plans to combine the two to merge their education so Justin can be completely done with school.
What? What?
I gotta point out that Alex learned the cloning spell in the pilot, which implies she must have known some variation of it prior to that episode. Also, I feel like this same strategy could absolutely work for wizard training, right? What if Justin cloned himself, sent his clones to learn different spells each, then recombined? The fact that he didn't think of this and I did means that I am, in fact, smarter than Justin. Uh-oh, Justin's post-college self is a hippie and a slacker who dropped out of college after a couple terms.
Don't call me Justin. I only go by my spirit name, Bursting Eagle.
Classic gifted kid burnout. Alex's plan didn't work. You could almost say college Justin is a delinquent, or perhaps delinquent Justin. That's the reason the episode's called Delinquent Justin, because Justin's a delinquent. Do you get it? Let me know if you want me to explain. Alex recombines their personalities, but college Justin winds up as the dominant personality, turning Justin into a dour pessimist who's going to tell the graduation audience to completely give up on their lives, rather than read the graduation speech that high school Justin worked hard on.
I took an introductory philosophy course, and I realized that there are much more important things in life than being a know-it-all. Name one! The stark beauty of silence, man.
Alex learns a spell to reverse the aging of his brain, but accidentally de-ages him into a child. Now she has to prevent him from completely destroying his reputation during his graduation ceremony. Something she does not succeed at doing.
I want a puppy, but I can't have one until I stop putting gum in my hair. My bedtime's 7, but I can read pop-up books in my bedtime.
Take care of your health and something about reading. Good night, everybody!
Man, you know what spell would come in handy to fix this situation? Literally, like, all of them. Alex, you're very dumb. She finally returns him to his normal self back at home, but this time she performed magic irresponsibly in an attempt to be nice to someone, so we can forgive her.
I'm so sorry. I should have never created that duplicate in the first place. I guess I was just scared that I really wouldn't have anybody to fight with when you went off to college.
We've had a lot of pretty good fights, huh? I think we still got a few good ones left in us. What do you think?
I hope so.
You guys are hilarious. Just say you love each other.
No, we don't!
In Captain Jim Bob Sherwood, Justin is ecstatic to learn that he has been selected as the writer of his favorite comic series, Captain Jim Bob Sherwood, in the wake of its creators retiring in a contest to find their replacements. Unfortunately for him, Alex also applied solely to annoy him, and she has been selected as the comic's artist. Now they're forced to work together to create this comic, as Justin tries desperately to stick to the source material, while Alex goes completely off book, using some artwork that's remarkably good for a high school student.
A bear comes, and he slaps the taco out of his hand, eats the rocket, and then takes the girl pirates to a really cool club. The bear gets stopped at the rope because he doesn't have his ID.
He has a girlfriend, Jessica Moon, and he only eats the things that he grows on his farm, spinach and apples.
Justin insists that it's the illustrator's job to draw the author's stories, while Alex insists it's the author's job to write stories that go with the illustrator's drawings. The show treats their arguments with equal weight, but Justin is so objectively correct here. Harper refuses to settle their argument, so Alex uses magic to pull Captain Jim Bob Sherwood himself straight from the pages of the comic.
Hey kids, this ain't no job for no farmer. This is a Captain Jim Bob job.
It took me a while to pin his voice, but then I eventually figured it out. It's Roger Doofenshmirtz.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
It turns out that he is so tired of the same routine of his source material that he runs away to explore the world. To lure him back, they dress as villains. Watch this.
Wait!
I'm an evil queen. What are you supposed to be, some kind of fancy bunny?
No, I'm Archibald Van Cleef, Captain Sherwood's nemesis.
Alex did the spell, Justin had no part of it, somehow Justin got dressed as a specific comic villain Alex had no knowledge of. If so, how did she dress him like that? He was panicked, he wouldn't have had time to think of a costume he wanted to wear because he didn't know what Alex was doing when she casted that spell. So I don't think you could argue that the wand read his thoughts or something either.
I'm Archibald Van Cleef.
Why did they name him that? Ultimately, it's dressing Harper as his girlfriend that lures him back. She's younger than him by many years. They shove him back into his comic book, and ultimately Justin agrees to go with Alex's direction. They weave new inspired stories to give Jim Bob Sherwood new experiences, and they get rave reviews. So even though it's never mentioned again, please keep in mind that Alex and Justin are now the core creative team of an actively running comic book. Now it's time for Wizards vs. Finkles, the least deserving Wizards vs. Blank episode. An episode which doesn't feature anything resembling a showdown between Wizards and Finkles. Somehow it took 75 episodes to introduce Harper's parents, but here they are. Harper's mom got hit by Michael Scott's car in The Office, season 4, episode 1 moment, am I right? They're vaudeville performers, and now they need Harper to rejoin their act as they prepare for an audition to go to Romania. Their act requires a third performer, and no one in the family has the idea to solve the situation with magic. They could just make a clone of Harper and send her off with her parents? No? Alright, they forgot their wizards, they forgore, skull emoji. Well, someone has to go, and Alex is won over by their carefree attitude, so she decides to go. However, after rehearsing with them, she is shocked to discover that performing is work and no longer wants to. Meanwhile, her family plans to use reverse psychology to talk her out of it.
So listen, Mija. When we were saying that you should go to Romania before, we were really saying that you shouldn't go.
Max, I know. Reverse psychology. I got it.
Right. So now I'm saying that you shouldn't go.
I'm not. I already decided how I'm getting out of it.
So you're not going?
No.
Oh, I got you. So you're using reverse psychology on me, right?
No, I'm really not going.
The more you say you're not going, the more I know you actually are going.
It's good talk, Max.
Earlier, the Finkles mistook Justin for Zeke and were pleased to see Harper's with a boring square of a man, so Zeke's now determined to become as boring as humanly possible. Alex explains to Justin the next morning that she is going to intentionally tank her audition so that neither her or Harper have to go. Again, no one thinks to use magic in this situation. She performs terribly on purpose. Justin comes out to help her and he performs his own show on stage. Alex joins him. Jerry, Max, and Harper decide to cause chaos, not knowing what Alex is doing, and they show up on the stage as well. The director finds their audition so immensely humorous that he gives them the role on the spot, despite the fact that they weren't planned to be there. He then offers the Finkles a different act in Ohio. Then Zeke arrives and clog dances on the stage to win the approval of Harper's parents. That was undoubtedly an episode. So even though it's never mentioned again, please keep in mind that the Russo family is now touring Romania as part of a vaudeville act. All About You Universe is a pretty typical be careful what you wish for episode. Alex is trying to fundraise for a class trip to Europe, so she buys a vending machine using money she stole from the cash register. She is swiftly and promptly grounded.
There is only one way that I can get out of this, and that is to hide from you people.
Whew, I thought she'd never leave. Let's talk bad about her. She is so lazy.
She walks into the lair and sees a mirror for next week's wizard lesson. She realizes she can pass through it and steps into an alternate universe where everyone worships her and follows her every command. An All About You universe. The entire set's flipped horizontally, but Alex's shirt is still visually correct, which means that in reality they had Selena Gomez wear a shirt with mirrored text. That's cool. Alex decides she quite likes this, and when real Teresa demands she get out of there, Alex tells Mirror Harper to do something. Mirror Harper proceeds to break the mirror. Now trapped, Alex sees the vending machine idea fall apart before her eyes. Zeke becomes fat, no one's buying sandwiches at the substation, so it closes down. Teresa uses her free time to become a musician. and the family has to rent out every single bedroom to strangers to pay the bills. Look at these extras, they are trying so hard. Love these guys. In the real universe, the family works to repair the mirror.
In order to fix the broken mirror, you just need to take the broken pieces and tape them back together. What?
So you fix a magic mirror the same way you fix a regular mirror. Magic is lame.
It's mostly fixed, but it's mysteriously missing a piece. Justin and Teresa suggest they just give up. There's nothing they can do.
Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna turn off the lights. If somebody happens to know where the missing piece is, they can just set it on the table and walk away. Blame free, all right? Okay.
It's so weird that you're trying to play a little game.
The idea that you would think
to
I would
get me
withhold.
to-
Alex is chased by her suck-ups, and she eagerly makes the jump back to her proper universe. Normally, it isn't super noticeable when a cast member is gone, but here, Jerry and Max are both gone, and it's quite prominent when the entire cast is standing together. Anyways, Alex is grateful to be back home and happily accepts her punishment.
Stick around for more Wizards of Waverly Place. Disney Channel, it's on.
In Uncle Ernesto, Teresa's birthday is coming up and her brother is coming to visit, the titular Uncle Ernesto. It is absolutely essential that no magic shenanigans happen in front of him. Got it, guys? None. No magic shenanigans. Magic shenanigans happen in front of him. First, Max won't shut up.
But I don't really need those. I've been to Mars.
Mars?
Uncle Kelbo has been sending the family presents in the wizard mail. Wizard presents, including but not limited to a party in a box, a Swiss Army backpack that generates elves, and a few chicken. A magic chicken that lays eggs which can answer any question about the future. The kids ask the chicken who's going to win the family wizard competition. Unfortunately, the chicken gets loose in the house during the birthday dinner.
Did the magic chicken move all the furniture around?
What? Max calls Dad Magic Chicken.
Oh, right. And I call him Boy Who Should Stop Talking.
Hey, Magic Chicken.
Hey, Derek, your son's calling you?
Things escalate. An elf materializes from Justin's Swiss Army backpack. There's a helicopter overhead, who gets frightened by the chicken and opens the party in a box. Teresa's just really not having a great day, it seems.
Sorry, Mom, I didn't mean for all of this to happen.
You never mean it, do you, Alex? Yet it always happens. I should have known better than to trust you. And now I had to lie to my own brother about what's going on in there, which is exactly what I was trying to avoid in the first place.
I'm sorry, Mom.
They come back inside, Ernesto's gone. Justin contained the party by blasting the police siren spell. Teresa's upset that her brother probably hates her now, and once the few chicken lays its egg, Alex decides to shove it down the garbage disposal and destroy it, to make a sacrifice for her, the way she always does for them. Then, Ernesto returns with all of Teresa's cousins. He's not mad at all, he's ready for a party, and they sing happy birthday in Spanish as a family. Back in the Genie episode from season 1, Teresa says that Justin looks like Uncle Ernesto.
He looks a little like your Uncle Ernesto.
Just oozing with familial resemblance, I think. For some reason, the episode and the Disney Channel were obsessed with Uncle Ernesto's actor Wilmer Valderrama.
Hey! Nice to see you. What's up, man?
They aired a full 90-second promo hyping this man up.
All new Friday, the Russos celebrate Mom's birthday with a special guest.
I am Wilmer Valderrama, and you know me as the voice of Handy Manny, and now Uncle Ernesto on Wizards of Waverly Place. It was really fun. It was really great, and I'm so happy to get to know them, and to be part of the family is kind of neat.
That's sweet. We feel the same way.
And I was like, who are you?
Who is this? Who is this person? Who are you? Who are you? Who is this?
So I started investigating this individual. He recently played Encanto's dad in the new Pixar film Moana. Turns out he dated Demi Lovato when he was 12 years older than them. They met when she was 17 and he was 29, then started dating shortly after. And Demi's recent song 29 was actually about him.
17, 29.
For me, family is ridiculously important.
Let's keep in mind though that Demi only wrote one song about Wilmer, whereas Olivia Rodrigo wrote 9 songs about Joshua Bassett on her 11-song album Sour, which implies that mathematically, whatever Joshua Bassett did to her was 9 times worse than what happened to Demi Lovato.
All new Friday.
There's so many things that I wanted to do with Juliet.
Justin's heart is stuck in the past.
If he can't hear it from us, maybe he needs to hear it from Juliet.
Juliet is not coming back.
Or is she?
And only one person can help him move on.
Juliet?
I'm back.
You look great! You're young again! What kind of moisturizer are you using?
Good Luck Charlie's Bridget Mendler returns as Juliet.
Attention everyone, my true love has returned!
Sweetie, this doesn't add up. And when things don't add up, it's because there's usually magic involved.
And everything is not what it seems.
Oh, I can't kiss you.
Why not?
A surprising new Wizards. Friday at 8:30, 7:30 Central, part of VIP Night of Premieres.
Season 3, episode 27, Moving On, is actually kind of fucking beautiful and is probably one of the highlights of the show, which says a lot about the show's longevity and consistent quality that we're on episode 79 and I'm saying this. A girl named Sarah comes to the substation to flirt hardcore with Justin.
Did you look at the bill that I gave you? Because I wrote my phone number on it.
Intentionally marking currency is a federal offense.
He turns her down because he is still mourning the tragic loss of Juliet.
Sarah, I'm sorry. It's just that you remind me of my old girlfriend. She was a girl too.
Alex and Harper insist that it's time for him to move on, and that he should give this girl a chance.
Look, dude, the chick got scratched by a werewolf, okay? She turned old, like 2,193 years old, and then dragged her wrinkly self into the woods forever. Let her go.
My god, she was 2,000 years old the entire time regardless. She just looks her actual age now. Justin, however, completely unwilling to move on, shuts the conversation down. Late at night, Justin sees Juliet?
Max, did you just see Juliet walk by?
Juliet, you mean the one who got really old, hobbled off into the woods, and you're never gonna see again?
Yeah, that's the one.
No, I don't remember her.
She reveals herself to him and gently talks to him, telling him that it's time to let go and carry on with his life. They can't be together. Justin, though, is completely ecstatic and asks her out on a date, something she winds up agreeing to sort of reluctantly. He re-enters the substation, shouting loudly in front of every customer that Juliet's back and she's no longer 2,000 years old, which, by the way, she is. Alex and Harper enter suspiciously. Teresa starts to suspect that this doesn't line up, and magic must be involved somehow, but she's distracted when Alex brings up Jerry's ex, whom we talked about earlier in the episode.
I remember when John Bender, Benjamin Kenobi, Ponyboy, and I were all in love with the same girl, Mary Ann DeLue. And I had to just face the fact that they had cool names and I didn't. And it was... Oh, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking this story has nothing to do with your situation, and you're probably right. But I got stuff going on, too. And sometimes I need to talk about it.
Justin brings Juliet down to the waterfront on a date, and he tells her he wants to run away with her. She keeps trying to talk him down, but when he refuses to accept a no, she has to reveal the truth.
I'm not Juliet. I'm Harper.
What?
What?
Now we flash back and weave through the entire episode from Harper's perspective. She doesn't like seeing Justin this unhappy and wants to do something about it.
I can't stand to see Justin like this.
Well, I can't stand to see Justin hardly at all. But I've gotten used to it, and so should you, because Juliet is not coming back.
Or is she?
No, she's not. Didn't you see her hobble off into the woods? I think Mason ate her.
She suggests that Alex turn her into Juliet so that she might tell Justin herself it's time to move on. Alex questions her intentions and Harper insists she's truly doing this to help Justin out. Outside at night, Harper shows herself, gets nervous and hides before Alex convinces her to go out and try again. They talk at night, and Justin refuses to take no for an answer, leading to a date. Alex turns Harper back into Harper, they enter the substation, celebrate her return, and Alex intentionally distracts Teresa by bringing up Jerry's ex to stop her from pointing out the logical gaps. We've moved back to the present. Harper suggests again that it's time for Justin to move on.
Where's a guy like me gonna find a girl like that again?
Well, you probably won't find a girl like her again. That doesn't mean you won't find a girl you like again. She's out there somewhere. You just have to be open to finding her.
Justin kisses Harper on the cheek and thanks her, something she insists he not tell Zeke about. He turns Harper back into herself. Alex pulls up on a raft. Max falls out of a tree because he has a whole running gag about camping or something. Good stuff. Justin finally takes Sarah on a date, and as they talk and get to know each other, the real Juliet watches approvingly from the bushes, smiling. This is the final instance of Harper having feelings for Justin in the entire series. She never pines after him again. This definitely contradicts future Harper, where her adult self's crush on him is still immensely evident, but like, it's fine. I'd rather have characters evolve and change than strictly abide by the continuity of the future timeline. It's not just an episode about Justin moving on, it's about Harper as well. It's as if him sincerely kissing her was finally enough to meaningfully satisfy her and let her carry on with her life. Her helping Justin move on was what she needed to move on herself. That's basically just me filling in gaps, though. I think that if that were the writer's intentions, they would have had Harper blatantly state that's her exact mental state, like the characters in this show tend to do, because it's written for dumb, small children who are small. The one issue here is that the rest of the show doesn't quite respect the ending of this episode. Sarah's never seen again, par for the course, and in terms of Justin moving on from Juliet, well, in a season's time, you'll see if they stick to that.
Hello, Justin.
That's him! That's Mason!
Coming soon.
Alex, you don't even know that's Mason.
That's why I have to go to find out.
You gotta get out of here.
Come on.
Wait!
Wizards Unleashed. Coming soon on Disney Channel.
The two-part Wizards Unleashed is yet another mind-breaking, emotional, and dramatic entry in the Mason saga. This episode has two alternate titles, Alex Saves Mason and Puppy Love. It's called Alex Saves Mason because Alex saves Mason, and it's called Puppy Love because this episode parades the fact that their relationship is 50% bestiality. A news report showcases a wolf painting a picture out in the Carpathian Mountains, which spans Central Europe. The kids teleport there to find out what's going on and discover the dog living with a family of American hillbillies out in the Carpathian Mountains, which span Central Europe. Alex hugs this dog. She loves it romantically with all of her heart because it's Mason. The hillbillies start playing music because that's what they do, they're hillbillies, and the dog morphs into Mason properly. It turns out the hillbillies are wizards, and they changed Mason back. So much for becoming a wolf forever. The writers forgot.
Who changed you back?
We did.
How?
Who cares? I've got Mason back.
That's the only explanation we get. Turns out, Mason painted Alex as a wolf, and these guys could somehow tell from this painting that the girl was a wizard, assumed the wolf was a werewolf in love with this wizard, captured him, had the news make a story on him, all in the hopes of luring the wizards to them in order to hold Mason hostage in exchange for a wizard portal, which they themselves don't have. Apparently, they're the smartest fictional characters of all time, because that was quite a series of assumptions that paid off for them.
We're country wizards.
Justin's not willing to sacrifice their portal. We never find out why the country wizards don't already have one. Maybe they're rare or something. Maybe it's a class thing. I don't know. They keep holding Mason and the wizards leave. Alex is despondent and she decides to make a deal with the country wizards behind Justin's back. We're initially supposed to believe that she's really going through with it, but in fact, she's installed a blue door in place of the portal by herself, apparently, and the country wizards walk right in.
The light switch is there over to the left. Further, a little bit further, a little bit, yeah.
Hey! What did she trick us? We got no powers in here.
Knock, knock, who's there? Disappear, disappear who? Disappears to be a door eaten by termites.
Amazing!
We never find out where the door leads to, or where it goes, or where Alex got it. She doesn't know where she sent them at all.
Where did you send them?
I don't know. They're just floating in some magical limbo somewhere, but who cares? The important thing is that we're back together.
So those hillbillies are gonna starve to death, and Alex Russo officially has a kill count. Unfortunately, Mason anamorphs back into a wolf almost immediately.
What happened?
Well, maybe you broke your deal with them, so they broke their deal with you.
In part 2, they head back to the Hillbillies trailer to look for clues, and Justin realizes that Mason became human while they were playing their music. So they try, and Justin thinks that a dog without opposable thumbs would be better at playing an instrument than Max.
You're gonna give an instrument that requires thumbs to a wolf?
I figured he had a better chance than Max.
Hey! You're probably right.
He never used to be this dumb in the beginning of the show. He has witty, intelligent comments in season 1 as a 12-year-old.
What's the big deal? They're rabbits. Wait 5 minutes and they'll duplicate by themselves.
But now he never does. He is stupid. The trailer starts getting towed before they can play the music, so Justin suggests they grab the instruments and run.
Wait, I've got a better idea. It involves a lot less running than your plan.
They teleported there in the first place. They didn't have to walk at all. What is Alex talking about? They finally play the music and Mason anamorphs into his werewolf form, but isn't fully able to become a normal human. Justin concludes that they're missing an instrument.
And we know you're guilty of something.
And we don't have... There's a...
Almost immediately, after all that, Alex is now embarrassed by Mason's appearance and unsure if she wants to continue the relationship.
You spent all afternoon in a dark theater. It's beautiful outside. Why are we running home?
Because you know what a physical fitness nut I am?
I'd like to sit outside for a while.
That's what happens when you stay in a tanning bed too long. Be careful, it's right, be careful. All right, well, okay, look, let's read newspapers and sit outside. Come on, okay. Hey, isn't this great? Okay, hurry up and read yours, okay.
You know, it would be fun to go to a party, Alex. I mean, I'd love to meet your friends, mingle, get to know...
Oh, I don't have any friends.
There's no build up to this, just immediately. Alex isn't concerned that her boyfriend's a dog. She's concerned that her boyfriend is ugly. Zeke throws a party in his apartment, a very nice apartment for someone who just graduated high school a few episodes ago, and Alex says to Mason that she isn't sure if they should be together.
You're ashamed of me, aren't you?
No, I don't know, maybe. It's just that you have hair on your forehead and you walk in a circle like 10 times before you sit.
I'm sorry you feel that way. I guess I'll leave you alone so I won't have to embarrass you anymore.
She just went through tooth and nail to find him. His love for her was proven pure, but now that he's ugly, she no longer wants him. We're not even going to acknowledge that a whole crowd and community saw Mason plainly and clearly in his inhumanely hairy form. I guess that's normal in this universe for people to look like that. Harper sits down with Alex and acts as the voice of reason, really highlighting her maturity across the series, and says that Alex has never batted an eye at all of her bizarre outfits and costumes. Mason being fucking hideous shouldn't be any different. So Alex goes to Mason and apologizes. She decides she'll always love him no matter what he looks like. Then Justin arrives with the final instrument mere moments later and plays it, morphing Mason back to his proper human form once and for all, meaning Alex won't actually have to make any sacrifice whatsoever. Also at this party, Alex casually performs magic with her hand and not her wand, firmly squandering the consistency that the third season had been running with all along.
I don't have my wand, but I want to keep this dramatic moment, so I'm just going to use my hand. Okay.
Throughout this whole 44-minute story, there's a subplot where Jerry and Teresa go on vacation and use a camera to spy on the substation, only to see Harper's desperate attempts to make Zeke kiss her. Zeke doesn't really feel ready for the intensity of kissing a girl based, and at the party, they decide to high-five each other with a loving gaze, and then a clog dance.
How about a high five with the loving gaze?
What was that? The IQ of the writers just plunges every time Mason enters the narrative. But all will be made well when the season 3 finale permanently and fundamentally changes the status quo of the series. Let me promise you, you won't be disappointed.
Take
them away!
On the Wizards season finale.
They came for us. All of us. We know you're wizards.
The Wizards of Waverly Place season finale. Friday, October 15th at 8:30, 7:30 Central. Part of October Takeover Night of Premieres on Disney Channel.
Season 2, Episode 30, Wizards Exposed. It's an ordinary day at the substation. Harper and Alex prepare for a double date with their boyfriends, and right after Zeke and Mason run off, all hell breaks loose.
Jerry, what's going on? I don't like this.
I don't know. Everybody, let's get out of here.
Good morning, Russo family. I'm Agent Lambwood from... Well, I can't tell you because it's a secret department of the U.S. government.
Oh no, Dad. They found out that our sodas are mostly ice.
We know you're wizards.
Harper hides in the lair as the Russo family is taken to a secure government facility deep in the mountains for interrogation. Remember, back in future Harper, she mentioned that the wizard world would be exposed because one of them has a big mouth. So the question becomes, who's it gonna be? Alex and Max are able to withstand interrogation, with Alex manipulating a full meal out of the exchange, and it all falls on Justin's shoulders. Agent Lambwood here convinces Justin that aliens are about to attack the Earth, and they need wizards to defend it. After Justin uses his Alien Language League expertise to decode an ominous transmission declaring an attack on Earth, he caves.
I'll help you guys. You will? Oh, but mere mortals are no challenge for aliens. Well, I'm no mere mortal. I'm a wizard.
Back in the cell, Justin proudly proclaims the heroic actions he performed, only for Alex to slap him in the face with basic logic.
You mean you translated something in a language that you and your weirdo friends made up? They had us under surveillance. They used that against you.
Attention all staff, we tricked the kid into admitting they're wizards. Big thank you for Justin Russo, everyone. We don't have to stay late tonight. Let's go, everybody.
Mason returns to the substation and is somehow able to get past the government agents into the lair. Harper struggles to contact the wizard world, and Mason steps through the portal to look for help. Quite tragically, due to Justin doxing the wizard lair's location, government agents storm through the portal. The Russo family decides it's time to escape. After managing to crawl through a vent system, it's like among us wind up crashing down into a different holding chamber. Here, Professor Crumbs and Rudy Giuliani have been chained to the wall. Mason's been captured as well.
Mason, how did they catch you?
Well, I was admiring myself in the mirror with this hat on when they snuck up behind me.
How does someone sneak up behind you while you were looking in a mirror?
Well, I was very much admiring my hat.
That line of dialogue has never left my brain since the day this episode premiered.
Do you have your wand? Can you get us out of here?
I'm afraid not, Alex. Nobody has powers. Lambwood surprised us. He got a hold of the wizard power cord and yanked it out of the wall.
Okay, so all magic in the universe can be turned off by yanking a cord out of the wall. Got it. Luckily, Crumbs has smuggled a one-time use emergency spell generator in his beard, which Alex uses to perform the duplication spell from episode 1, multiple times consecutively, creating enough of a distraction for the family to escape. They find an exit, but get cornered by the dramatically named Scientist 1. Just when it seems like it's over, this man delivers the funniest line in the entire show by far.
You're getting out of here. Lambwood is out of control. We're not even supposed to be studying wizards. We're supposed to be studying lizards.
He lets the family escape. Now, they're stranded in the middle of the desert.
Mason, you saved us.
No, I didn't.
No, I know, I did, but I just wanted to give you a hug.
Alex makes it very clear that they can't return home. If they do, the government agents will capture them again. She thinks their only option is to go to the real-world authorities. Rudy Giuliani meets up with the Russos and explains that Crumbs stayed behind to give him time.
That old geezer is going crazy Yoda on them.
Where do we go? I'd have to say that way.
Thanks, Max.
They trek through the desert hopelessly, no destination in sight. And that's how Season 3 comes to a close. I want to give a huge thank you to Paperplane, who edited all of season 3. He was one of the very first YouTubers that I ever actively, dedicatedly watched back when I was in early high school. Great guy, great channel. Go support him if you can. Normally, I like to do a Where Are They Now intermission for these actors no one has thought about or heard of in a decade.
I tried to run him over with my car.
But in the case of Wizards, I don't think I need to, because all of these people have stayed relevant. Selena Gomez still releases music, she makes headlines every other month. She's really the only Disney pop star from the 2000s who hasn't had massive scandals rocking her career. She's currently starring in the Hulu series Only Murders in the Building.
Do I want to break into a dead guy's apartment and go through all his shit? Sounds like an afternoon.
I watched it while procrastinating the final touches on part 2 here. It's really good, until it isn't. Season 1 is one of the best things I've ever seen. Season 2 is one of the worst things I've ever seen. Greg Sulkin starred in Marvel's Runaways on Hulu.
I have so many questions.
He also co-runs a YouTube channel with his friend Cameron Fuller, and he's had David Henry, Jennifer Stone, and Dan Benson on as guest stars over the pandemic. David Henry is a father of 3. While Jennifer Stone is now an ER nurse on top of acting. Dan Benson's a recurring character on Rick and Morty.
He made me feel like a girl. He made me a girl.
And he's become dedicated to serving the LGBT community by posting naked photos of himself on OnlyFans. Bridget Mendler is still releasing music. She was trending on Twitter literally last week at the time of writing this. David DeLuise and Maria Canals-Barrera continue to be typecast as the parents in Weird B movies, leaving them frequently covered by commentary YouTubers like Danny Gonzalez and Drew Gooden. If you look at IMDb right now, it lists an actor named Holland Sanders as being in 78 episodes of Wizards of Waverly Place, and apparently David DeLuise one day was quite disturbed by this, with tweets such as, "IMDb, you have been hacked! Who is Holland Sanders? This person was never on Wizards of Waverly Place. This was bothering him for many days. I have never gone out of my way to see what any of those actors are doing and up to. They're still in shows I watch. They're in YouTube videos on my recommended. I realized between parts 1 and 2 that Bill Cott's last name is pronounced Cott, which makes me wonder why there's even an H in it. What's the point? But one look at his IMDb page shows he is still acting in mainstream projects. He was recently in the Netflix Jeffrey Dahmer series.
As a hallowed reminder that we take care of our own.
Lara Tate was mentioned in a Watch Mojo video, and apparently it made Bill so happy that it's been his pinned tweet for over 2 years. I've also never seen Jake T. Austin in anything since Wizards, and yet my friend just the other day mentioned on her Instagram story how she was sad he was removed from some show. So considering I just opened Instagram and happened to see his name, it seems he's still in the cultural zeitgeist. Not only did this entire cast avoid fading into obscurity, they all look the exact same as they did when the show was on. Everyone from is, I guess, trying to distance themselves from the series. I don't know what they're all doing with their hair and their bodies. No one from Wizards of Waverly Place has changed appearance whatsoever. Jake T. Austin is buff now, and that's really the only physical difference these guys have going for them. They did what all the other actors from the 2000s sitcoms couldn't. They remained in the public eye, and I'm very happy for their successes.
Ready for more exclusive scoop for the new season of Wizards? This is a really exciting season. I can't wait. First of all, the ultimate answer is revealed. The big question. Who's gonna be the Russo family wizard? We have the final wizard competition where we finally find out.
The 4th season of Wizards of Waverly Place aired from November 12th, 2010 to January 6th, 2012, containing a total of 29 episodes as opposed to the standard 30, which allows the show overall to have a nice even 110 episodes as opposed to 111. The 4th season also whips out a remixed version of the theme song.
Well, you know everything's gonna be a breeze. There will no doubt justify the means. You can fix any problem with the slightest of ease. Yes, please. But you might find out it'll go to your head when you write a report on a book you never read. With the snap of your fingers, you can make it bad. And that's what I said. Everything is not what it seems when you can get all you wanted in your wildest dreams. Your mind will run into to trouble if you go to extremes, because everything is not what it seems. Be careful not to mess with the balance of things, because everything is not what it seems.
Man, visually that is so lame compared to the last one. The first one had constant movement, growing plants, spinning fans, moving magical objects. Everything here is a basic static shot of a random wizard object with footage from the show overlaid on it. And I think that sort of represents the 4th season of the show pretty well. Don't get me wrong, it's not like Season 4 where absolutely every creative decision on every level is bad and not very good. There's nothing in particular they're doing wrong in the 4th season. The show's just past its prime by this point. It's very clearly out of steam like a lot of shows become when they go on this long. It's not bad, just lost a lot of its charm and appeal, with the characters being very one-note compared to how they were depicted in the first couple seasons.
And to think all these years I've remembered that day as the time when I let a perfectly good Chiro get away.
I can't be certain, Jerry, but I think all these people are cheering for me.
Except, ironically, for Harper, who's moved on from her extremely limited character of the show's early run, and while not deep or complex, is a lot more nuanced than she ever used to be. Season 4 is a lot like Season 3, but with even more story events at every turn. At this point, Max is fully pulling his weight in terms of screen time, with Alex, Justin, Harper, and Max acting as the sole drivers of the story with almost equal levels of screen presence. This definitely leaves Jerry and Teresa behind, giving them only a couple of scenes per episode, if that, and very few prominent roles in the season. So let's pick up with that cliffhanger. The outcome to this will disappoint you. After having trekked from the desert to upstate New York, the Russo family returns to the substation. Alex rode on Mason's back the entire time. The substation's boarded up and filled with booby traps installed by Harper, who, after realizing the Russos are really the Russos, disables the traps and lets them in.
Oh, so good to be home! Ah!
Okay, most of the traps.
Aren't you worried about the government agents coming back for you?
Do you really think they want anything to do with us anymore? You guys don't even have your powers. You're nothing without them.
Apparently, the government just casually abandoned the entry portal in the wizarding lair, and according to Jerry, the Wizmergency Wizlight being on means all magic in the world is still deactivated. Alex is convinced that the most logical solution is to call the police, who the show apparently doesn't think is a part of the government.
Hello, officer. Yes, I'd like to report.
Dad, you are doing a great job. Yep. Keep it up. Love you. Alex! What were you gonna tell them?
Not that I love them.
People don't hear it enough.
If an officer doesn't show up to the scene of a man wrestling a phone away from a concerned woman trying to report something and then hanging it up, that officer is not doing their job, all I'm saying. Alex refuses to stand idly by and let the wizard world die.
The one time we asked the laziest girl on earth to do nothing, she wants to do something.
So she calls an assembly of the press. Multiple news organizations show up because a random teenager claimed Lady Gaga's coming. And instead, she reveals wizards. Suddenly, her powers work. She turns a microphone into a snake in front of everyone's eyes. Mom and Dad rush to do damage control, but it's too late. Or is it? And now, literally the stupidest, worst moment in anything I've ever seen.
I was trying to save you. You were trapped with all the others.
That whole secret government facility was a creation of my fertile imagination.
What? So you just made all of that up? Who does that?
The boss man does. It was a test to see if you were worthy of becoming a full wizard. You failed miserably.
The whole thing was a test. Apparently, Professor Crumbs turned off all magic in the universe just to test these 3 children? Why did we see multiple shots of government agents running into the portal then? Why did Professor Crumbs bother casting that illusion that the Russos weren't even there for? Later in season 4, Crumbs sees Harper for the first time. So if he was just casting that illusion to make the situation seem real for Harper here, then that would mean he already knows she knows about magic. But that doesn't make sense because then he wouldn't need to conduct this test if he already knew they broke the rule.
Justin Russo, I'll see you in Wizard Court as well.
Pardon me?
For exposing wizardry to Agent Lamwood.
To stop aliens from attacking the Earth.
Aliens! As if.
Alex and Justin were both revealing wizardry for noble intentions. Justin thought he was saving humankind from an alien invasion.
No. I let all of you down. I'm sorry.
Hey, you thought you were saving the world. It's pretty hard to be mad at you for that.
And Alex, meanwhile, was trying to prevent the genocide and enslavement of wizard kind. Crumbs punishing them for this almost confirms that the wizard world is a cult. Their secrecy is considered more important than their life. Alex is being publicly humiliated for thinking otherwise. The family has to go to Wizard Court, which is a room that features every type of court at once. They have to plead their case in front of an endless panel of judges.
Alex and Justin Russo are charged with exposing wizardry to the world.
Justin defends himself, role-playing as his attorney and hopping back and forth between roles. When he's told to stop, he clones himself, and the clone argues that he's guilty. Alex fares better, but a crystal replay ball screws her over. Now, it's time for the judges to decide the kid's fate.
What's that? You have a verdict already? Oh, that's never good. Judges, input your ruling.
They're guilty, and they are both relegated to level 1 of the family wizard competition, considerably below Max, who's at level 3. They both realize they'll never be able to catch up to him, implying that they know about some sort of timeline of all this that the audience doesn't, seeing as we have no concept of when this competition will occur. Max, who managed to fall victim to a booby trap of his own laundry, is now projected to win the title of Family Wizard as our season premiere draws to a close. That was unbelievably stupid. I refuse to accept that this was their intention when they were writing that season 3 finale. There is absolutely no way in hell any writer would create an episode that drastic and world-changing if their plan was to backtrack all of it in the next episode. On top of that, Harper's warning from future Harper makes no sense now.
But wizards got exposed because someone in this room has a big mouth.
I truly believe the writers seeded this because they were genuinely planning to reveal wizardry to the world. Then an executive or something came in, insisted the show maintain a status quo, and that was that, because what other explanation is there for this? Did they just change their mind? This episode stresses me out because of how utterly anticlimactic it is. It is honestly narratively inferior to even the lowest lows of the franchise, and I mean that. Anyways, on to episode 2.
In another episode, Justin tries to earn some points in the wizard competition by turning around a class of WizTech delinquents. But it's not gonna be easy because it's a class full of people just like Alex. Alex even considers giving up the competition to spend more time with Mason, which is a big decision she has to make.
In Alex Gives Up, Alex gives up. After Max fails a spell as basic as taking out the trash, Alex enters the substation and declares that she's dropping out of the Family Wizard competition. She's so far behind, catching up is almost impossible, and now she can focus on her relationship with Mason. Unfortunately for her, Rudy Giuliani arrives as the chairman of the Wizard Love and Romance Council. He deems that Alex and Mason have to break up. Humans are inherently in danger around werewolves.
If you're gonna be immortal, you should know that the Wizard Love and Romance Council strictly prohibits werewolves and non-wizards from being together.
What? Why?
The werewolf always ends up eating the human! You know that. Werewolves can't control their anger. It's just a fact of life. You guys are through. It's the rules. Sorry, But it's time to board the train to Splitsville.
After all that we've been through, it just can't end like this.
This is awkward.
Now, my first thought was just, why doesn't Alex rejoin the family wizard competition to solve this problem? No one thinks of that as an option. As a runner in this subplot, Harper's writing a romance novel specifically about Alex and Mason, popping up in random places to transcribe exactly what's happening. And it's insane to me that after the previous episode completely shat on future Harper's message, this episode is actually setting up the events of future Harper, as she begins penning stories about Alex's wizard adventures. Meanwhile, 3 Kakuis enter the substation, monsters from Latino folklore that Teresa's terrified of.
In the summer of '79, I put you to bed every night with my scary face under my skin. Boo.
I promise I'll behave, Mama! I'm sorry!
The Kakui's daughter Lisa is pining after the affection of Max and wants to date a wizard. Because her parents are wealthy, Jerry eagerly signs Max up to this arranged relationship. When it seems to be going well, the parents invite Max to a yacht party with them.
Her prince! Kakuis! How are you? Oh, they are really hitting it off. Max would be up for anything. But he doesn't go anywhere without his family. I mean, he doesn't do anything without us, especially yachting.
This is a rare episode with a proper C-plot. Justin's desperate to increase his standing in the competition and seeks the counsel of the Family Wizard Competition Commissioner's office. There's a cool system where he spins a wheel until door 15C appears. They're still just as ambitious with the magical infrastructure as they were in the beginning. And Helen signs him up for community service via tutoring delinquent wizards. The wizard lair is converted to Justin's classroom for the duration of the series, and there's now a large TV screen installed on the left, which Justin calls the Abracadoodler. One big naughty student named Felix causes Justin all kinds of trouble.
Well, yeah, but there's something wrong with your mom. Excellent! You have mastered the Abracadoodler. School's out! No! No, school is not out!
Alex's story coincides with Max's at the yacht party. Alex has invited Rudy Giuliani in an attempt to bribe him to change the rules, and he decides he may have been too harsh. However, when Lisa the Kakui decides she's more interested in Mason than Max, she flirts with him. And this, Alex takes great offense to. She decides to crash the party.
I'll go first. Do you know that Mason told me he sleeps in a nightgown and cap like Ebenezer Scrooge?
What are you doing? I told you to never tell anyone that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mason. Are you getting upset? Did you know that Mason can only ride in the car if his head is sticking out the window and his tongue is flapping in the wind?
Ooh, this is gonna be good. It's werewolf time.
But he's mad at Alex, and Rudy Giuliani realizes that his initial assessment has been validated.
See? What did I say? Werewolves can't control themselves, and that will put you in danger. No rule change. You two need to break up, and the sooner the better.
Now, Alex and Mason must once again separate. At this point, I'm shouting at my screen, just rejoin the competition. But the bigger glaring question here is, why does the Wizard Council enforce who werewolves can and can't love? Alex is no longer in the running to be a wizard. They're enforcing the love between a mortal and a werewolf. Werewolves being a species that, according to Isabella in Season 2, are racially discriminated against by wizards. Wizard kind is subjugating werewolves and treating them like an inferior species. This is like a YA novel where the government's super corrupt and evil, but none of the characters seem to notice or care at all.
I did it. I finished my first novel.
Harper! Can you give me a hand?
Hey, I'm Selena Gomez from Wizards of Waverly Place, and you're watching Disney Channel. Hello. Ah, thank you.
nice.
In Lucky Charmed, Harper is done with Alex's constant magic. She tells Alex that since she's going to lose the family wizard competition, she needs to learn how to operate without magic. Harper, meanwhile, is getting her driver's license. Mr. Laritate is her driver's ed instructor. She's a terrible driver, and for some reason, Alex gets to chill in the back seat here despite the fact that I don't think she's also taking driver's ed. Harper claimed she was starting driver's ed back in season 2, episode 4.
This is for my first day of driver's education.
And given that the show's running at a pace of 1 season per year in these characters' lives, that means Harper has been grinding at driver's ed for 2 consecutive years like SpongeBob. When Laritate steps out, Alex accidentally releases the parking brake and crashes his car.
We just crashed the car, didn't we?
Harper convinces Alex to not use magic and simply take accountability for her actions, something she'll have to start doing eventually anyways. Alex reluctantly does.
Doggies! This is the first airtight confession I've ever gotten out of you. Alex Russo has admitted to her crime completely and unequivocally. Woo! Prepare to be punished severely for what you have done.
Alex is now grounded to cleaning the school, and Laritate says he's proud of her. Alex realizes Harper was right and wants to help her out. So, when Harper drives with the DMV worker, Alex suddenly flashes herself into the position of the hula girl on the dashboard. We're well past the era of explaining what each specific spell is, like back in season 1. Alex is just a hula girl now, we get it. She guides Harper through the lesson, and she passes.
What are you doing here?
My job, I have to be here.
I know I'm using magic and I shouldn't be, but I came here to help you pass your test. I know how much it means to you. I'm so glad to see you.
Thank you. People act like I don't even exist.
Alex thanks Harper for teaching her responsibility and says she'll only use magic when it's absolutely necessary. This episode's out here saying that Alex will surely never use magic irresponsibly again. During the B story, Max asks Jerry if he can get the family wizard robe, a relic that's been passed down through 100 generations of winning family wizards. Unfortunately, Jerry already gave the robe to Justin when he was ahead. Justin refuses to concede the robe to Max until he finally relents and returns it to his brother. Huh? Uh-oh, it's a fake? Jerry and Max confront him.
Ah, not so fast, Justin. I'm innocent. Hey, settle down. You haven't been accused of anything yet.
You gave us a fake robe.
Now you've been accused of something.
I'll show it to you. But just don't freak out.
Okay. Don't worry. Look, after all these years, I think I've seen just about everything that there is to see with you kids. No!
Justin claims that he came home one day and the robe was completely destroyed. There's nothing he can do, but Jerry decides to look at the security robe cam to see what really happened.
I have finished my oil painting.
Coconut cream pies are done.
This is a box of mud.
Family wizard. That's right, yes. These are real diamonds, actually.
Justin's forced to confess that he destroyed the robe. Luckily, after much trial and error, Jerry restores the robe to its former glory and gifts it to Max. I believe Alex placing an oil painting down is the final instance of her character being depicted as an artist. The characterization was leaned into for a lot of season 2 and 3 stories, but it seems the show has mostly moved on from it by now.
Alex, Justin, and Max have dated some interesting characters from the wizard world, and this season, it gets more complicated. For Alex, an old boyfriend comes back into the picture, and Mason gets really jealous. And there's nothing worse than a jealous werewolf.
Next is Journey to the Center of Mason. Alex and Mason are still not dating despite really wanting to. Things are complicated when Dean Moriarty walks in.
Yo, Russo, I'm back. Want a smooch?
Dean spends the day flirting with Alex as Mason helplessly watches, going as far as to bring a skee-ball machine to the middle of Waverly Place and challenge her to a game. Mason simply can't handle this. When Dean walks inside, chaos ensues.
What was that?
I think it was lightning.
What was that growl and flash? And why are you a werewolf?
I hate Dean.
Justin has been teaching his delinquents a shrinking spell, which comes in handy today. The group uses a Captain Jim Bob Sherwood submarine, no mention of the fact that Justin and Alex are currently the primary creative team of this character's fiction, and they travel inside Mason. There, Alex sees nothing but her on his brain.
Mason is so sweet. He's always thinking about me.
Dean is completely intact inside Mason's stomach, and for some reason, he is also shrunken down. Something as simple as Mason eating someone is going out of its way to make no sense at all. They pull Dean inside their sub and they escape from Mason. When Dean formally asks Alex out, she turns him down and says she already has a boyfriend, Mason. And here, she finally has the idea I had 2 episodes ago, because I'm smarter than her.
I'm gonna get back in the wizard competition, and I'm gonna win.
Now, Alex has personal stakes in this competition. If she loses Mason, and she is very, very driven to win.
In one episode, Max tries to move the date of the wizard competition, so Justin and I have to do something pretty drastic to put him in his place. The problem is, we really messed some magic up this time, and we have no idea how to undo it.
In 3 Maxes and a Little Lady, Max gets the A story. Jerry's tired of Max's constant nonsense, and he enrolls him in a sophisticated wizards club. The club arrives, but they quickly begin treating Max as their jester and manipulating Harper.
Why don't you just use magic to clean it?
There's no delicate setting on my wand, and I like things delicate, like you.
Stop it right now. Okay, give me your robe. I'll clean it for you.
Excellent. Jens Harper here will be cleaning our robes.
Whoa. Wait a second.
Oh, yes, wait.
And now, between Fidel the Sophisticated Wizard, Lisa Kukui, and Juliet Van Housen, the love triangle from Good Luck Charlie has been pre-established in Wizards. This jerk made Bridget Mendler cry. Fuck you, Spencer from Good Luck Charlie. Anyways, the Sophisticated Wizards wind up being jerks. And they push Max to become a full wizard. Alex wants to increase her standing in the competition, speaks to Helen, and gets enrolled in Justin's delinquent class. She's failing every shapeshifter spell, turning into a literal Shaq instead of Shaquille O'Neal, turning into a literal Beaver instead of Justin Bieber. Then, Max arrives to inform his siblings that he's moved the wizard competition up to 4 days from now, since they're too far behind to realistically stand a chance anyways. Now, a desperate Alex shapeshifts into Max and heads to Helen's office to tell her Max changed his mind.
Yeah, it's just better for people if they don't try to figure me out. And my sister Alex is beautiful.
Jerry convinces Max that the sophisticated wizards are being jerks and using him. He declares he'd rather have his son be himself than one of them. Max decides to move the competition date back. Max walks into the room with Alex, and it turns out this Max is Justin.
Wait, Max? Girl clothes? Jewelry? Alex!
Then the actual Max walks in.
You guys are ruining my plan. It was a dumb plan anyway. Oh, you had the same plan. You know what? I'm keeping the wizard competition on Monday. Nobody imitates me and gets away with it.
Then they start fighting with actual planks of wood. Max gains an upper hand, but Justin and Alex both instinctively cast a spell to turn Max into a little girl. Helen declares she doesn't know what's happening, and she's reverting the competition to its originally scheduled date. Back at home, Justin realizes that the simultaneous casting of 2 spells creates a dangerous mutant spell. I really don't know why they both had the idea to make him a random little girl of all things, but they did. And Jake T. Austin is actually gone for the next 6 episodes, replaced by this little girl played by Bailey Madison. Todd Greenwald, who apparently watched part 1, says Jake Austin was off filming Hotel for Dogs at this point, but I think he may have misremembered. For some reason, I don't remember this happening at all. When Season 2 aired, I was also watching Season 1 reruns. When Season 3 aired, I was also watching Season 1 and 2 reruns. But the show faded from syndication pretty quickly after its 4th season ended, so I never saw these episodes that many times. We're at the point where these feel vaguely familiar, but I don't have tangible memories of much that's going on. On the subject of multicast spells causing a mutant spell, it should be noted that Alex and Stevie dual-casted plastic bricks in front of the portal back in The Good, the Bad, and the Alex. Which theoretically might imply there's no magic way to make those bricks disappear, but since they're plastic anyways, there wouldn't be a magic way to remove them. That's the whole point. Theoretically, you could unmagically just lift that pile up and move it somewhere else. But recall that Stevie needed thousands of wizards to cast a spell at once to overload the distributor and abolish the family wizard competition. Retroactively, she may have been attempting to make a mutant spell, an irreversible abolition of the wizard competition. Daddy's Little Girl is about the Russos adjusting to their new reality of Max being Daddy's titular little girl.
Max, I'm sorry Justin turned you into a little girl.
Jerry starts to treat Maxine like his daughter, which prompts an attention-starved Alex to start wearing dresses from when she was little.
You're making your father's favorite sandwich, huh? And wearing clothes from when you were little. Are you trying to get his attention?
No.
May I take your order?
Is Mom wearing one of your skirts as a shirt?
God, I don't know where she got that idea from.
Justin takes Maxine to karate lessons and gets beat up. Make what you will of the cultural authenticity of the sensei.
We do not sign up for class, we become the class.
Harper's tasked with keeping Zeke away from the substation so he doesn't start to suspect anything about Maxine, which proves difficult because he loves hanging out there.
It's not gonna be easy. He really loves hanging out here. Watch.
Hey, what's taking so long? The sooner we leave, the sooner we can come back here and hang out!
Harper, panicking, blurts out that Zeke can't enter the substation because the Russos hate him.
Because, Mr. and Mrs. Russo hate you.
What?
He becomes obsessed with making the Russos love him, cooking a breakfast against their will and dancing in front of them.
You guys don't want me here either. You hate me too.
I don't hate you. We're buddies.
Oh, buddies? I thought we were best friends. Now we're downgraded to buddies? That's it. I'm not leaving here until I get you all to like me.
Well, I'm not gonna like you until you leave.
I'm at a crossroads here.
Alex and Justin look for ways to change Max back, but they still aren't able to. Alex gets mad at Jerry for forgetting about her and the audience goes, ooh, like the laugh track, you know? Then he apologizes to her and makes her pancakes and they're all happy.
Because Mom wants me to get my ears pierced later. And I'm starting to like the idea.
There's a trans allegory here somewhere.
Justin starts dating a new girl who, let's just say she's heavenly.
Now we enter yet another 4-part storyline, starting with Everything's Rosy for Justin. A coach from WizTech tells Justin that his delinquents have to pass a wand drill in order to be readmitted to the school, and Justin and Alex, in turn, readmitted into the competition. Justin's ready to teach until it all falls apart.
Excuse me. Is this Justin Russo's class? I'm Rosie, your new student.
I am currently single, and I occasionally say very romantic things off the top of my head.
Justin falls in love with his new student Rosie and proceeds to completely forget about the entire rest of the class. Unbalanced power dynamic moment, am I right?
Well, Elvis is new too. Why aren't you doodling his name?
Who?
Elvis. He started today too.
You didn't notice me because I came in behind the really hot girl.
The class performs the wand drill, and only Rosie is underperforming.
Okay, good. Focus, pass it off to Alex. Alex, good job. Felix, look at that wrist technique. Good job. Focus, pass it off to Rosie.
Alex is upset at her brother for throwing away everything for this random girl he just met.
You're gonna throw everything away that we've been working so hard on to get back in the competition for some girl that you barely even know.
I know her.
Good. Because I have no idea who you are.
This show is very dramatic now. Justin decides to give Rosie one-on-one lessons, but she's still struggling to perform even a single spell. Reluctantly, Justin's forced to kick her out of the class. I love the notion of a teacher just kicking out a student to increase the class's overall standing in an upcoming standardized test. Justin's now too heartbroken to teach. Alex decides to teach the class herself.
So I say, fellow delinquents, we can do it. I think. We can do it. I think. We can do it. I think. We can do it. I think.
Apparently, she's just as good of a teacher as Justin because they're doing great. Rosie returns to apologize.
I'm sure Justin told you, but he kicked me out of the class because he doesn't think I'm good enough.
Okay, bye.
Alex realizes that Rosie's feelings for Justin are mutual. Her logic is so broken here. She decides that she'll teach Rosie too, and Rosie needs to remain in the class. But like, Justin and Rosie can still date each other whether she's a student or not. Justin's completely distracted and isn't paying attention to his students at all when she's there. Having her not in the class, but still seeing Justin is ideal in every way. Alex brings Rosie into the class and performs a copycat spell on her to match her movements. The wand drill is a choreographed dance number. Felix's dangerous pet squirrel frog gets loose and lands on Alex's foot, breaking the entire thing apart. Then wings shoot out of Rosie's shoulders, and she's forced to reveal that she's not a wizard at all. She's an angel. Which really makes me wonder how she got enrolled in the class in the first place if it wasn't through WizTech. Did Justin just not check with anyone when a new student walked in? The whole class fails the wand drill. Shouldn't the fact that a non-wizard snuck into the class warrant a redo? I think yes. Shouldn't everyone be absolutely pissed that Justin and Alex threw away their chances at graduation because of this random girl Rosie? I think yes. But anyways, Rosie and Justin are now happy and in love, and that's what matters. The end. At this point, the show's sort of retreading beats. The kid's new love interest turns out to actually be some sort of supernatural creature, is pretty much the show's only plot twist. But also stuff like Max having some physical transformation occur spanning multiple episodes, or Alex and Mason breaking up, or Alex and Mason breaking up, or Alex and Mason breaking up, or, spoilers for later in the season, Alex and Mason breaking up. Meanwhile, the Russos look for a way to spice up business and implement a punch card system. They wind up getting scammed as a man buys one sandwich and punches the rest of the card himself. This keeps happening.
And guess what? We changed our promotion. Yeah, you have to buy 10 sandwiches to get the 11th one for free.
Oh, come on!
Maxine finally makes the customers leave by pleading as a cute little girl that her parents need money to feed her, and everyone leaves. I feel like Maxine really doesn't act much like Max at all. Max is dumb, just in his own world, and generally not super antagonistic, but Maxine, meanwhile, is clearly very intelligent and just super aggressive.
Thanks, cutie.
Call me that again, and your card won't be the only thing that gets punched.
It could be that Max just hates being a girl so much that he's become discontent and he feels deeply that the body he has isn't truly who he is, and if so, then I found the trans allegory.
Wizards of Waverly Place will be right back, here on Disney Channel.
I honestly remember very, very little of season 4, but for whatever reason, I never forgot about the episode Dancing with Angels, where Rosie takes the gang to a secret angel nightclub hidden inside the H on the Hollywood sign. I don't know why this is the one thing I vividly recall, but this angel club is always the first thing I've thought of when I've seen the Hollywood sign in the last 10 years. We drove past it while filming the Mighty Med video, and I was like, Trinity, look, there's an angel club up at the H, and she was like, okay. So let's get into the episode. Justin and Rosie go on a date on the terrace, but the entire family arrives one by one to mess it up as loudly as possible.
That's hot. What was that?
Ow! That's hot! What was that?
Justin wants to find a better spot for a date, and Alex suggests a secret angel nightclub in Los Angeles. Rosie's hesitant to take them, but ultimately agrees. As they sneak out, Maxine tells Alex that the only way she won't tattle is if Alex brings back Ozzy Osbourne's Hollywood star, which somebody wants.
Oh, you know the someone we're talking about is me, right?
Oh my gosh, no way!
The Hollywood sign may be the best digital effect in the show because I genuinely don't know where the practical set ends and where the digital extension begins. I can't tell if the letters are practical and created with forced perspective or if there's a digital scene point somewhere. Either way, it looks great. Alex shrinks the star into a keychain and the group sneaks past the highly skeptical bouncer.
Wait! Where are you guys from?
Angelopolis, Bill.
I don't think so. Tonight, you live on the dance floor!
The bouncer warns the group about evil, dark angels. Bum 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Jerry and Teresa demand to know where Alex and Harper are. For some reason, they're serving customers in the middle of the night. Maxine refuses to spill the secret, so they decide to sign her up for a beauty pageant against her will until she rats her siblings out. Alex and Harper get exposed as non-angels when they do the elaborate angel slide dance and don't fly into the air on cue.
You know, I would, but I just sprained a wing jogging, so it's like not working for me. And I don't know what her excuse is. So.
To prove they're angels, they have to play a harp.
Well, here, you're Harper. Twinkle, twinkle, little angels.
Angels.
If you wonder, we are angels.
The bouncer concludes that they're untalented, tone-deaf angels, his exact words, which sounds like something an angel would definitely say to another angel. However, when the stolen Hollywood star falls out of Alex's pocket, the bouncer declares Alex is a dark angel for stealing and the entire club flees. Justin thinks he blew his chances with Rosie and goes off on Alex for messing everything up once again. Maxine, resisting the beauty pageant, finally reveals her siblings are at an angel club. Jerry sees no issue with this since all angels are safe and morally responsible. Then Teresa goes full dance mom and makes Maxine compete anyways. She performs really well and wins the show's one trophy prop. Rosie returns to Justin and says that she deeply loves him. Justin is nervous to commit to another relationship, but he takes the step.
And now I've been given this second chance, and who gets second chances? I just don't want to mess it up.
Justin, nothing is going to mess this up.
Are you just saying that because you're an angel and you're obligated to?
Don't ruin the moment, Justin.
What? Yeah, that pretty much explains why she lied and snuck into Justin's class. It's funny that none of them noticed or thought of that. Anyway, Rosie's evil. What'll happen next? Find out immediately, now.
It's all led up to this, the 1 hour final chapter of Wizards vs. Angels.
Rosie's an angel of darkness. She's been deceiving you.
Justin crosses over to the underworld.
I'm no longer a wizard. I'm an angel of darkness.
Enjoy your wings, fallen wizard.
Now, darkness has a new ally.
You're a wizard, and you know in your heart that you don't belong here.
Watch if you dare. The 1 hour conclusion of the Wizards of Waverly Place trilogy, Wizards vs. Angels, Friday at 8, 7 Central.
They're advertising this as a trilogy because the main audience is children who probably don't realize a double-length episode is just 2 episodes aired together. Despite vividly remembering Dancing with Angels, not a single frame of Wizards vs. Angels feels familiar whatsoever. Just 0% of it. I was still watching the show and the Disney Channel religiously at this time, so I highly doubt I missed a 2-parter event. It just didn't stick in my mind at all for whatever reason. Justin is slowly becoming corrupted by Rosie. He steals flowers, he stomps a man's groceries, and Alex finds it incredibly concerning. Jerry says this shouldn't even be possible. Rosie's angel influence should prevent Justin from doing any bad around her. So he suggests Alex investigate. She finds the site of an angel hideout. There she meets pre-Ant Farm China Ann McClain, a young angel named Tina who offers to take her inside.
And I know you're a wizard.
You can feel that too?
No, I can see your wand sticking out of your boot. We have to hurry up because the light attracts moths, so just squint and run.
No, I don't run.
There we learn that Tina isn't sent on assignments because she's young and she isn't ready. She's incredibly eager to gain her wings and get dispatched to help people. Inside the Angel Dispatch Center is the moral compass.
Well, when it's pointed to good, it gives guardian angels the power to help people make good choices.
A guardian angel is dispatched to check on Justin, and Alex returns home. Tina follows her, desperately wanting to be friends.
I like you too.
That's unnecessary.
There, Tina recognizes Rosie as her former teacher, a fallen angel, an angel of darkness. Rosie's exposed to Justin, but her corruptive influence is too strong, and Justin remains on her side. Alex and Tina find the guardian angel who checked on Justin all tied up. There, they learn Rosie's true intentions. She's sending Justin to steal the moral compass, as dark angels aren't able to enter the Angel Dispatch Center. Rosie preps Justin and he breaks in, casts a time slowdown spell, and runs away with it. He brings it to the Lord of the Dark Angels, Gorog. He twists the dial and plunges the world into immoral darkness. Justin gets wings and becomes an honorary Dark Angel. Angels also get their own designated leitmotif, which gives this episode its own musical identity. I really like that.
See, Daddy's acting weird.
And that I don't still care for you, and I hope that you'll still care for me.
In the B story, Maxine has been enrolled in the 4th grade. Jerry and Teresa explain to Laritate that Max has been sent away as part of a Russo cousin exchange program. Maxine doesn't make any friends at school, and Harper suggests Maxine throw a slumber party to meet friends.
You never had a slumber party, have you?
Can we have a slumber party for Max anyway, please?
I don't think so, Harper.
We have a little problem.
Now Harper holds several little girls hostage and won't let them leave until they become friends with her.
Oh, what's going on? We're having fun! You hear me? Fun!
Part 2 picks up with everyone being bad. Mom and Dad fight with customers. Alex tells Tina to go away. And Maxine turns every girl at the slumber party into elderly men. Justin breaks his wand, deeming he's a wizard no more. Gorog is so evil, he says that it's time to destroy Justin since he's an outsider and no longer of use. Suddenly, Rosie starts to have a change of heart, and she fears for Justin's safety.
Is that sympathy? You're not becoming weak, are you? Like the guardian angel you once were?
No, he's used you and now he's done. Please, let's go.
No! I'm never going back.
I'm no longer a wizard. I'm an angel of darkness. Thanks to you, I now know where I belong.
With no other options, Rosie rushes to Alex for help. Alex is finally convinced to save her brother. She returns to the powerless, defeated Angel Dispatch Center. The moral compass being turned to bad has drained the angels of all their power. Alex is given a pair of angel wings, which are the only way to get to the Dark Angel realm.
What do these do? Do they shoot like lasers and stuff?
No, they're just wings. You'll need them to get to the Dark Realm.
Then, after the whole previous episode establishing that Tina doesn't have wings, and the previous scene establishing that you cannot get to the Dark Realm without wings, Tina somehow shows up in the Dark Realm to fight the Dark Angels and save Justin. So Dark Angels can't get into the regular Angels area, but regular Angels can get into the Dark Angels area. Justin, desperate to prove further loyalty and stay alive, threatens to throw Tina off the edge of the tower. That's when Alex swoops into the rescue.
Let her go! Brakes! Where are the brakes on these things? Tina, run!
A brawl ensues, and Alex and Justin fight over the compass and rapidly flick the dial between good and bad, weakening and repowering the Dark Angels in the process. The slumber party rapidly switches from good behavior to bad, and Maxine turns all of the elderly men into fruit. This is literally the worst B-plot in the show. It's set up as being about Maxine making friends and then Harper living vicariously through Maxine. Then there's just nothing resembling closure at all. The girls just get turned into fruit and the episode ends. Alex's wand gets thrown off the balcony as Rosie formally switches sides and turns on Gorog. Alex and Justin take flight as they fight over the compass, and I absolutely love the imagery of Alex with angel wings and Justin with dark angel wings. It's very funny. Ultimately, Rosie turns Justin good again.
I'm so sorry for everything that's happened. I pretended to fall in love with you to carry out Gorog's plan, but along the way you touched my heart and you made that love real.
You love me?
Justin! Give it to me!
Take us to the Guardian Angels. I'll be fine.
Okay.
The battle between good and evil draws to a close. Rosie's now completely allowed back into the Angel Dispatch Center. No one takes any issue with her being here. Tina finally gets wings and is immediately dispatched to check on Alex.
She's done something bad already? All right, Tina, you're up.
Yes! Excuse me! Pardon me, excuse me!
The whole notion of angels being there to help you subconsciously make the right decisions makes you question, do they influence the conscience? Justin breaks up with Rosie after all of that.
Of course I want to be with you. But the world needs another guardian angel more.
You are such a good person. But Justin, I don't think I have what it takes to be a guardian angel again.
Hey, you saved me. When the whole world turned bad, you stayed good.
Because of you.
Rosie, I will miss you.
I miss you too.
Alex returns and they have their traditional sibling bonding conversation that these things tend to end with.
Thank you for saving me.
It's for all the times that you saved me when I wasn't so good. And for a couple more times in the future, so we're even.
You saved the world today.
You gave up a girl to protect it. Why do we have to keep dealing with stuff like this?
We're wizards. I don't think we have a choice.
These specials keep trying to replicate the tent scene from the movie, and they're just doing it less and less effectively each time. All in all, not a huge fan of this one. It took itself way too seriously most of the time, and I think it's a shining example of a show that's past its prime. Not bad, still creative and fun. This special got 3 whole new sets, but I think it says a lot that I have no memory of this massive event in the slightest. Back to Max is dedicated to returning Maxine to Max, concluding the hiatus that Jake T. Austin took from the series for whatever reason. When Justin's class of delinquents performs exceptionally well, Professor Crumbs plans to arrive for evaluation. Unfortunately, Maxine is determined to tell Crumbs that they turned her into a little girl, so Alex and Justin decide they have to keep Maxine from seeing him at all costs. The class wants to help change Maxine back, and they put their heads together to find a spell that might reverse the effect. Felix is conspicuously absent. At school, Maxine has a crush on a girl named Talia, and she's been hyping Max up to her in preparation for when she turns back into Max. I'm also sort of surprised that openly having a girl talk about having a crush on another girl made it past the censors back in 2011. Harper landed a solo in the school's Spirit of America play, and for some reason she's being super vain about it.
No! I don't care where I am or what it's about as long as I have a solo where the spotlight is on me.
However, it turns out that Maxine is such a good singer that she completely robs Harper of the solo, and Harper is relegated to a non-speaking cactus. Jerry and Teresa volunteer with the production and work on a grand finale involving streamers. Crumbs arrives at the same time as Maxine. To convert Maxine back before Crumbs sees her, they cast a mutant spell that accidentally hits Crumbs. Now, Professor Crumbs is a 10-year-old boy. He says that he knows a potion that can reverse this, but is so excited and eager to experience the world in his youth that he runs out and runs amok. I mentioned up front that only 3 actors outside of the main cast got award nominations for this show. The third one is the Little Crumbs actor, of all people.
Time to grind some rails.
Alex and the students work on creating the potion while Justin keeps Maxine and Little Crumbs apart. Unfortunately, they meet. Maxine befriends Little Crumbs and invites him to her play, not realizing he is secretly Big Crumbs. The potion's completed, and they both drink it.
Max, drink this.
What is it?
Since when do you care what you drink?
Good point.
That's the only moment where Maxine has actually properly felt like Max. Unfortunately, the potion doesn't work. Or does it? It has a delayed reaction. During the play, Little Crumbs morphs into Big Crumbs. No one in the crowd notices this. Then, they realize Maxine is about to change back live on stage during her solo. Jerry activates the confetti finale a bit early, masking the change. Max is finally back, and the family happily reunites with him. The girl Talia asks Max out on a date, having heard how cool he is from Maxine.
Do you want to hang out Saturday?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Great. I'll see you then. And don't bring your cousin Maxine. I think she has a crush on you.
This marks the end of Bailey Madison's role as Maxine, but fun fact, in 2020 she actually oversaw a small cast reunion as part of a music video she directed, the New Hope Club song Worse, which saw everyone but Selena and Jake come together to be extras. I was initially like, oh man, Selena didn't do it. But actually, like, imagine how distracting it would be if Selena Gomez were an extra in an obscure band's music video.
Harper's the only human that knows the Russos are wizards, but this season, someone very close to us also finds out that we're wizards.
I mentioned in the previous video that I have absolutely no memory of Zeke Beakerman existing at all. I remembered all these minor characters from 1 or 2 or 3 episodes. I remembered every major player in the series except for him. Dan Benson is a funny actor with great comedic timing. He should have, in theory, been extremely funny and memorable to a young boy, but for reasons I don't understand, he was subject to a complete and total memory blackout.
Oh, no way! You were on Wizards of Waverly Place? What character did you play? Oh, yeah, I played the character Zeke. Oh, cool. That was like the little brother, right? Like the funny one? No. I was Justin's best friend, Zeke. You remember? Oh, you were Selena's boyfriend, the British one, right? No, I was Harper's boyfriend. You remember with the alien language league and everything? You remember? Oh, I don't remember that. Oh, okay. Don't worry about it. It's cool.
I feel so bad, but like if I had approached him on the street and that conversation happened 2.5 months ago, that's pretty much how it would have gone. Which is even more confusing to me given the fact that Zeke had an entire episode dedicated to him finding out about the wizard world called Zeke Finds Out.
And now for my next trick. Zeke tries his hand at magic.
What are you doing? Entertaining myself.
Oh my gosh! There's a baby duck in my hand! Now, the Russos' #1 rule to hide wizardry.
Do you believe in the existence of wizards? Wizards? I totally have magical wizard powers. Unless you have a better explanation.
Is broken.
You have to tell him the truth, Alex.
That could get me kicked out of the wizard competition for good.
Well, then fine, I'll do it.
A shocking new Wizards unravels Friday, April 8th at 8/7 Central.
Zeke has decided to pursue a new hobby of being a magician. His magic tricks are consistently failing, and a bored Alex decides to spice it up with magic, pulling out her wand and making a baby duck appear in his hands. Justin and Harper scold Alex, but she sees nothing that could possibly go wrong here. Harper says she wants to make Zeke a chicken outfit.
I'm gonna go make him a chicken outfit.
Which would be the 3rd chicken outfit she's made in the series so far. Predictably, things start to spiral. Zeke pulls Harper aside and tells her that he thinks he's a wizard.
Excuse me?
How else could I have conjured up that baby duck? I totally have magical wizard powers. Unless you have a better explanation.
Maybe. You were making scrambled eggs and you accidentally cracked one and you didn't see that there was a baby duck inside it. It got like stuck between your fingers and you're a wizard.
Woo! Yeah! Ow! I am not a normal person. Woo! Maybe later. Great.
Zeke decides to become a professional magician, and Max signs on as his agent. He books Zeke a children's magic show at the substation. Harper doesn't want to see Zeke humiliate himself and begs Alex to tell him the secret, but Alex doesn't want to, as revealing wizardry again to another mortal could see her permanently kicked out of the competition. Zeke comes to suspect Harper's keeping a secret, and because he's the only teenager in the show who hasn't had an overdramatic romance moment yet, he breaks up with her.
You're keeping secrets from me? We don't do that.
I know we don't.
So tell me.
I can't.
Well, if you can't tell me, Harper Finkel, then I have to break up with you.
Harper, completely heartbroken, tells Alex she's going to tell Zeke the truth, and Alex snaps that she cannot. Fighting. Downstairs, Zeke performs his magic show, fully believing he's a wizard. Max seems to think so too, until Alex and Justin explain to him that he isn't magical at all.
And now he thinks he's a wizard with magical powers.
Then get me out of this thing before that king freak saws me in two!
They use magic to prevent actual death and destruction in Zeke's magic show. Harper runs downstairs to finally tell him, and Alex abruptly teleports her away in a moment of panic.
The Russos are... Alex!
starts to freak out at the fact that he isn't able to control his powers. Harper returns and starts to fight with Alex. Justin, seeing no other choice, completely freezes time. He isn't doing the one-legged hop time freeze spell from Credit Check. It's just a straight up, no strings attached time freeze spell, which makes me wonder why any wizard would bother learning the other one. And speaking of that other one, time goes back to normal with that when you put both feet on the ground. But YouTube commenter Dante Rodriguez asks how the one-legged wizard who invented it made time go back to normal, and that's a really good question. Zeke thinks he froze the world and doesn't believe Justin when he tries to explain that he did it. Justin takes him to the lair, and it finally sinks into Zeke's head that his best friend Justin is, in fact, a wizard.
Man, your weird magic laboratory really is in your vegetable cooler. Oh man, I should have known. Your family spends a lot of time in there.
Something interesting happens here. I mentioned in the previous video that Zeke's name randomly changed. In his debut episode, Movies, he was named Zach Rosenblack, and I was wondering if it was the same character or if he just changed names. But here, this episode actually retcons it, with Zeke referencing the events of Movies.
That's why you and Alex showed up in Night of the Halloween Sorority Party Disaster 2 when you weren't even in Night of the Halloween Sorority Party Disaster 1.
Justin unfreezes time and lets Alex and Harper know that Zeke knows the truth. Justin was willing to potentially sacrifice his standing in the competition to protect his friends' relationships. In the end, everyone makes up and they're buddies. The end.
What? A magical comfy chair?
Oh, let me try. Oh my gosh, it really is magical. It's comfy. I'm Jake T. Austin from Wizards of Waverly Place, and you're watching Disney Channel. That's not right.
Magic Unmasked is one of those episodes deep in a show's run where you go, really? This is the plot we're going with? Alex recognizes her favorite pro wrestler stopped for lunch in the substation, Bob Macho, formerly known as Moy Macho. He reveals that he retired from the wrestling ring in disgrace after a particularly humiliating fight where he slipped on a churro and got unmasked by a little girl. It turns out Alex was the little girl, and she feels so bad that she convinces him to get back in the ring and reclaim his glory. Jerry reluctantly agrees to be the competitor, when Alex offers to buy him a churro in exchange, because that's just who he is now. He likes food, despite the fact he isn't overweight by any metric. The show's just like, haha, he likes eating. Zeke, meanwhile, is relentlessly asking questions about magic after learning the secret, and makes absolutely everyone regret letting him in on it in the first place.
I just told you, sometimes we use our wands, but sometimes we just wave our hands around. Why is that so hard to understand?
Sorry, Justin, it's just that I have so many questions. For example, can you cook a hot dog by sticking it on a wand?
Zeke!
Oh, can you use magic to turn me into an alien dog named Kevin?
Zeke!
Can you use magic to fix the hair that sticks up on the back of my head?
Justin tells Zeke that if he asks no further questions, he'll grant him a magic wish. At school, he still comes to speak to Harper as he's freaking out over what to ask.
Oh, Harper, there you are.
Zeke, what are you doing here? You already graduated.
I got a job as a crossing guard so I could be close to you in case I freaked out and needed to talk.
Attention, please. There's just been a traffic accident outside.
Unacceptable.
Apparently the crossing guard left his post.
Honey, now you should be freaking out.
Harper says that she wants a magic wish as well, since she never needed to be incentivized to keep the secret. Alex reluctantly agrees. When Zeke sees Moy Macho suited up, he tells Justin he wants to be a powerful wrestler as his one wish. Max is going on dates with Talia, but he's gradually shifting his entire personality to match hers, suddenly saying he's repulsed by video games and sports and is only into romantic comedies and whatever Talia tells him to like. Teresa tries telling Max he can't go on like this, and he eventually sees reason breaking it off with her. In the ring, Justin uses magic to make Zeke a powerful fighter. He beats the shit out of Moy Macho.
Why did you convince me to do this, Alex?
Alex freaks out and casts the same spell on Moy Macho, causing him to beat the shit out of Zeke. Justin panics, and rather than both Alex and Justin competing magically to amp up their specific competitor, Justin says, Zeke, you're on your own, basically. Harper arrives and says that her wish is world peace. But then, when she sees her boyfriend getting beat up, she changes her mind and wishes to be a powerful fighter as well. She hops in the ring, beats the shit out of Moy Macho, and now he implicitly, directly blames Alex for his greatest humiliation, rather than unknowingly like it was before. During the match, Max sat next to a masked girl, and like predictably, obviously, it's Talia. And she's like, Max, I wanted to experience your interest for once. I'm having so much fun. And they get back together at the end. We also learn that wizards can see and show each other their own flashbacks. It's interesting to see the show break the fourth wall, as part of that early 2010s era where fourth wall breaks were becoming a little bit more common, always pretty funny and clever when they popped up, back before Rick and Morty and Deadpool made them completely overtake pop culture.
Ready to get spellbound? The Wizards of Waverly Place are waving their wands next, right here on Disney Channel's Friday night.
Meet the Werewolves is the 900th episode where Alex and Mason fight for no reason. Alex wants to meet Mason's parents at the upcoming Autumn Moon Feast werewolf holiday, but Mason's incredibly dodgy and resistant. He doesn't want Alex to meet his parents. He grabs two random people and pays them to pretend to be his parents.
Hi, it's very nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Graybeck. I can see where Mason gets his last name.
But Alex sees through it when they start using inconsistent accents. She's upset Mason lied to her and he finally agrees to take her. At the feast, they seem to be repulsed by Alex being cleanly and having bathed. In a confused Alex realizes Mason told his parents she's a werewolf. Apparently they're racist and they only want Mason dating werewolves. Alex is upset that Mason's ashamed of her, even though she was ashamed of him like 10 episodes ago.
Wouldn't it be easier if you just told them the truth? Unless you're ashamed of me.
Of course I'm not ashamed of you, but they won't understand. Please, just go with it. Use a spell to turn yourself into a werewolf.
So you want me to pretend to be someone I'm not instead of just telling them I'm a wizard?
See how easy that sounded?
Okay. If this is how you want it to be.
She uses a spell to perfectly disguise her and Harper as werewolves. Then she opts to embarrass Mason by acting out and destroying the entire feast during the look for the squeaky toy tradition. Mason begs her to stop, which makes her even more upset.
You're embarrassing me in front of my family.
Oh. So you're embarrassed if I am a werewolf and you're embarrassed if I'm not. What would you like me to be for you, Mason?
However, it turns out that his parents love Alex and give her the Guest of Honor award. It really doesn't track that Mason was embarrassed because you'd think he, of all people, would know what behavior his parents enjoy, but whatever. Now he finally decides to stand up for Alex, only after they like her, and tell them that she's a wizard and one that he's truly happy with. It turns out they're happy for him. They only wanted Mason dating werewolves because no one understands werewolves like other werewolves. But since Alex understands him, they fully accept her until they decide to eat her.
No, we're going to eat her.
What?
Well, she destroyed all the food prepared for the feast.
But she's kind of left us no choice, son. Really? We're starving.
Meanwhile, Max casts a taste like kids food spell on his dinner, which, when eaten by Jerry and Teresa, accidentally turns them into kids.
Max did it!
This is the third instance in the show of a spell-infected object being contagious when eaten. Justin's going to fix it, but Max insists to let him do it since he's obviously going to be the family wizard himself someday. Justin steps back and watches Max struggle. All he's able to do is turn them into teenagers. And this episode randomly runs with the spells can't be cast without wands logic.
Dad, what did you do with our wands?
I don't know. What did you do with our freedom?
Justin's finally able to stop them from heading to Talia's party when he finds his wand and charms Pizza to reverse them to the normal ages. It's, I guess, an episode that happened. Not a particularly inspired one, but a season 4 episode. I wonder who wrote this one. Oh no!
Secrets.
Why don't we do something tonight? Something fun.
I'm too busy.
And lies.
Why do you have a chisel?
Well, that's actually why I'm busy. Look at that, it's chiseling time.
Lead to a cute new guy.
Hello.
Hello.
The famous beast tamer is after your girlfriend.
And that puts Alex and Mason's relationship to a beastly test.
Chase, you saved me.
Is this the end of Alex and Mason? An all-new Wizards of Waverly Place, part of Night of Premieres, Friday at 8, 7 Central.
Disney Channel Summer.
Beast Tamer is the beginning of an unofficial two-parter that finally properly explores how broken and terrible Alex and Mason's relationship is, though unfortunately the show doesn't seem to understand that this is what it's doing. The kids land 4 tickets to a Beast Bowl, which are then promptly delivered by famous and charming beast hunter Chase Riprock. Chase tries to flirt with Alex, the famous and renowned wizard who saved the world from dark angels. However, she denies his advances due to her perfect relationship with the perfect boyfriend, Mason, who mysteriously and dodgily doesn't want to come.
Wait, you're busy again? But just last night you canceled our big plans to sit on the couch and do nothing. I had to do nothing alone.
At an early VIP screening of setup for the Beast Bowl, Chase continues openly flirting with Alex. Chase doesn't respect Justin's monster hunter profession at all, as it's apparently not as prestigious as a beast tamer. Justin tries to tame a beast on his own so Max can take a photo with it, but it goes wrong and the two of them are banned from the event by, once again, regular security guards. Alex defeats the beast Justin unleashed and Chase kisses her. Well, that's not appropriate. Alex returns to talk to Mason, who continues to be very dodgy and does not want to speak to her.
You're choosing chiseling over me?
I'm not choosing. I just think that every man needs his own chiseling time.
Alex is very overdramatic.
I think you want to be around me.
And decides to give Chase a chance, since Mason hasn't given her his full and undivided attention for almost 2 days now. Harper decides to be the only rational and logical person in the episode, a dramatic shift from the early days of the series, and speaks to Mason directly to ask what's going on. He's been working on an anniversary gift for Alex, it turns out. He's a sweet guy after all. Harper tells him about Chase, and Mason heroically rushes off to the arena to make his love for his girlfriend clear. This is a conversation I had with Quentin Reviews on October 23rd, where I told him my Wizards project would probably be about 5 hours, and when he said it'd be difficult to do it in under 8, I thought he was being ridiculous. I bring that up because we are now passing the 8-hour mark of Wizards of Waverly Place retrospective. Justin and Max sneak into the arena dressed as circus clowns.
Turn that frown upside down, time to become a beast-taming clown.
And might I add, there was a completely different spell to make someone become a clown back in season 2.
Pound for pound, you're a clown.
They accidentally unleash a beast once again, it grabs Alex, Chase is able to rescue her, but before he can win Alex his affection, Mason arrives with his clunky, pointless gift, which we never see again after this scene. Alex loves it so much that she fully returns to Mason's side, and the two of them leave together. With their relationship solidified, nothing could possibly break them apart. The next episode, Wizard of the Year, sees Alex and Mason break up.
I think we need a break.
Hi, I'm Greg Sokin from Wizards of Waverly Place. And you're watching Disney Channel. Cheerio.
Alex is formally declared the Wizard of the Year after saving the world from the Dark Angels. She is reinstated in her family's wizard competition, and she'll be the star of a wizard banquet honoring her achievement. Chase returns to congratulate her. The wizard media, after seeing the two flirting at the Beast Bowl, decides that they're a new power couple and manipulate footage to reinforce this claim.
Yeah, it's official. Yeah, we're not dating. I have a boyfriend. Now scram. Yeah, it's official.
What? That was not forced at all. Mason cannot grasp the fact that the news media would lie, and he's irate at Alex, refusing to contact her for a couple days and standing her up at the banquet. Chase takes advantage of this and sits with the Russo family, and Alex finally decides to embrace flirting with him, 1 episode after deciding not to. Really crazy stuff. There's a little runner where Justin records an angry hologram message about how Alex doesn't deserve to be the Wizard of the Year and he was robbed.
Congratulations to you, Alex! I'm proud. Proud that as of today, this award no longer has meaning! How could you do this? I mean, do you even...
I'm sure your heartfelt words will show the Wizard Council great sportsmanship. I'll bet it even helps you get reinstated into the competition.
As of today, this award no longer has meaning! How could you do this? I mean, you haven't checked the people that you give these to? Can you believe this guy? I mean, serious.
Mason feels bad about standing up Alex and finally decides to show up when the event is almost over. He sees Alex and Chase together and in a fit of rage, transforms into a werewolf and fights the guy. There's a massive, dramatic battle unlike any other. Really crazy stuff. Look at that. Oh my god. Whoa, that looks like it hurt. That was crazy. Oh my god. They get slammed around, constant carnage. It humiliates Alex and turns the best night of her life into the worst. She breaks up the fight and Mason gives her an ultimatum, which is a great thing for a guy to do.
Well, who's it gonna be, Alex? Him or me?
Alex has to choose between the man who's half dog, 1,000 years older than her, stood her up and felt entitled enough to fight the guy who didn't stand her up, or just choose the guy who didn't do any of that. But she chooses neither.
Neither of you.
What?
What? I believe she said she's choosing neither of them.
Girl boss, gaslight, gatekeep. Heartbroken and alone, Alex sits on the balcony and stares up at the full moon, mourning her loss but taking solace in the fact that she's escaped from an endless, toxic relationship until 7 episodes from now when they get back together. Misfortune at the beach is basic, not gonna lie. The family goes to the beach. I'm pretty sure this is the same set from and they encounter a fortune-telling machine named Zelzar. Jerry warns the kids that Zelzar is from the wizard world and his fortunes are real, so they need to be careful. The kids don't obey, and while the boys get basic, simple, and positive fortunes,
you will receive a sweet surprise.
Well, that does sound like a good free ice cream?
Alex gets a card saying, "Say goodbye to your life." The next chunk of the episode is basically Milo Murphy's Law, with constant life-threatening occurrences happening at every turn. Alex tries to reverse her fortune, and Zelzar says he'll do it if the kids free him and give him a day at the beach. Max swaps into the machine. Justin has to make sense of his completely nonsensical prophecies to beachgoers.
Mustache and beard, jealous? This is actually why I've been inspecting these machines, vague fortunes. What Zelzar is actually trying to say is that jealousy is a very hairy subject. So yeah, why don't you go take a walk and think about that?
While Alex has to keep Zelzar from being seen by Jerry and Teresa. The parents eventually find out, kind of like a season 1 episode, but ultimately everything's fine. Zelzar goes back in the machine and gives Alex his fortune to the next person in line, who turns out to be a little girl.
Poor girl.
Hang on there, little girl. I'm Hal Art, host of Random Prize Giveaway. Say goodbye to your life because we're randomly giving you $1 million.
What? This just in. An enormous asteroid is on a collision course with Earth.
The fate of the world is in our hands.
Here we go. It's an all-new, out-of-this-world Wizards. Friday, August 19th at 8/7 Central.
Disney Channel Summer.
Wizards vs. Asteroid is a massive breath of fresh air in the back half of a sort of dull 4th season, and it's the most ridiculous application of the Wizards vs. blank branding. We open with a news reporter outside the substation, somberly reporting that an asteroid is going to destroy the Earth today.
NASA is speculating impact as soon as this evening. We are all in great peril.
Justin and Zeke think the situation is just hysteria, and they roll out a whiteboard full of equations to validate their point. Unfortunately, they just left a chocolate chip on the whiteboard, and when it's removed, they realize that yes, the Earth will be destroyed today. On the eve of Alex and Harper's high school graduation, Mr. Laritate, however, refuses to let Alex graduate, and he has a massive, indestructible safe full of evidence of every misdeed she's ever committed, which will bar her from graduation once and for all. Near the beginning of Justin's senior year, he began a wizard independent study as a monster hunter. Alex, now done with her senior year, has not had to do that. A likely assumption is that it's because she is considerably behind in her magic practice.
I'm here to congratulate Justin Russo. He just mastered his 5,000th spell, marking end to his wizard studies.
How many spells have I successfully completed?
Oh, we don't like to keep track of numbers. 200, give or take 100. So 100.
Which just reinforces that the upcoming competition isn't fair on any level. Justin, for being an excellent student, is rewarded with more studying he has to do, whereas Alex if she is to win the upcoming competition, won't have to do any of that. After a NASA missile fails to explode upon hitting the asteroid, the wizards decide to retreat into the wizard world for protection, meaning the wizard world apparently isn't on Earth. Every wizard is allowed to bring only one non-wizard companion, meaning it's apparently expected for wizards to reveal their identities to at least one person. Jerry, despite no longer being a wizard, is able to enter, and he brings Teresa, Alex brings Harper, Justin brings Zeke. There's no desperate last-minute attempt to search for Juliet at all, he just gets Zeke. And Max brings a starfish. Mason's left to die. Grandma and Uncle Ernesto are left to die. And Megan presumably is as well. Very cool.
Like this?
Alex is apparently the only wizard or mythological being of any sort who has the idea to stop the asteroid from hitting the Earth. Think about the fact that wizards are not allowed to marry mortals, and then consider that the wizard world as a whole was planning to casually leave the mortal world to completely explode with no regrets about it. I think it's safe to assume that mortals are discriminated against the same way as all these other mythological beings, since they're of so little value to the wizards. The kids shrink into the Captain Jim Bob Sherwood shuttle and launch into space.
We don't have to worry about that. I'm plotting a safe course with actually a very safe line. It's coming right at us! I just have to find the right combination of this 5-digit security code. By my calculations, there are 100,000 possible ways.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Alex, that'll never work.
Code correct.
The bomb reactivates, but as they're trying to leave, Justin gets his foot caught in a hole. So this is the major dramatic climax of the episode. Not a single one of them has the idea to use magic to escape from this. I won't even bother going over the spells they could potentially use here, because it's pretty much just every spell would help them here. Justin's foot is just stuck in a hole, that's it.
1 minute, 30 seconds until self-destruct.
It's useless. We're getting closer and closer to Earth. You guys have to leave without me.
What? No, Justin, we're not leaving without you.
Well, if you don't go, then we're all gonna...
This is just the scene from movies, but unironically.
Forget about me, Alex. Save yourself.
Seriously, Justin, just stand up.
Okay.
After 5 minutes, they finally have the idea to use magic, they escape, they get back to Earth, even though the episode literally expects us to believe that they didn't make it for just a second.
But they're still not back yet. You don't think they...
I don't know.
No. Alex.
What's up with all the sad faces?
That asteroid will think twice before coming around here again.
The news reports that a chunk of the asteroid has landed directly on Tribeca Prep, where Mr. Laritate is. Alex and Harper run down to the school and see it completely in shambles. The asteroid chunk landed directly on the Alex-proof safe, meaning Mr. Laritate has no evidence to keep her as a student. Just Alex and Harper now have an impromptu graduation ceremony, and that's that. We never see them at the school again, although we never get any explanation regarding where Max is going to school now, or for that matter, any of the students. I love this episode. It's the dumbest bullshit. It knows it's the dumbest bullshit. It was one of my favorites as a kid, and it still is. Justin's back in is focused on reinstating Justin into the family wizard competition. If his class of delinquents can pass their final exam, he's back in. He prevented the destruction of the entire Earth in the previous episode, but apparently the Wizard Council values 10 students taking a test over preventing the extinction of 6 billion people. Alex insists that the class is ready for the test, and Justin reluctantly agrees to take the class to the Hall of Wizards run by historian Cragmont.
Professor Crumbs has told me that you're extraordinary. Yes, as a matter of fact, yeah. It's extraordinary how many times he's told me, you're extraordinary.
When the class fails en masse, Justin and Alex erupt in a fiery fight as he blames her for manipulating him into letting his class test too early to bar him from getting reinstated. Alex, desperate to prove her name and repair her relationship with her brother, returns to the testing site where she discovers that Cragmont was behind the whole thing.
This says that they passed, but you reported to Crumbs that they failed. I think that you've made a mistake.
Mistake? Oh, no. On purpose, yes. H2 Rousseau! Surprise! I'm evil!
The Glass shows up to save Alex, but Cragmont casts a spell to remove all of their wands. Yet another spell that seems extremely useful in various situations, but is not used outside of this one instance. Felix is revealed to be the descendant of the ancient and powerful wizard Rinaldi. He removes his ancient wand from a crystal ball and uses it to defeat Cragmont once and for all. Professor Crumbs learns the truth and turns Cragmont into a talking history book as punishment.
Ow!
He then formally reinstates Justin into the competition. There's also a B-plot, but who cares? The next two episodes are a really interesting breakdown of the toxicity of Alex and Harper's friendship, although once again, I don't think the episodes know that. In Alex the Puppet Master, Alex and Harper decide to move out and perform a puppet show for children in order to raise the money to rent a New York apartment. Good luck with that, guys.
Guys, thanks for coming to the show. Oh, I see it's allowance week, Jimmy. Thank you.
Harper puts a considerable amount of effort into building the sets and puppets, but Alex completely forgets to do her task, which was writing the script for the puppet show. No one has the idea to use magic to fix this problem. Harper angrily decides to do the puppet show on her own.
But you didn't even help me. Well, you know how unreliable I am. I can't even carry my own weight.
That Annie really reminded me of somebody. Just...
Really? You couldn't tell that was a thinly veiled attack on Alex?
I could tell.
Alex, out of spite, decides to host her own competing puppet show directly across from Harper's, because she's only motivated when it comes to proving a point. Her character really has remained dimensionalized across the 4 seasons, as opposed to pretty much everyone else who's lost their edge. Alex uses magic to turn Justin and Zeke into her puppets, against their will, I might add, and she steals Harper's audience.
I'm out of here! Zeke! I'm not your puppet!
Alex sees Harper's now heartbroken, you could say, and decides to use her puppets to apologize.
Aw, Annie, you're not perfect, but you usually come through after a bad situation. We're best friends forever.
And after all of that, Harper's like, okay, Alex, I see no red flags here, and I will move in with you once again. I love Alex Russo, but this girl refuses to work to earn her half of the rent and is only motivated when she's actively hurting someone. Harper is completely trapped in this toxic relationship where she gives absolutely everything and Alex contributes nothing in return. But Harper has no one else. Harper's isolated from her family. She doesn't have any other friends, and she's constantly placed in this position where she agrees to be taken advantage of because she feels she wouldn't otherwise have anyone else in her life. And she's completely right. She's a loser. She has no one. In the B story, Max has Talia's intellectual upper-class parents over to meet his parents. And because Jerry and Teresa's soul-defining characteristic is now that they're stupid, the meeting doesn't go over well, and Max is forbidden from seeing his girlfriend again.
Actually, no, we don't go to the movies. We prefer live theater.
Well, we went to the theater once. But, you know, the show seemed to end like right in the middle of the story. I didn't get it.
That was the intermission.
We don't think this is an intellectually stimulating environment for Talia. I don't even have to confer with my wife on this.
Justin decides to help his brother out and casts a spell over the phone to make Mr. and Mrs. Robinson forget about the previous encounter and schedule a do-over. Jerry and Teresa now play along and unwittingly sign up to attend a 16-hour opera with Talia's parents.
What's going on? You guys are supposed to be at the opera with Talia's parents.
We snuck out.
Yeah, we're gonna go upstairs, take a nap, then get something to eat, and then sneak back in. They'll never know.
Don't you think they'll notice when the lights come up for intermission?
We never see Talia again. In My Two Harpers, Alex won't leave Harper alone and is completely demanding all of her friends' time and affection.
You were about to smooch it up, weren't you? All right, I'll leave you alone for a little bit. Are you done now?
She decides to simply create a clone of Harper that she can spend time with. Harper goes from demanding some space from Alex to being completely jealous of the clone of herself taking Alex's affection, and later threatening to take Zeke's as well. Alex contributes almost nothing to this friendship on an emotional level, she just takes, and that creates this manipulative power vacuum where Harper desperately wants her validation. The moment she sees Alex give attention to someone else the way she never does to her, Harper will do anything to receive that attention as well. Alex has unconsciously, and I think unintentionally, put Harper in the position where she feels like she needs to earn Alex's friendship, whereas Alex herself thinks she is completely entitled to friendship by default. It's funny because, for the most part, the main cast in this series has healthy and positive relationships. Sitcoms obviously aren't known for characters getting along, and perhaps they're at their best when the characters aren't getting along. But I do feel like children's programming on the Disney Channel has an obligation to showcase healthier dynamics due to the impressionability of the young children audience. Wizards of Waverly Place proves you can make a sitcom where the characters don't despise each other's guts the way everyone does in life. But for whatever reason, Alex takes advantage of Harper and is depicted as completely okay. It's kinda crazy that this slipped through the cracks, because the rest of the show feels like it's putting forward a conscious effort to maintain healthy relationships. In the B-plot, the sandwich shop is struggling financially, and Max has the idea to extend the sub-shop into the wizard world and use the portal as a drive-thru. Jerry pushes this idea too far, hosting full seating in the former wizard lair and overworking the three of them, until 2 orders getting swapped results in both restaurants' customers angrily leaving. Jerry apologizes for pushing his boys too far. Max's B-plots are consistently so decidedly less interesting. I never have any thoughts on Max stories, man. I just don't care.
We're here about the apartment for rent.
I think you're looking for the 13th floor.
There is no 13th floor.
Or is there?
Prepare yourself for part 1 of the 4-part saga, Wizards of Waverly Place Apartment 13B, part of a monstrous night of premieres on Disney Channel.
Don't miss it.
New episode Friday at 8, 7 Central.
Wizards of Apartment 13B starts the next multi-episode storyline, which will once again culminate in a Wizards vs. Blank showdown for the ages. Alex and Harper struggle to find an affordable apartment in the heart of New York City, and grapple with the fact that none of the ads have been truthful.
Honey, if everybody advertised the truth, then we'd have to call our ham and cheese something and something else.
And that's when a flyer blows in the door with the same gravitas as that Hannah Montana episode where a photograph blowing onto Miley's lap determines which boyfriend she's gonna choose. I love looking at the Wikipedia entries for these shows because they were all written by children 10 years ago, and this episode's description says, Alex and Harper receive a flyer for a hotel. Because apparently children think apartments and hotels are the same thing. A magical button appears when Alex enters the elevator, which reveals a 13th floor, only accessible to non-humans. She tells the owner, Dexter, that Harper is a wizard, and they buy the apartment. Harper uses a basic training wand to help her blend in as a wizard. It only has one function, opening things.
Open cupcakes.
So apparently that's a thing that exists. Evidently, training wands can be used by completely non-magical individuals, alright. That's when their first neighbor shows up. Oh no.
This must be a sign. We're supposed to get back together.
This is not a sign, Mason.
Though dejected by Mason's presence, Alex and Harper decide to throw a party to celebrate moving in. The guests being all of their neighbors, also in the apartment complex, because apparently that's how apartment parties work.
Cheers, Alex. You look smashing tonight.
Mason tries to use Harper's wand to make Alex open her heart to him. He's a cool guy. But an ogre steps in front of him, causing Alex to open her heart to an ogre all night. He tries again, and this time Alex spills her heart to Felix, who's also moving to this complex.
Guys, you don't need to fight. My heart is big enough for both of you.
Justin and Max show up, and the latter sets everything right by reversing Harper's wand. Justin confesses that he really misses Alex's presence, and the two bond, etc. Max gets kicked out of the party because he wasn't invited in the first place. On the way out, Dexter gives him a flyer to Wizard Summer Camp, which he gladly accepts. And that's when Dexter reveals his true nature. Oh my god, it's that one guy from earlier! Alex goes off on Mason and kicks him out of her hotel room.
Alex, I'm sorry I ruined your party. But I can't apologize for my feelings. I let you go way too easily the last time, and I won't let it happen again. I'm not giving up on us.
Mason, please.
Okay, bye.
This episode showcases a wonderful lesson for young girls. Mason thinks he is entitled to Alex's love by proxy of simply having feelings for her, but Alex Russo is a strong woman who's learned her lesson from her breakup and will fight to dispel this notion at all costs and keep this man out of her life. In a ghost roommate, Alex gets back together with Mason.
This is Jennifer Stone from Wizards of Waverly Place, and you're watching Disney Channel. And
the girls struggle to pay their bills, so Dexter suggests they get a roommate. He's an evil dark angel, but he's also a helpful and kind landlord. Mason shows up, and Alex says to move on, but a wealthy ghost named Lucy shows up, and Alex says to move in. They think they've got the perfect roommate, and still she starts moaning and haunting all night long, keeping everyone in the apartment awake all night, including Hugh Normus, who's back and still making his one joke.
She scared me so much, I had to hide under my bed. That's tough for a giant. Look.
Lucy explains that her boyfriend Donnie went missing 60 years ago when his plane crashed in the Bermuda Triangle. Her soul hasn't been at peace since. Alex's plan to stop the haunting all night is to set Lucy up with someone else. She tries pairing him with Justin, and it doesn't go well.
Doesn't matter anyway. No plane could have survived the magnetic forces of the triangle.
Throughout the episode, Alex has been telling Mason enough is enough.
Hello, I'm here about the roommate ad.
Come on, Mason.
Yes, she's taken it under consideration. I am wearing her down.
I think that was just a polite way to get rid of you.
Only time will tell.
I was kind of getting rid of you. I'm really glad that we're still friends, but I just think it's time for you to move on.
Move on. Very well. I heard this apartment had fleas anyway. Keep it down out here. I mean, I can't even hear myself. Moving on.
That's when Lucy starts to fall for Mason, and Alex gets jealous. She cannot stand to see Mason with another girl and decides it's time to find Donnie at all costs. Alex teleports her and Lucy to an island in the Bermuda Triangle, the very same island where Skylar and Oliver defeated the ambusher via a dance battle. Remember Mighty Med Season 2 Episode 10? A classic. But, oh my god, all the magic is cancelled out by the electrical interference of the Bermuda Triangle, meaning Alex can't teleport herself home. Plastic isn't the only antithesis of magic, it seems. Meanwhile, Justin's busy studying for the Family Wizard competition. He's ordered a robot to do his job at the substation for the time being. However, the naughty and evil Dexter swaps out Justin's robot for his evil one, which proceeds to ask Zeke frequent questions about the upcoming competition. Zeke realizes this robot shouldn't know about the wizarding world and tries to tell Justin about it. And for no reason whatsoever, Justin just doesn't believe him until it's too late. It scans Justin's entire spellbook, incapacitates both of them, and flees the restaurant. Mason has taken it upon himself to rescue Alex. What a hunky hero. Justin gives him a pair of Bermuda shorts, which will nullify the nullification of the magic or whatever the hell is happening. He arrives to save her, the girl he's entitled to the love of!
You came for me! You did come for me, right? Because Lucy's already with someone, so forget that. That's over.
He clarifies that he did indeed come for her, and Alex is very glad to hear that. They teleport home, rekindling their relationship and making a million little girls go, oh, yeah. Awesome work, Disney writers. The robot gives Dexter the spell he needed, and he prepares for the next phase of his plan. I'm so invested in this storyline! I may have exaggerated for comedic effect just a little bit when I said Alex and Mason get back together in that episode. It actually happens in this one. Get along, little zombie. The girls find out that Mr. Alara Tate lives in this apartment building as well, on one of the lower floors that the regular humans are segregated to. This will be important later. Dexter introduces his newest tenant to the 13th floor, an actual zombie. This will be important later. Mason is desperate to get more time with Alex and demands a date.
Hi, Alex. I have not been sitting here waiting for you all day. Why would you accuse me of such a thing?
I haven't even said anything yet.
Oh, gravy boat, I skipped ahead on my rehearsed encounter with you. Alex, I made a list of the pros and cons of us getting back together. Well, I mean, I listed the pros. There were no cons.
Mason.
So naturally, he hits every button on that elevator like the scene in Elf, so him and Alex will be stranded there and she'll have to talk to him. I feel like Alex should not like this. It genuinely seems like a betrayal of her character that this works on her. She's like my cat, lazy, mischievous, and rebellious on a fundamental level. When my cat's in my room and I close my door, she meows at the door and demands to go out. When she's in my room and the door is open, she has no desire to escape whatsoever. Alex is not a character who should like being cornered. She should absolutely fight back, but her character writing always goes out the window in order to fulfill the executive's wet dream of an Alex and Mason romance. They finally get back to their floor, but Mason's shenanigans have completely broken the elevator and the 13th floor button is permanently visible to everyone. This will be important now. Regular ass humans, lesser beings, the scum of the earth, utterly inferior creatures now pour into this floor.
They don't look like you. They can't build like you. You and the villagers are fundamentally different. It's almost as if you're a different species.
Mr. Liratate, after all this time, learns the true nature of wizards.
Yes, because this is a haunted house.
Haunted house, my caboose. It's more like a weird parallel magic universe.
Then a zombie bites him, and he's transformed into one. He escapes out into the world and winds up at a square dancing competition outside the substation. Alex, Harper, and Mason have to square dance together and lure him away from the crowd to cure him. They finally succeed. He doesn't remember a thing. He goes out to square dance again. That's his exit from the show, bye! Throughout this adventure, Alex has been captivated by Mason's charming good looks and completely healthy behavior, and she can no longer contain her feelings.
We can't stay broken up. We're too good together.
In the other storyline, Felix has rushed back to Justin. Rinaldi's wand isn't working. Justin realizes there are batteries in it, and it's a fake. It's been stolen. Jerry suggests using the Abracadubler wand app to track it. It's literally just Google Maps. That's a thing that exists. The wand's floating around the apartment complex.
It's moving around the building like it's flying.
Ooh. Or the building is flying around the wand.
Professor Crumbs comes onto the scene to get to the bottom of it, and Felix informs him about the 13th floor.
Impossible. There are no wizard floors at the Windsor.
They confront Dexter, reuniting with Alex, Mason, and Harper, and Dexter reveals his true nature to the characters, even though we were already shown, for some reason, 3 episodes ago. Dexter stole Rinaldi's wand and lures Felix to join him.
Don't you want your wand back? Without it, you're just another delinquent.
Felix, what are you doing?
I'm joining the dark side.
Felix performs the spell stolen from Justin's book and charms the floor to have no exits, the same spell Alex performed on Justin and Harper in season 2.
Make your troubles no more, go in through the outdoor.
Make these troubles no more, go in through the outdoor.
The evil Dark Angel man has truly come out on top this time. However, will they defeat him? Find out next time.
Next time, the conclusion of Wizards of Waverly Place, Apartment 13B. Secrets are revealed.
Dexter is Gora.
And plans are put in place.
Turn you all to the dark side. We have to save the others.
As the Wizards 4-part saga comes to a shocking end.
Hello, Justin. Juliet. Join us.
The saga concludes next Friday at 8/7 Central. This Monstober on Disney Channel.
We pick up with our heroes kinda awkwardly standing together on floor 13 with an evil Felix lured to the dark side by Dexter. Or should I say, Gorog! Felix uses his powerful wand to make all tenants of the floor come with him and his new master, except for Alex, Justin, and Harper. Why not? I sure don't know. Their plot armor leaves them stranded in the charmed apartment building. Justin realizes that the charm doesn't work on non-wizards, and since Harper is a human, she's able to escape through the trash chute. Presumably she could have exited through the elevator, I think by that logic, but she uses the trash chute. They went through the trouble of using the same spell from season 2, but completely contradicted its lore because Harper couldn't escape back then. But now, the most powerful wand in the world casts the same spell, and it's so powerful that it's considerably weaker than when 16-year-old Alex did it with a regular wand. Gorog manipulates everyone into becoming evil. Hugh Normus becomes evil, Mason becomes evil, Professor Crumbs becomes evil. Felix opens a black hole in Alex's apartment and sucks her and Justin inside. Gorog plans to open a portal into the wizard world with Felix's wand and invade it with his army. Or, in the words of the Wikipedia article, Gorog makes the wizard army to dig a hole to the atmosphere to the wizard world so they can take over it. But psych! Professor Crumbs wasn't really evil, he was faking it!
Before you fire that orb, aren't you forgetting one small thing?
Yeah? What's that?
That I will not allow it to happen. Give me that wand.
Never!
Felix defeats and vaporizes him, but it turns out Crumbs swapped the wands and gave Felix the fake. He teleports to the Russo wizard lair to unite with Max and Harper.
And how is it you know about wizardry?
How is it I know about wizardry? Well, I just saw you flash in here out of nowhere. Amazing, I'm blown away. But isn't exposing magic a big no-no? I mean, I'm guessing.
Let's just keep this to ourselves.
Oh, so it's that casual, Crumbs, huh? Really? Oh! What was the point of Max going to wizard camp? He was just gone from the previous 2 episodes, and then this one starts and he's back from wizard camp, and he was like, well, that was fun. Why did Gorog do that? Max didn't have to be out of the way for those 2 episodes. Gorog really just sent Max to an unsuspecting innocent wizard camp? How do you have access to a wizard camp? He's a dark angel. What a show. After a phone call using 2 phones from completely different decades, Crumbs uses Felix's wand to open the other half of the black hole in the lair. Max leaps in and lands in the apartment. Suck it, Interstellar, that's how this works. They leap inside together and come back home. A heroic rescue complete. We never learned the fate of the apartment building that had a literal black hole in it, but I like to imagine all the humans on the lower floors got sucked inside, and Larry Tate canonically died off screen. The Russo kids show up to defeat Gorog. Mason tempts Alex to the dark side, but she resists. And that's when Gorog reveals his trump card. The ace up his sleeve, Juliet.
Hello, Justin.
You might be wondering how Juliet is young again after being told multiple times she is old forever. Yep. You might be wondering what the point of an entire episode about moving on was if they were just gonna get reunited anyways. Yep. Justin succumbs to the dark side. Again, Juliet lures him in. Alex decides there's no point without Justin and gives in to Mason too. All is lost. Max is alone and he surrenders himself to the darkness as well. Then, when Gorog has his guard down, the Russo kids join forces and defeat him. They fire wand blasts at him. Boom! He's, can you believe this action? Whoa! How do they even know they were all on the same page? They couldn't have possibly planned this fake out because none of them knew he had Juliet captured. Would Juliet have revealed herself if the kids just destroyed Gorog the second they entered?
I never gave up. I knew that somehow, someday we'd be together again.
Everyone's cured of their evil brainwashing, Felix is good again, Hugh is good again. We never see these 2 characters again, farewell gents. What an emotional journey. Unlike any, okay, 4 episodes left, I can go, let's go, let's go.
I'm David Henry from Wizards of Waverly Place, and you're watching Disney Channel.
He's wearing the exact same shirt from his 2009 version. Rock Around the Clock is a simple little episode which picks up with the dire financial straits of the Waverly substation. The Russo's landlord shows up, and he decides he's selling the sub shop and evicting the family. They're panicking because they'd lose access to their portal if they moved, and they'd be permanently cut off from the wizard world. Pay no attention to the fact that the hillbilly wizards in season 3 demanded Alex move the portal and she shrink it to a portable size. This episode claims that portals are permanently installed, so that's the logic we're running with. So the family decides to time travel. Somehow, this is only the 3rd episode out of 110 that takes advantage of the fact that wizards can traverse time freely. This time though, they use a wizard's first time machine device instead of a wand or a spell. The Russos and Harper head to 1957 to stop Jerry's father from selling the shop to his landlord. So you're telling me Jerry's dad sold his house to a landlord and resumed living in it, just paying a rent instead of a mortgage. Great thinking, Jerry's dad. You are one smart guy.
Nice to see you, Hank. I'm Teresa.
Oh, my, wife in the future?
No, Dad, actually, she's my wife in the future.
Oh, do I find a wife as beautiful as her?
Well, a lot of people say I look just like Mom.
Oh, jeepers.
This also implies that Jerry, Kelbo, and Megan grew up in the exact same house in the exact same lair. Back in Make It Happen from Season 2, Jerry says that he opened the sandwich-themed restaurant downstairs. But apparently his downstairs was always a restaurant, it just sold a wide variety of food as a diner. And Jerry was determined to remove everything from the menu except for sandwiches. He also says his dad was a rodeo clown in that episode.
But your dad wanted you to do something practical.
No, he was a rodeo clown. He thought bull riders were stuck up.
So make of that what you will.
You want me to fill a bottle with water and charge you for it? Okay, but sounds a little kooky.
Oh, yeah, see, in the future, people pay a ton of money.
You're messing with the fabric of time.
Justin makes a big deal about how they can't mess with the fabric of time, but that's literally what they're doing. That's the whole reason they're here. The family returns home only to find the substation abandoned and empty. Something they did in 1957 must have caused a ripple effect. They head back to fix the error, and also because they left Harper in the 50s. For some reason, they returned to the 50s months later. It turns out that Jerry's dad's restaurant failed to make enough business and he had to close it. Harper is actually enrolled at Tribeca Prep, despite the fact that she already graduated high school, and now she's the most popular girl in the school. She expresses that the local youth don't like the Waverly Diner because the jukebox is broken and is boring. Fun fact, they actually filmed this episode right before Wizards vs. Asteroid to get one last use of the school set before they permanently destroyed it for that one. Harper uses her popularity to bring all the kids at school to the diner. Max plugs his MP3 player into the jukebox while distributing high fives, and everyone's partying and having the shindig of their lives. Returning home, the landlord is now the Russos' janitor, and the family owns their substation. Ooh, but they left Harper in 1957. Time to do it all again. Ha 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 ha. Harperella is the final standalone episode before the big finale, and it is quite a trip, let me tell you. Harper's reading a fairy tale book to some random children solely out of the kindness of your heart, as you do, but unfortunately, fate has decided to punish Harper. It's a wizard storybook, which makes its reader part of the story. Yet another oddly specific object you've just gotta wonder the intended purpose and function of. Harper's transported into the world of Cinderella, where her evil stepbrothers and stepmother rule over her life.
Oh, Harperella, you're not going to the dance. Look at all the work you have to do.
Alex shows up as the fairy godmother and explains that the story has to run its course before Harper can escape. Alex gives Harper a dress and a carriage, and Harper dances with Zeke Charming and leaves the shoe behind, etc. Unfortunately, the pages in the book are mismatched, and the story abruptly morphs into the Three Little Pigs.
Get inside! Who did you do? Who? The big bad wolf!
Open your door, or I'll huff, and I'll puff, and I'll blow your... What is this place?
The Waverly substation?
Oh, well, I'll blow your Waverly substation down.
If this story runs its course, the big bad wolf's gonna eat Harper, so Alex has to fix this. She desperately looks for the pages necessary to change the story, shoves in pages from whatever book she can find. She gets a page from Justin's science book and brings a caveman into the fold, pulls a page from Max's magic magazine. All of a sudden, special guest star David Copperfield's in the story.
I'm David Copperfield. I made the Statue of Liberty disappear. I can't vanish a common caveman.
Look that up, by the way. That happened. That's really interesting. Alex finally finds the missing Cinderella pages. The story goes back to normal. Zeke Charming comes to test the shoe on Harper. It fits. Everyone's really happy. And Harper returns to the real world. There, she tries to make everyone dance as well as they did in the story, but she's unable to do so because our main cast is a bunch of talentless hacks. We're here, guys. We made it. The two-part series finale. Who will be the family wizard?
We've been waiting for this for a long time.
A family. Promise you'll stick together no matter who becomes the family wizard.
Like no other.
I promise that.
Promise.
I promise.
faces a challenge
This is it. One of us is going to become the family wizard.
like no other.
The Russo family competition commences immediately.
Whoa! What is this place?
Go, Justin! Oh, it's just a maze.
Still my number one.
Ah, Max!
Harper, are you okay? What's happening?
We need to get out of here before we disappear like everything else.
This January, one final question
Guys, we need to get out of here.
will be answered.
Justin, don't do this.
I have to.
Wizards of Waverly Place. Who will be the family wizard? The answer will come Friday, January 6th at 8/7 Central, only on Disney Channel.
I remembered the final results of what each Russo kid ended up getting, magic-wise, but I remembered literally nothing else about this finale at all, except for the fact that I found it incredibly underwhelming compared to the cool-ass family wizard competition from the climax of the movie. When Alex makes spaghetti for her family, Professor Crumbs flashes into the home and informs them that Alex doing a selfless deed without magic was the final requirement for the family wizard competition to commence. And it will commence immediately. I'd like to point out the season 2 episode Alex Does Good is fully about Alex doing good without magic, by the way. And also, we've just been waiting on a checklist of tasks this whole time. That's it. Earlier in this season alone, it was established that the wizard competition has a set date when Max moved it up earlier. Yet now it turns out there was just a checklist. The writers pulled that out of their ass. It contradicts everything. Whatever, we're teleported to a fancy game show set and Rudy Giuliani acts as the host.
As you know, for centuries, we've been choosing one sibling from each family to be a wizard for life, crushing the dreams of all the others.
Jerry makes the kids promise that this won't tear them apart the way it tore his family apart.
How often does Uncle Kelbo come around? A couple times a year? Aunt Megan? Never. You know why? Because we let the competition come between us. Promise you'll stick together no matter who becomes the family wizard.
I promise, Dad.
I promise.
Not to me, to yourselves.
I promise.
I promise.
Does Jerry's actor have a cold or something? Is it just me? Now, it's time for the competition to begin.
Time to meet tonight's competitors, the Russos. Justin, Alex, and the one nobody thinks is gonna win, Max.
The kids, after training their entire lives, are ready.
You will each have one challenge and one timeout. Kind of describes my second marriage.
They have to correctly name spells and match them with their functions from previous episodes in the series. This whole finale, in general, is chock full of callbacks and continuity, and it makes me forgive the previous 108. While Jerry and Teresa discuss whether Justin or Alex will win, Juliet and Mason arrive to cheer their partners on.
If you don't win, I'll leave you?
They wind up sitting next to each other despite the countless empty seats, and it becomes an awkward, passive-aggressive competition to cheer their partner on. This is literally the only thing Juliet does of note after her random revival in Wizards vs. Everything. There wasn't even a point in her returning. It just contradicted the emotional payoff of a superior episode and added nothing in return. Back at the lair, Harper and Zeke watch the competition on the TV. Unfortunately, Zeke accidentally inhales a purple potion and turns purple. During the spell brewing portion of the competition, Zeke and Harper rush onto the stage to get help and cure Zeke of being purple. We don't get any indication that being purple is painful or bothersome, but they decide to interrupt this moment regardless. I'm frankly not sure how they got here or where this is. After all the drama insisting that Harper, Zeke, and mortals cannot know.
We cannot tell Zeke. That'd be breaking the #1 wizard rule.
I can't tell him the truth, Harper. That would be exposing wizardry.
Well, then fine, I'll do it.
You can't do that. That could get me kicked out of the wizard competition for good.
Neither Crumbs, Rudy Giuliani, nor anyone on the Wizard Council seems to question the fact that they're here and they know about wizardry. Suddenly, a griffin Alex was using as an ingredient bursts out of its jar, grows to massive size and kidnaps their friends, flying off into the distance. The kids agree to use their 45-minute timeout simultaneously in order to rescue Harper and Zeke, taking 3 magic carpets into the Griffin's mountains. They find Harper and Zeke stuck in its nest. Zeke was eaten by the Griffin, but escaped by clog dancing in its stomach until he was spit out. The Griffin returns to attack. Justin uses some Monster Hunter techniques and they don't work. That's when Alex suggests the rope spell from season 2. These spells only work when they rhyme, so what happens if 3 wizards need to tie something up that can't plausibly rhyme with man? Are they just out of luck? They defeat the Griffin, adding to the family's kill count, and return to the competition. Unfortunately, the set's down. The power's off. Crumb tells them that they took more than 45 minutes, disqualifying all of them, once again punishing them for not leaving people to die. Now, it's all over.
You are hereby disqualified.
Alex, I told you we shouldn't have gone. Professor Crumbs, listen to me. There's got to be something we could do about this.
Yeah, we saved 2 people.
What you did was noble, but you were warned of the rules before you left. I am deeply saddened that it has come to this, but the Russo family line of wizards will end forever.
Professor Crumbs.
Your wands, please.
Fucking crying, man. This talking music's too powerful. No, fuck, no.
This will be the last time we will ever see each other.
We're not wizards anymore.
Part 2. Within moments of the kids returning home, the entire wizard lair begins disappearing, object by object, and they rush to escape. It's gone, and we will never see it again. The family's distraught as Justin blames the entire situation on his sister. Their relationship deteriorates and appears to be irreversibly damaged, as Justin screws up Alex's orders and they fight publicly in front of customers.
These are your kids. Good luck.
Imagine being the final extra to have a speaking role in Wizards of Waverly Place. Incredible, bless this woman. Justin is furious that Alex didn't leave Harper and his best friend Zeke to die, and he will never forgive her for that. Seeing no means to fix their situation, Jerry opts to close the substation.
Business for sale?
Dad, what are you doing? Dad, what's happening?
Selling the business.
What? Why?
Well, I've always loved the substation because it was a family business, but we're not much of a family anymore.
Dad, aren't you rushing into this? Dad!
After a whole episode spent time traveling, it was for nothing. Not wanting to see their dad's work fall apart, the kids slowly start to come together across a little montage. And now, about 9 minutes into this episode, everything is fine.
I'm really sorry for messing up the wizard competition. I didn't mean to ruin your lives.
You didn't ruin my life. We all did great today. We could have a good life without magic.
Max, will you forgive me too?
Alex, of course I forgive you.
What's going on?
And that's the end of round 2.
Are you fucking kidding me?
The Griffin was a test. Based on past history with the Russos, we found it necessary to test your sibling bond. When Justin and Max forgave Alex, you all passed through round 2.
Indeed, it turns out that the Griffin outbreak was all planned, although it was supposed to take Professor Crumbs. I want to know how much of that was real and tangibly happened. I don't think it was a simulation. I think all of those events really occurred, so is the wizard lair gonna come back? I don't know. I understand why this had to be a section of the finale. Retest raised the question, will their sibling bond fall apart? And there needed to be an answer to that question, but I just think there are better ways to do that. Maybe the competition takes a month or something and the relationship deteriorates over that time. Then they finally come back together for the end. You didn't have to have a complete narrative cop-out there, but whatever. Not as bad as the premiere. We do some more game show as the kids have to identify spells to help in specific situations using stock footage from prior episodes. Alex manages to close the gap between her and Justin. Now it's time for the final test, an obstacle course. The kids emerge atop a flowing lava river. In Alex's choice from season 1, Justin and Max write prank mail saying they're stuck in the lava sea. My headcanon is that this is the lava sea, although the episode only calls it a lava river. As her brothers hop across the rocks like a challenge from Mr. Beast's Squid Game or its cheap knockoff Squid Game, Alex performs the one-legged time freeze spell and hops, eventually adding a levitation spell on top of it to simply glide over everything, time remaining frozen due to her not hopping on one leg. For some reason, she descends. I don't see why she doesn't just stay levitating the whole time, because her brothers would be immobilized, but whatever. I guess Justin never told her about the hopless version of this from Zeke Finds Out. Now we're in a complex, intricate maze. The kids deal with dead ends and traps as they cast spells to navigate the mist and stone. Everyone on the outside eagerly awaits the results. And finally, we have a victor.
I see someone coming! It's Justin! Justin is the last wizard standing!
Justin emerges from the maze and the family celebrates his victory. Although Alex is happy for Justin, her and Mason embrace and realize it's over.
You know that since I didn't win, we can't be together.
That's the final straw for Justin. He confesses what really happened. In the maze, he got his leg snared in a branch. Alex paused to free him, and he passed her. And like, this is the stupidest shit, oh my god. It's not like Justin's in danger, his dumbass got stuck in a root, that's his fault, girl. Don't do that. Also, he's not stuck, look at this. This is like the asteroid crater all over again. This is that scene from movies, but unironically.
Forget about me, Alex! Save yourself!
Seriously, Justin, just stand up.
Okay.
Justin, because his sister would have rightfully won, relinquishes his powers. This parallels Jerry giving his powers away to his sibling. Now, I think there were better ways to do this. Option 1, Justin wins fair and square, but after realizing Alex and Mason will be forced to be apart, he decides to sacrifice his powers for Alex. That way it's him actually making a sacrifice, rather than doing something out of guilt. Option 2, Justin wins fair and square, but the Wizard Council forbids wizards from marrying vampires. This isn't a stretch at all. There's an entire division of the wizard government dedicated to hunting them down. So, Justin then gives up his wizard powers so he can be with Juliet. This would drive the parallels even further and justify bringing Juliet back into the narrative.
Give your powers up for a girl?
Yeah, right.
Now, in The Good, the Bad, and the Alex, it was plainly and clearly stated that all wizards who win their competition gain their powers here at the Hall of Transfers. However, here, Crumbs gives Alex her powers right on the game show floor.
Very well. I decree that Alex Russo is officially the Russo family wizard.
That's my girl.
Then he speaks to Justin, despite only being 850 years old.
I'm an 850-year-old wizard.
Crumbs has been the headmaster for 3,000 years.
After 3,000 years of being headmaster of WizTech,
he's so impressed by Justin's humble sacrifice that he would like to personally appoint him as the Grand Master of WizTech.
I confer full wizardry on Justin Vincenzo Pepe Russo. Allow me to introduce Professor Russo, who's taking my place as headmaster of WizTech.
Since Alex and Justin are keeping their family powers, I'm passing on to you the family business.
That's awesome!
In a way, all three siblings won. I remember as a kid, I felt cheated. 110 episodes reiterated the fact that only one of them would get to keep their powers, and then it turns out both Justin and Max retained their magic anyways. This is like the 5-book Heroes of Olympus series, constantly reiterating that one of the 7 characters will die, but then through loopholes, Leo dies and then just comes back and he's fine on an island. I felt like cheated. That was mostly irrelevant, but Man, it's been like 10 years. I'm still mad about that. Rick Riordan hyped that up. He's like, one of them's gonna die, and then they were fine. This is kind of what's happening. I think looking back at it, 10 years having passed, I'm happy with how it ended. I loved this show. I was glued to my bulky ass pre-flat screen TV week after week as this series completed its original run, and it was worth every second. Harper and Zeke are just there. They're just allowed to be there. Huge thank you to Road Russell for editing all of season 4. While I'm talking about him, he's also the guy who did the 3D intro for my channel. He's done some 3D work for upcoming projects too. I didn't even decide I was gonna do Wizards until about October 20th. That's when I started rewatching the series. And the reason this whole 10-hour project had a 2-month turnaround was because of him and Paper Plane's contributions. So a huge thank you to them. You'd think after that, it's over. But then, a mere 8 months after the finale, Disney Channel viewers retreated to this spicy, mysterious promo.
The Wizards have fought epic battles before, but this time, they're facing each other. The Wizards return.
Then 6 months after that, on March 15th, 2022, the world was introduced to a 60-minute reunion special called Alex vs. Alex, The Wizards Return.
We finished the show, and a year later, I called the president of Disney Channel because I was in my hotel room, and I watched Disney for 4 hours, and I didn't see anything of our show, and I got so sad. And I was like, can we please do a reunion episode? So he came back a year later. We did a reunion episode, and it's just, he's like, is this the last one? I'm like, I guess, maybe. It's so hard for me to let it go. Genuinely.
It's like leaving home.
It really is.
I know I watched this when it came out, but I think it's possible that I only watched it once. I really only remember 3 things going in. 1, Justin wasn't in it at all because David Henry was focusing on his film career. 2, Alex fights an evil version of herself on a catwalk. And 3, Max falls in love with his cousins on a family vacation. I also had a distinct memory of Teresa yelling, "Max, they're your cousins!" But it turns out that wasn't a line at all, and my brain made it up.
Now, the Wizards return in an all-new special.
Magic is not forgetting what you want or using it for selfish reasons.
Where Alex casts out everything bad.
So you're gonna change your whole personality?
Just the parts that nobody likes.
And faces herself in her biggest battle yet.
You have to believe me.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
The Wizards return. Alex vs. Alex. Premieres Friday, March 15th at 8/7 Central.
We open on a dramatic panning shot across snowy mountains. For the first minute or so, this special is promising to have production value that gives the film a run for its money. Unfortunately though, the mountain pan proves to be the most sophisticated digital effect in the entire special. Inside a cave, Alex stands before an imposing series of crystals. The Crystals of Justice. Surely we'll find out what or who these crystals are, right? Right? No?
Alex Russo, you kneel before the Crystals of Justice, where you are charged with treason for attempting to destroy the mortal world.
I'm telling you, you have the wrong wizard.
Silence!
Okay, I am right here. You do not have to yell.
Alex says that in order to prove her innocence, the crystals should replay the entire story that led up to the current situation, which they begrudgingly agree to.
All right, well, get your popcorn and licorice because you're gonna like how this got started.
Alex has converted the living room into a drive-in theater, and Jerry has had enough of her irresponsibility. Instead of magically conjuring up her own car, she just magically stole some random guy's car from the street down below, and he's been looking for it for an hour. Jerry's treating her like a child for really the first time since season 2, and it kinda makes sense because even in spite of winning the wizard competition, Alex hasn't changed.
Dad, what's the big deal? I've always done stuff like this.
Right. But now that you're the family wizard, it's time to stop using magic for selfish reasons. Now give me that popcorn.
Teresa and Mason enter, and they're excited to set up a welcome back party for Justin, their favorite child. Well, not Mason's child, but you get the idea.
Jerry, stop eating popcorn off the floor.
Next pops in too, and his voice is so much deeper than the show.
I didn't get a party or get to become a wizard. Just got these all-you-can-eat bologna scraps. Maybe I am the winner.
This scene has set up the central dilemma of the film. Alex is struggling to escape Justin's shadow and fighting the world's expectations that she needs to grow up.
It's time to grow up.
Grow up? Everybody knows people who grow up too fast are miserable. I mean, look at Harper. She's been doing her parents' laundry since she was in the 2nd grade.
Oh, see, now the laundry I didn't mind so much. It was rotating the tires in the minivan that just really got to me.
Note that Alex is not using the family wand, nor wearing the family robe, despite winning the competition. At this point, the wizard set had been demolished and the soundstage was being used by Jesse. The upstairs loft was the only portion of the primary Wizards locations to get rebuilt for this special, which leads to an awkward moment where we get a transition bumper and then cut right back to the exact same location.
Where's Justin? He should have been here by now.
Justin's friend Dominic arrives and delivers the sad news that Justin can't make it. He's far too busy with his whiz tech duties. He then flirts with Alex and Mason stands idly by, unhappy. The entire family is smitten by the handsome, nice individual. Jerry then announces what he wanted to tell Justin. They're taking a vacation to visit their extended family in Italy.
Well, you guys have fun. I'll just stay here and read or something.
Yeah, and I'll just stay here and chew up the furniture. This couch looks pretty fruity.
You guys are family too. I got tickets for all of us to go.
Alex decides to skip the travel entirely and simply opens a magical portal to Italy in the middle of their living room.
A door to Japan? How cool!
Max falls head over heels for a beautiful woman and rushes through the door, prompting the family to pursue him. So I guess Talia's no longer in the picture.
Max, forget the girl. We've got girls back home.
Yeah, but there's no Italians in New York, Mom.
Max is Italian. They head back through the door, but Alex doesn't remember the spell to remove it.
Justin would never do a spell that he didn't know how to undo.
Oh, I get it. I get this whole grown-up thing now. You think Justin should have been the family wizard.
Honey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way.
No, I'm sorry I'm not the grown-up family wizard you want me to be.
They changed the graphic appearance of flashing out again. This special has a particle effect as characters warp in and out, as opposed to a strobe effect. Alex sits glumly in the backside of a Jumbotron. I don't know how she accessed the backside of a Jumbotron or how long she's been using this as a safe space, but she has and she is. Dominic shows up and continues shooting his shot, inexplicably knowing her location, and refuses to leave when she asks. She confides in him anyways, despite just meeting him an hour ago, about all the things we discussed earlier. He suggests she join the Wizard Council because he sees her potential as a powerful wizard.
Their opinions really bother you. You're powerful enough to create your own spell to smooth out your little edges.
Why are you telling me this?
Because where everyone else sees trouble, I see magic and beauty.
Okay, now you're just flirting.
Mason arrives with a meal he cooked just for Alex, which she doesn't really care about and simply turns into chicken wings. This makes Mason angry.
Mason, where are you going? I did all this for us.
So did I.
Alex then has like the exact same emotional confinement in Harper. She says people should appreciate Alex for who she is. But Alex decides to take Dominic's advice instead and magically cast away all the nasty aspects of her personality. Alex is now a chipper and delightful young lady. Unfortunately, her nasty side is contained within a mirror and still around.
Get me out of here, you ugly hags. I can smell that nasty outfit all the way from here.
Oh, I am not afraid of you.
How do they film this? Evil Alex laughs and pulls out an ominous bracelet. Earlier, Max headed back to Italy. Jerry and Teresa ran after him. Suddenly, they're cornered by Jerry's cousins. There's an iconic tweet in which a really angry internet user said, "Mafia is not a fucking aesthetic," and I pray to God that individual has never seen this special, because they would not be able to handle this.
Look at you! You still got the baby face!
Mamma mia!
Too tight! Too thin! Oh, this one looks like a breadstick.
Everyone but Max realizes the woman he's pining after is his cousin. Just one singular cousin. I don't know why my young mind misremembered that polyamorously. Alex's bedroom set has been recreated once more. Harper's made Alex a matching clam bake dress.
This is the best day of my life.
Oh, I'm so happy you're happy.
Oh, thank you, Alex. You're such a good friend. Now take it off.
Then they hear the mirror shatter. Dark Alex, which I'm calling her, the special doesn't call her that, but I'm calling her that. Dark Alex has escaped into Italy. Max assaults his cousin.
I'll try the language of love with you.
Oh, che cosa fai? Siamo cucini.
Okay, maybe you don't speak that language.
Then he's taken by Dark Alex. Mom and Dad are swiftly taken as well after getting all dirty and messy. Now, with no build-up at all, we get the reveal that Dominic is evil and he's teamed up with evil Alex entirely off-screen. Mason sees the evil couple together and he leaves, thinking she's real Alex, which she technically is. These are all parts of Alex. The evil part of her does cheat on Mason here. Harper thinks Dominic is attractive, so I'm holding my breath and crossing my fingers that she and Zeke didn't break up off screen. By this point, you'll probably notice that everything here is derivative of elements from the series. Alex in a mirror, Alex removing all negative aspects of her personality, a wizard love interest who drives a wedge between Alex and her current boyfriend before turning out to be evil during a storyline where Alex herself also becomes evil. It's not uncommon for series specials to be reminiscent of an episode or two. In fact, the Wizards movie was pretty much derived from the Genie episode of season 1, but this really takes it to an extreme. And I don't think this special is really improving on any of those concepts, just kind of dryly retreading them.
The special is going to be bigger and better than I think anything we've ever done before.
Dramatic, bigger, better. I think it's the best we've ever done.
Dominic's evil plan is to wipe out all of humanity using a mechanical device he created on top of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. He just needs a powerful wizard to cast a spell and energize it. Even as the leader of WizTech, Justin continues to have the worst judgment regarding who he trusts, apparently. Only regular Alex is powerful enough to make the machine work. Thus, they're capturing her family as leverage.
If it's called the Leaning Tower of Pisa, where's all the pizza?
Our heroes are here to save the day, but they're so quirky that they get exposed.
Oh, all right then. So this is the top of the Tower of Pisa. Woo! Would you check out that view? That is breathtaking. My breath has been taken from my lungs.
Right? We should post this on Wizardgram.
We should.
You take a picture.
We should. Yeah, let's do that.
Ready, say cheese.
Harper, run!
Dominic reveals that he is Gorog's nephew.
Perhaps you remember my very determined uncle. He had wings.
Gorog?
I hate the fact that Gorog is technically the main antagonist because he is the most forgettable cardboard villain. I had nothing even resembling a memory of him, exactly like Victor Crane from... Also, Gorog's a dark angel. How is his nephew a wizard? What's that family tree look like? Secondly, the entire Wizards vs. Angels saga only happened because Gorog needed a wizard to steal the moral compass, and Rosie spent months seducing Justin before dispatching him to do so. If his nephew was a wizard that entire time, why didn't he just use him? Dominic says he's going to capture Mason next, and Alex rushes to speak to him. He's sad and mad in the back of a Jumbotron, then both Alexes try to convince him they're the real one. Tragically, he believes the wrong Alex.
Wasn't this a sticky wicket?
She's trying to trick you. She doesn't even know how I dress.
That is something Harper would wear.
No, I'm wearing it because Harper asked me to. Okay, that doesn't even sound like me.
Once back, Alex changes outfits and immediately puts him in the necklace, making me wonder why she even bothered proving her identity when she could have just done that in the first place.
Max, who joined us over there?
Hey, it's Mason!
Don't even deserve to be the family wizard. Justin does. He'd know what to do. Beep, beep, boop, beep, beep, boop, beep, boop.
Professor Justin Vincenzo Pepe Russo is...
David Henry really wasn't willing to hop in a recording booth for some lines. When he declined, they really should have just not done the special. He's so integral to the soul of this, he's the co-protagonist. That would be like a Gravity Falls reunion without Mabel in it. He left to focus on his film career, but he wasn't even in any movies around this time. The only one was Grown Ups 2, which finished filming 3 months before this special started filming. Alex gets the confidence to save her family.
Harper's right. Everybody should just get over it. I'm not perfect. I'm just a wizard who has to save the world again. Ugh. Okay, I'm here to get my family back. Let's do this.
Excellent.
Dominic, give me the bracelet and I'll do the spell for your machine.
Spell first, then the bracelet.
Dominic's really out here saying, I'll give you your mortal family after you cast a spell to remove all mortals from existence. He's the clear winner there, but she casts it, and then Thanos shit starts happening all over the world.
Is this how you wanted it to work?
Okay, the Leaning Tower of Pisa may not have been the ideal place for my Dominic 1000, but it's working. Every mortal will be imprisoned in these beads.
It's been reported that people around the world have been mysteriously disappearing. As of now, there is no official...
After getting her bracelet family back, she prepares to undo the spell. Then she's warped into the Crystal Caverns, and we finally catch up to the present.
What are you doing? I was about to fix everything before you guys swirled me out of there.
She doesn't ask, hey, where am I? She greets these crystals as if she casually already knows them, and we never ever find out what the heck they are. Dominic arrives, and he's recognized as an esteemed member of WizTech, so his word is heeded to when he says Alex is evil, and she casts a spell to destroy all mortals. Alex is literally sentenced to death.
Death by chocolate?
No, death by death.
What? What?
This is devastating news for the Captain Jim Bob Sherwood comic book series. What is happening? I guess these crystals must have some degree of omnipotence if they know Alex casted that spell, but how do they not know any of the circumstances surrounding it? I have to assume the crystals are somehow wizard affiliated if they recognize Dominic's authority. The wizards were literally gonna leave the mortal world to explode last year. The wizards are the ones with the rule forbidding intermagic marriage. They clearly aren't wizards proper though, because wizards have their own court system. What are they? At this point, Ian Abercrombie had sadly passed away. Just a couple months after the finale aired, actually. This definitely seems like the sort of authority figure position he'd normally fill in the stories, so I bet these crystals were conceived to get around his absence, but I just have so many questions about them. Dominic flicks Mason's bead and cracks it. He then hops out off screen, somehow growing to normal size by jumping out of the bead without Dominic noticing. He wolfs up and breaks Alex out of prison. He also uses double-decker bus as an expletive.
Double-decker bus, that was close.
Now we go back to the Leaning Tower of Pizza, and it's time for the final showdown.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, I got it. You're ruining my moment.
Alex and Dark Alex have an MCU fight where they're literally the same, but one of them is evil.
Okay, maybe I don't care about the kitchen, but now you've messed with my couch.
They teleport to the Jumbotron, and then this part of the fight is the only visual from this special that vaguely remained in my brain since 2013.
I did a whole martial arts training fight sequence with myself. So I spent a day and in between takes learning how to fight myself. So having to learn one choreography to the other side, and that took us a long time to shoot. So I'm really happy with it, and I think it'll look really cool.
Dominic beats Mason.
I put your dog down.
He gives Alex a Green Goblin choice of saving her family or stopping the machine. But once again, it's so dumb because it's not like there's a time limit and she can only do one. She could just save the beads and then shut the machine off, which is exactly what happens. Then Mason throws Dominic off the Leaning Tower of Pizza and the family watches his body hit the ground. To beat her evil self, Alex casts a spell that completely removes her powers. This somehow makes everyone not be in beads anymore, as if every spell she's ever cast is now completely undone. The crystals decide that Alex still isn't responsible enough to have her powers reinstated, and she's okay with that.
I'm tired of everybody wanting me to grow up, or to change, or to not be selfish. No one is happy for just who I am. Except for one person.
This is embarrassing. She's talking about me.
Harper. You're the only one that accepts me with all my flaws. And I know that I have a lot of them. And even though that there have been times where you wanted me to change, and I didn't, you stood by me anyway. So it's okay if you don't give me my magic. My best friend Harper's my magic.
Alex.
Perhaps the appreciation you have for others is in itself very mature. It seems you have other qualities that can make a great family wizard.
I don't like where this is going.
There still may be hope for you, Alex Russo. We grant you one more chance.
They've changed their mind, and Erection gives Alex her wand back and she gets the full family wizard powers for the third time in the franchise. In the end, Alex gives two young wizards in training some advice.
There's gonna be a lot of work ahead of you, and it won't really be easy. And one day, only one of you will get to become the family wizard. But until then, the most important thing to remember is have as much ridiculous fun with magic as you can.
Can I come back and visit you sometime?
Cosa c'è di sbagliato con te? Siamo cugini, stupido.
Stupido? I'm wearing her down.
And that is how the superior wizarding franchise formally draws to a close.
Hang on, Harper.
What happened in here? The kitchen? My couch?
Alex!
I think we should stay in Italy for a while.
Alex vs. Alex was just really unnecessary. It's like the El Camino of wizards, except that when El Camino dropped, people really missed the characters in the world. When I was a kid with a short attention span, even I remember being like, really? The reunion special already? The show just ended. It doesn't destroy the franchise, it's far from the lowlight of the series, but it's just odd, and without David Henry acting as a foil for Alex, it feels borderline incomplete. But now, with a whole 10-year hiatus, I feel like there is potential for Wizards to renew itself with rejuvenated creative energy. We all have at least a couple series that we desperately want to come back. Shows that have so much more potential but perpetually get overlooked by studios that reboot 1,000 other things every year. I know deep down, will never return. I know Mighty Med will never come back, but Wizards? Frankly, I would be shocked if there isn't a Wizards of Waverly Place reboot. Literally, the entire primary cast has vocally said they love the series and want to return.
Let's do the reunion. Let's do it for the fans.
The Emoji Movie star was enthusiastic about having a reunion for the successful Disney series.
If there was anyone who were to really have a say in, what we were actually going to do, it would be Selena.
She would have to
So
decide
if she
whether
wants
did
it to
that.
happen, I think then we're all in.
It was one of the greatest times in my life. I will never forget it. I still talk to some of the people from the show. Selena, when are we getting a reboot? I actually would love to. I don't know when that will happen or if that will happen, but I am 1,000% down.
Okay, go.
Are you rolling?
Yes.
In our reunion, we're gonna need this.
Oh, I still have it! Justin has the power!
Make sure if you want a reboot to like, comment, and let us know, because those kind of analytics are helpful to a reboot's cause.
Don't forget subscribe.
Getting to do that show for so many years with a family that became like my real family.
Mhm.
That was probably like this one of the best experiences, you know, for me.
The Emoji Movie hits theaters on July 28th.
Think about the iCarly reboot that's missing Gibby and Sam because Noah Monk and Jeanette McCurdy have been traumatized by the industrial meat grinder that is the entertainment industry. I don't know if everyone on the Wizard set was treated better or what, but you wouldn't have that problem here.
For each of you guys, if you could remake or reboot anything that you've done in your careers, what would it be?
Mine's Wizards, hands down. I would love that.
It's time, right?
Wizards, it's my Disney show. You don't know.
How refreshing is it to see the main character of one of these shows who hasn't had their life ruined by the experience and still looks back at the show fondly to this day?
What's that? A hat? Crazy, funky, junky hat.
Overkept, unsightly, trying to look like Keira Knightley. Been there. We've done that. We see right through you.
Funky hat, you were saying.
So let's say Disney Channel decides to reboot one of its sitcoms for the 2000s. Lizzie McGuire already fell through.
I don't think it's gonna be happening.
They've already done That's So Raven. Raven's Home now has more episodes than the original series. Apparently a Life with Derek reboot comes out in 2 months. It seems Casey still loves her brother as much as ever.
Step brother.
Same difference.
Shia LaBeouf is not gonna be allowed on the Disney Channel. Dylan and Cole Sprouse will never return to Disney Channel.
No, absolutely not.
Demi Lovato will never return to Disney Channel. Miley Cyrus will never return. The Jonas Brothers will never return. Kyle Massey. Holy shit. We live in an era of creative bankruptcy in Hollywood. So if Disney ever wants to reboot another sitcom from the 2000s, which they inevitably will, they only have 4 options. And what, do you think the studio execs are gonna reboot Zeke and Luther here? I'm not including Aaron Stone in this list of sitcoms because it's not a sitcom, in case you're wondering. Look at the order all these shows aired throughout the 2000s, and then look at the order in which they've been getting reboots. It's next. The show was so popular, the cast is so eager to return, I just don't see why it wouldn't happen. Todd J. Greenwald has stated that he'd like a Wizards reboot to be adult-leaning, like the iCarly reboot. I honestly don't think that's possible, because the Lizzie McGuire reboot completely collapsed because Disney wasn't willing to have naughty words or sexual content anywhere near its properties.
And there was like a lot of
creative discussions. A lot of creative discussions.
A lot of creative discussions.
It just doesn't fit the hyper-sanitized Disney brand, and as much as I think adult Wizards would be fun as hell, I don't think there's any chance Disney would approve it. Selena and David have taken to social media with several of their own ideas over the years.
Have there been any talks about rebooting Wizards of Waverly Place?
Selena and I have a reboot.
Yeah?
Oh yeah. We sit and talk about it all the time.
You guys would want it.
It's not formal. But Selena and I sit and we talk about what would the reboot be, and we have a whole tape.
I think we should do a reunion where, Justin is still running the college.
But you have kids. Alex is for sure single.
Okay, Justin's got like 15 children.
Okay.
Alex is single.
What is she?
She's still trying to find herself. She's now like 25.
Okay, all right,
she's still
calm
trying
down.
to figure
Okay.
things out.
What the heck? What is Max doing?
Okay, so Max is lucky if he's even found himself. Like he's literally lost.
Well, he owns the substation.
Oh no, it's out of business. It's completely out of business. Oh, it is gone.
Business.
He now just makes sandwiches on the street and gives. Okay, maybe Max is married.
Okay.
Maybe he's married. He met a really nice girl. He's overweight now because he's not the wizard.
And Alex is still single.
Alex just can't. She doesn't know which way is up.
All right, I think we
Okay,
should
do you
do
think
it.
Alex has a boyfriend?
I don't know. Should we do the reunion, guys? Should we just bring Wizards of Waverly Place back?
I genuinely believe Wizards has so much life left in it. Here's my pitch, okay? Justin's still teaching a whiz tech and his kids go there. They're the younger generation audience surrogates, because I'm sure this would still air on Disney Channel the way Raven's Home does. Adult wizardry would be amazing, I just don't see it happening. So let's say you got 3 new kids. Alex, meanwhile, has gotten in trouble and has to do wizard community service. The Wizard Council basically appoints her to tutor young wizards at WizTech, which Justin does not like at all. In the pilot, some co-chancellor of the school accidentally gets injured, maybe it's Alex's fault, and for dumb, stupid magic reason, Alex gets appointed as their successor, so now her and Justin are basically co-workers, co-running WizTech and teaching the next generation of kids. That would put them in a position where they're forced to be in each other's lives and their dynamic could resurface as they argue all the time again. Because if they're just living their own lives and still have disagreements in every single episode, it'd be like, really? You guys are adults? You haven't figured this out? But if they have to co-run a whole school, it would make sense. Alex is just causing mischief and mayhem with all of the students while Justin's trying to enforce an actual curriculum. And honest to God, Selena and David are all you'd need for a Wizards reboot to work. If you want Max, he could become a custodian or something or open a sandwich shop in the school, but I don't think he's necessary. Max, Jerry, and Teresa could just be occasional guest stars sometimes. It'd be a shame not to have Harper in the main cast. Alex could appoint her as a completely unqualified assistant or something. I'm sure Alex and Mason have broken up by now, but what if he wound up marrying a different wizard and now his kid goes to WizTech? So Alex has his child in her class and has to interact with Mason and his new wife at parent-teacher conference sometimes. Bridget Mendler's the only cast member I've never seen mention the show publicly, but if she's willing to return, put her in a couple episodes as the kid's mom, Justin's wife. If not, just offhandedly mention Juliet sometimes, the show would still work. Harper being there could let Zeke pop in from time to time. Bailey Madison has said she'd love to return as Maxine, maybe make Max a girl again. I don't know how you'd work Laritate into this, but I'm sure you could find a couple episodes that have scenes outside of WizTech to put him in. And this is a dumb pipe dream, but I love if they actually acknowledge how corrupt and terrible the wizard world is. Have the series arc be abolishing the Family Wizard competition, bring Stevie back for a couple episodes, or disregard the sitcom notion entirely and just give them a movie. Have the whole family and supporting cast go on one grand adventure with the budget and production value of the first one, and we would be satisfied. I don't like to be a conspiracy theorist, but Disney Channel's YouTube channel has been releasing episodes of Wizards weekly for several weeks now. I doubt it, but what if they're like gauging interest in the show by doing that? David Henry indicated in 2020 that some discussions have occurred about a reboot.
What is the deal? Like, are we going to make a Wizards of Waverly Place reunion? Okay, so I've talked to some people that are decision makers, to my sis, Selena, and I gotta be very tactful, with my response here, because I'll say there's a lot of goodwill. I don't think anyone's opposed to the idea, but I think it's a matter of time. Could be tomorrow, could be a year from now, but I'd say there's reasonable hope that there will be a reunion one day.
In that industry, probably only 1 in 10 conversations goes anywhere. It sounds like a couple of conversations have happened, so now we've just gotta wait for that 10th one, I guess. And it might have already happened. On October 12th, David Henry indicated on an Instagram story that something special is in the works. He also made a similar comment on Disney Plus's Instagram, which he soon deleted. That was a couple months ago now. Either he's just overhyping like very early discussions, or they are actually tangibly working on something, and if that's the case, the fact that it's taken 2 months means it's a little more substantial than a YouTube reunion. So we'll see if anything comes of this. I don't know what he's cooking there, but could be exciting. If there is a reboot, I want to be an extra in it. Todd, if you're watching this, I want to make judgmental facial expressions at the weird things the characters are doing. Todd. Todd. I'll show you my spec scripts. Let me write an episode. I'd like to start ranking all of these sitcoms as they pass by. To throw them on a tier list, I guess, Elite Forest goes straight to the bottom. It was icky. And Mighty Med are very similar. Cool building storyline across its first 3 seasons, though everything went off the rails once they reached the Bionic Island and introduced a 4th sibling with 5 episodes remaining. Mighty Med's story, meanwhile, was completely farcical, just the dumbest nonsense occurring endlessly, and I'm gonna get flack for this, but I do prefer Mighty Med, because every episode's distinct and inspired. If you recall back to the video, I didn't even bother going over every episode one by one because they're so boilerplate and generic that it just wouldn't have been entertaining or justified. So where does Wizards fit? I will say, I think Mighty Med is a funnier show. It just matched my sense of humor remarkably well. I found myself laughing multiple times per episode, whereas I only laughed once every few episodes of this show. But at the end of the day, there is no competition. Wizards of Waverly Place is so charming, the premise is so well realized, the costuming and the sets make the world alive. There's not a single weak link in this cast. Although most of the characters get flanderized and sort of one note by the end of the show, the sibling bond between Alex and Justin never, ever falters. I don't think that all the Disney sitcoms I've covered are going to be as good as I remember, but Wizards absolutely is. I'm so fond of it. In the beginning, I asked a question. Does Wizards hold up? And the answer? Yeah, it's pretty good.